know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear unto the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above. In a world filled with hate, show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Tell it how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above. In a world filled with hate, show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Tell it how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above. In a world filled with hate, show more love. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Sorry guys, I was on mute. Hey everybody. Um thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Hey Dr. Frizzle, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in it's been a while. Hey Irby. Yes, I am on CP time tonight. I was trying to decide if I was still gonna go live. Hey Joshua, it's good to see you. Please hit the like as y'all come in. Feel free to share the stream. You can support the show, of course, by sharing the stream, hitting the like. You can hit the super chat. Also, the Cash App, my love 8686. Definitely CP time. Peace and blessings to you too, Dr. Frizzle. Hey, Harwin, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Hey, Bolo, of course. Good to see you. Shout out to you. Thank you for always doing the streams.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So tonight's topic is when winning the argument when winning the argument instead of finding resolution becomes the end goal. And James 1:19 is the scripture reference. It says, "Let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath." So, yeah, I wanted to do this topic because I've seen differences of opinion literally tear apart communities and families, friend groups, social circles, all of those things, even the body of Christ. And the problem is not that we have different perspectives, right? Because we all do. Different perspectives are normal, different experiences, opinions, all of those things. The problem begins when we stop seeking understanding and we start seeking victory. Have I been guilty? 100%. I think we all have. Um, yeah, but the moment that winning becomes the goal, I believe that's when people stop, really being people. They eventually become opponents. So now the objective is no longer help me understand why you see it that way. The objective becomes let me prove to you why you're wrong. And of course, we see that everywhere today, right? We see it in politics. We see it definitely in race discussions. And when you consider a lot of the things that's going on now, the Carmelo Anthony case, for example, we see it in gender discussions for sure. The church community, of course, YouTube, social media panels everywhere. And I believe it's because a portion of it is because everybody wants to be understood. Also, very few people um want to understand. That is so true. Like everybody wants to be understood, but very few people desire to understand. And James speaks directly to that condition when, the scriptures say, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath, because God understands that communities break down when basically hearing and understanding disappears. Did you want to add something, Bolo?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit. The scripture you pulled out, James 1:19. James gives us a simple instruction, but one of the hardest disciplines in the believer's walk. in a world that teaches us to react quickly, to defend ourselves immediately, and speak before we fully understand. God calls us to do the opposite. You know,
Right. Mm-hmm.
to what you just said pertaining to there's people that are trying to understand or lack of trying to understand. Um, I have a different take on it. I think that there's a few people trying to understand, and
Mm-hmm.
I think the majority of people are people that have had experiences that they have gone through, and they are continuously living through it. They haven't reconciled the situation or the experience that they've gone through, and they explain it from a position of um, heightened sensitivity. When you talk about having one mouth and two ears, we should do more listening than speaking. You know, I think that we have to understand that in there's a reason why James said, to be slow to wrath. Why is that? Right? Let everyone be swift to hear and slow to speak and slow to wrath. Why is that? Because wrath clouds the thought process. It clouds, with all these chemicals being released, the adrenaline, the cortisol, so forth and so on, dopamine, all of these things being released, it clouds your judgment for rationalization.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to move. When those chemicals are pumping through your veins, you need to move. And, we need to learn in real time to be able to control those impulses. So, a lot of the times when you're hearing these conversations, it's two people that have not reconciled their experiences, talking from two different perspectives, and they're talking past each other opposed to talking to each other. There's a
I
few,
think that's part of it.
yeah, there's a few that understand. There's some that just want a gotcha moment.
Mm-hmm.
There's some that just want to prove a point. There's some that, speak from an egotistical perspective. You know, um,
Mm-hmm.
I think
Hey,
that,
D. Hey, Vaughn.
when we learn to hear the other person's perspective from the positioning of why are they not understanding the point that I'm trying to make. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
it's like if I'm having a conversation with somebody, me trying to explain myself and them being stuck, they're going to continue to be stuck if I don't understand what's keeping them stuck. So I need to hear it from their position. What are you not understanding? Let me sit in your seat and
Mm-hmm.
get it from your side so that I can understand it, so that I can explain it, so that you can understand it. Because when someone wins, someone has to lose. And when that person loses, did they really understand what you were saying? Did they really get the truth and the full love and in what you were saying? So we have to take those things into consideration too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's really good. I agree. You said that some people are basically speaking from broken places, like speaking from issues that were
Hmm.
never resolved. I
Right.
agree with that.
They just learn to deal with it.
And then ego is a huge part of it too.
Yeah.
Um, hey King Pix, good to see you. He always coming in here talking about the playoffs. But shout out to King Pix.
Oh, they played tonight?
No
Who
clue
won?
what's
They
going on
played?
with I guess the Spurs.
The Spurs won?
I have no clue. He didn't
I,
clarify who
I
won.
didn't hear no shots, so I'm thinking I'm thinking
I have no clue. I do want to say thank you so much, Harwin, for the 4.99 super chat. Harwin said it's an art to listening. Anger shocks the nervous system. literally affecting your immune system and making it sick. That is so true. Mm. But thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you.
Ooh. That's what's up, keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love, that you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support, keep it going.
Thank you so much again. I appreciate it. Hey, 18, good to see you. Peace and prosperity to you as well. Thank you so much for always supporting the show. Um, so King Pick said Spurs blew a 29-point lead. Wow,
I guess they lost.
man. So how many more games?
If the Knicks win one more game, they win. The Spurs
Oh,
has
man.
they have to win 3 games. The Knicks have to win one more. So right now, they take
Wow.
it. They go back to Texas. It's 2 in San Antonio, and they lost both. 2 in New York City. New York lost one and won one, so it's 3. And now they go back to San Antonio.
Okay. I
Yeah.
still think we have a chance. Shout out to San
Right.
Antonio.
No, I don't think anyone has ever come back from 3-1.
Well,
But
there's the first time for everything.
absolutely, anybody can do anything. There's a chance for that at all. As long as you can play, you can
Hmm.
win.
Right, that's true. Yeah, so my first point, um, the need to win is often rooted. You just said this. The need to win is often rooted in pride, not truth. So one of the biggest misconceptions is that people argue because they love truth. No, sometimes they do, but often people argue because they love being right, and there's a difference. So if you really seek truth, um, truth will say, "I want to know what's right." If you're, seeking things out of pride, that pride will speak that I want to be right, and those are not the same thing. So a person seeking truth can change their mind. A person protecting their ego absolutely cannot and will not majority of the time because their identity has become attached to whatever their position is. Now, if the position is challenged, they feel challenged. And if the argument is questioned, they feel questioned. And instead of listening, 9 times out of 10, that's when the defensiveness comes in. And where a moment could be used for learning, normally that person will resist it if what they're saying is rooted in ego. Yeah. So instead of gaining understanding when different perspectives come into play, most people go into attack mode. So again, the issue is no longer the truth. The issue is ego.
Yeah.
Anything?
Nah, I can dig that. Nah, you said it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
You said it
Harlan
perfect.
said,
He said
Bolo the
the Cavs did it. He said the
Bolo the
Cavs
Village.
did
The
it.
Cavs came back from
Okay.
3-1 deficit.
Okay. All right. So
Hey,
then
we
it can be
might.
done. So all
We
right.
might.
As long as you can breathe, man, you can win. You know.
Thank you, Irby. I appreciate it. Yeah, you never know. I mean, it's rare,
Yeah,
but
but it can be done. It can be done. They're home now, so you know.
uh-huh.
Typically, you do better when you're home. But to add to what you,
Wimby, Wimby.
yes, Wemby is the star player for
Oh,
the
see, I don't
San
know.
Antonio. It's not like that, or who I thought he was. LeBron at his age would have beat the Knicks. I'm going gonna stop comparing Wemby to greats. And basketball is different today, man. Basketball is different than what it was back in the days. Right now, it's a 3-point shooter game. It ain't like the 90s when cats brought it to the paint. It's a different game. You can't touch nobody. So it's a different game. But to your point, you know, I think that what we should practice, which a lot of us don't, before we go into really deep conversations or conversations that uh, might spring a chord, is prayer. I think people, we should pray before we go into these deep conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the times, just having that prayer, it releases endorphins to kind of reset you.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of reset, and there should be certain things, right? Like, don't take things personal. We're dealing with the issue. You know what I'm saying? Or talking about whatever the issue might be in the moment at that time. So it's very important, man, that you know uh, you're able to be centered when you have certain conversations. And if
Mm-hmm.
you're unable to be centered, it's it's good if you know that you're not being censored, so that you can say to the other person, listen, let's just table this conversation for now. We'll pick it up later, because right now, I'm not seeing things from an open perspective. Right
But
now,
a lot of
it's
times people
closed.
don't communicate that, you know.
No, not at all. Not when you're in the middle of it. not
Yeah, lack of
not when you're in the middle
communication
of it.
destroys everything.
Yeah.
Um, uh, so my second point, communities fail when people stop being open about each other. So I say that pertaining to healthy communication. So I believe the more that I grow, healthy communities. So my second point was communities die when people stop being curious about each other. So healthy communities are built on curiosity, because curiosity will ask like for more information. Curiosity helps a person to want to understand. And you ask, like, you wonder what brings people to certain conclusions. And curiosity can also create bridges, in a positive way. But if you're operating from a space of pride, that pride will build walls. And one of the saddest things happening in society is that people have stopped, being open minded towards certain things. So many people are stuck in whatever they say the truth is. And it could just ruin things, because everyone has become experts on so many people that we haven't even met. And sometimes you see people decide what an entire group can think without even knowing the root of whatever that is. Um, we decide, like, we're very judgmental, and not always in a good way. We'll decide who is good and who is bad. And because we've already made up our minds, we no longer ask questions. And I think that's another part of the issue we see today. That's why I said so many of these conversations are not rooted in desiring understanding. It is about the need to be right, you know?
That's a very good point. You
100
know,
watts, good to see you.
a lot of the times also, I'll add to that. A lot of the times,
Hi, Anthony. Good to see you.
they get in the building, you know, um, people don't want, they come from a perspective of not wanting to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they speak from a position, prejudice, you know, when you said curiosity. A lot of people pick up thought processes on other people from
Mm-hmm.
traditions, and the lack of understanding of what other people think, how they speak, what's the reasoning for them moving the way they move. You close yourself to learning because there's so many different things you can learn from so many different people. And prejudice locks you out from that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now again, you have social cues that we pick up because we're man. We just have social cues. But sometimes, you have to push through those social cues to try and understand, why do we come up with this? Is this really true? I've never asked these questions. I've just seen this narrative spewed out. So I just went along to get along.
Mm-hmm.
So asking certain questions to understand where that person is coming from will broaden your horizon to understand why someone is moving the way they're moving. This morning in the morning reads, I said that we give more understanding towards animals than we do to each other.
Mm-hmm.
A dog can bite you. I've seen more people sit and give more empathy and sympathy to a dog biting them because they understand that the dog was abused. I've seen people on surfboards, shark snatch their arm or snatch their leg. They're very empathetic and sympathetic to the shark. They're not angry with the shark. In fact, they'll make excuses for the shark. But let your brother or your sister bump into you, you want to take their life. We never ask, why is this man or this woman speaking the way they're speaking? They don't know me. So why are they so upset? Why are they so pissed off? It has to be something else other than me. Why don't we spend the time to try to understand what that is? But a lot of people will say, well, I'm not a therapist. I don't have the time. But here's the funny thing. If you were going through something like that, you would want someone to sit and take the time with you. So just be
Right.
what you
Hey, good to
be
see
what you
you.
speak about. We all
Mm-hmm.
talk about the good that other people can do. We all talk about there should be good here and there should be good here. We should be doing this in the community. Be what you say. Just
Right.
be. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's really good. Um, my third point, the enemy uses different perspectives to create division when God intended them to create wisdom. So even when you consider something like a panel discussion, different people come from different backgrounds, different experiences, cultures, struggles, perspectives, all of those things. And that should be an opportunity for wisdom. However, you know, majority of the time we see that it becomes a battlefield. And I believe from my observation is because people enter the conversation, just trying to be right, trying to win, and it's not really rooted in wanting to learn. And if you just imagine if every person, this is in a perfect world, right? We know it's not reality. If people would just come on panels or enter conversations saying, what can I learn from this perspective, the entire conversation will change. And the enemy also knows that different perspectives are very powerful when people listen. So instead he pushes offense, defensiveness, he pushes pride and competition. So that leaves people in a position where, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a lot of talking over one another instead of learning from each other. So the very thing that could have united people becomes the thing that divides them.
that's a good point. Um, Speaking specifically for YouTube, I look at the head, right? I blame the curator because when you go to different platforms, because there's an order, people follow it. Now, do it go left at times? Absolutely.
Of
But the
course.
majority of the times, they're on point. You go to
Hmm.
some of these panels, they're not there to cure.
Right.
they're there to exacerbate it. They're there to grift. They're there to make money. They're there to tell you, hit me with the cash app, or send me
Mhm.
this, send me that. That's what they're there for. So if it's like the pastor, right? The the pastor doesn't speak to your restoration. He doesn't speak to your healing. He speaks to your pain. Okay. He keeps you where you are so that you always need to come back to the church, to the point of where he's going to say, if you need to grow, you need to sow a seed.
Well,
That's
that's
what,
definitely not
you know,
somebody that
that's
God called.
that's what these people do. They don't give you solutions. They just throw the problem and put you in the middle of the merry-go-round, and then it's like a bunch of dogs in a fight, and they just throw one piece of meat in there and let the dogs attack. And I'm not trying to compare people to dogs, but I'm trying to give you the comparison and the picture of how a lot of these panels be. It isn't about growth. It's not
And you
about.
know what? There's a way to have different perspectives and it still be positive, because I don't want everybody to agree with me.
Absolutely.
Like, I love hearing different perspectives. But when it gets to where people really start threatening one another and screaming and just it
Let's
goes
see,
all the way left,
but that's what brings
I'm like,
views.
that is crazy.
But you got to remember, that's what brings views.
Of
No
course.
reputable, no reputable conversation, no reputable platform. Okay, no reputable platform is going to have conversations with bounties. Doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. So if someone
Um,
just doesn't like what you're saying, I'm gonna give $20, drop them. Even though that
right.
person might be making a good point, it doesn't. It makes no sense. So
Mhm.
when I see platforms like that, I don't even bother, because you're not in it to have a conversation. You're in it to make money.
Right.
You're in it to make money. And unfortunately, you have all of these people selling snake oil, saying that it'll heal you.
Not snake oil.
Yes, snake oil. Hell yeah. Snake oil.
Wow. I want
You
to
know,
say thank you, Artifacts. I don't see you in the chat, but I thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate you.
so and that's what the problem is. I don't
Mhm.
blame I don't blame the animals in the zoo acting out. I blame management. That's
Mhm.
who I blame. Because if you kept the cages clean, if you fed the animals the way you need to feed them, if you treated them right, then you wouldn't have all of these things happening out of order. So you
Right.
blame the head. You blame the curator of the space. It's their fault. The reason why people speak the way they speak or cuss each other out, like you were saying, is because the curator allows it.
Mhm.
He or she will allow it. Because we've been in spaces where they don't do that. We've been in spaces where everyone might have a different opinion, but they're respectful. Does it go left at times? Absolutely. But for the
Mhm.
majority of the conversation, it was about trying to understand each other opposed to tear each other down.
Right. Very true. Um, I'm trying to check something really quick. Trying to see who Illuminati 0000 is.
Oh, as a new person,
I'll just be checking for trolls.
you can check to see who they are. How do
Of
you do that?
course, like if they just created a page tonight,
Right? How do you do
and
that? Oh, you go to their channel?
yeah, let's see here.
So while you're doing that, so it's very important, man. Having conversations with people, no matter who they are, you don't know what kind of jewels you'll get from them.
I want to know who this is. What's up, 777? What were you saying?
I said you don't know what jewels they might be able to drop on you. You
Mm-hmm.
you don't understand what information, what knowledge that they might have. You know what I mean? So this is why the Lord tells you beware of who you entertain, because sometimes you may entertain angels.
Angels unaware.
You don't know who you're talking to. And if you're able to communicate with an angel, understand that you can communicate with a demon.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So
That's
you got to
true.
understand that.
Right. Um, so E said a lot of people are just going through things in their personal life. They're taking it out on people on the panels. It reminded me of the story of Samson and foxes. The field is YouTube, the fox are the panelists.
Well, everybody's going through something.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going through something. And the problem is not that you're going through something. The problem is, are you emotionally mature enough to have a conversation at the same time as you're going through something? Because there are times when you're going through something and it's so much that you shouldn't have a conversation. I know that if I'm going through something that is very traumatic to my mental, I'm not having a conversation with nobody, because I may come a way that I ought not come, that is disrespectful or whatever it might be. So it's everyone is going through. So you listen to some of these panels, you breathe wrong, they cuss at you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where everyone drifts to, because people want
Right.
to see the car crash.
Mm-hmm.
People want to see it. And it's
That's
okay,
true.
because here's the thing. In the long run, it's going to cost you more. It's going to cost you
Right.
more.
I agree. My fourth point, and after I make this point, I'm gonna drop the link if you all want to come up and share your thoughts. I would love that. Feel free. Point four, the need to win an argument often comes from deeper insecurity. So I'm gonna make this point and then I'm gonna also, you know, make another point. Okay, the need to win an argument often comes from deeper insecurity. So this is where I don't believe most people are honest, because so many people are not seeking understanding, or they don't need understanding. They need validation. When you really, really think about it, the argument isn't about the issue anymore. If you pay attention to what goes on in so many conversations, it becomes more so about proving themselves, uh, proving how intelligent they are, how informed they are, and of course, how right they are. The need to constantly win often reveals an inner insecurity, because secure people can listen, even if you don't agree. A secure person can consider another perspective and they aren't threatened by a disagreement. But insecurity feels endangered by opposing viewpoints. We see that all the time. Some people will literally flip out and go 0 to 100 if you don't agree with them. And I do believe that, at times that can be deeply rooted insecurity. And that's why some people cannot sit through another perspective without becoming angry, because disagreement feels like rejection in a sense, I guess. And until that insecurity is healed, every conversation becomes a competition. I will also say this, because I have found myself going back and forth at times. It's not insecurity though. Like sometimes I'm just very passionate, and God is still dealing with me with like basically just shutting up. I felt I've always been like that. The need to express myself, the need to be understood. I'm like, no, I didn't mean that. Let me explain it a different way. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah. Did you want to add to that? The need to win an
Yeah, I
argument
think
comes from deeper insecurity.
it's
Yes,
like
ma'am.
it's like the ding exercise, right? When
Mm-hmm.
you ring the bell and you tell your dog to do something and they do it, you give them a treat. You do that enough, soon as you ring the bell, the dog automatically knows because it's repetition, right?
Mhm.
So they've learned to associate the ding with sitting, just for example. So a lot of these people that go through their pain, they've experienced it, but they've linked it at times to disagreement. If you disagree with them, it triggers that thought of what they went through in that moment that they were in pain. And sometimes that's why they come at you the way they do.
Right.
So again, all of this comes from the Lord telling us to forgive ourselves and release our burden to Him.
Mhm.
That's the answer. Find peace in Him.
Mhm.
We don't find peace in ourselves. So when you're having conversations with people, a lot of the times they're on the edge.
Mhm.
And when you give them pushback, they don't interpret that as pushback on the conversation. They look at it as pushback on them.
Yeah.
And that's where they get the flashback. Because remember, every time you remember something traumatic that has happened to you, your body goes through it as if it happened. This is mentally.
Um, I don't know. So every time that I remember something traumatic that I went through,
That you haven't reconciled.
oh, okay, I got you.
That you
That's true.
haven't reconciled.
Trauma lives in the body. That's,
You know what I'm
that's
Mhm.
saying? So it you relive it continuously.
and it
Right.
shows in body language.
Mhm.
So that's the issue. So sometimes, when you're having a conversation with somebody and they just go 0 to 160, has nothing to do with you. Has a
Right.
whole lot to do with what they're going through. However, because we're not trained enough and we are not patient enough and we're not loving enough to see that this man or woman or young adult is going through something outside of this conversation, it just so happened that it happened here, that we
Mhm.
get triggered. And now we're going back and forth, right? And,
Mhm.
and and that happens to be a lot of conversations that you hear. A lot of conversations.
I agree. This is my fifth point, and then Scam, you can go. Seeking understanding is an act of spiritual maturity. So a mature person understands that understanding somebody is not the same as agreeing with them. I believe that we have confused those two things. Listening does not mean agreement, hearing does not mean compromise, and understanding does not mean surrendering the truth. It simply means you value people enough to hear them. Again, it doesn't mean agree. You value them enough to listen. And even when you consider the word, Christ constantly listened to people he disagreed with. He listened to Pharisees, sinners, doubters, critics, all of those things, because listening, again, is an act of love.
Well, listening to them will give you the direction in how to heal them through the Holy Spirit. Listening to them will allow you to understand where they are so that you can meet them there.
Right.
What's going on, Scam?
Hey, Scam.
Hey, what's going on? Good topic. Um, and I'll plead guilty. I've done some dusting.
Me too.
Here's the deal. Sam goes out here on birds.com, goes hunting for birds, gets gets gank yanked, shanked, and spanked, beat down, money took, ragdolled, left in the gutter bleeding. Then he goes on passportbros.net, goes and gets ganked in 4 different languages. He's looking for love, looking for peace, excitement, and all those things, all the way to the point where he can't get comfort,
Mm,
security, and self actualization. Now he doubts himself, he doubts the people around him, and he bought into the wrong system. So get on internet. We got beat up by women's.com and look for comfort, look for self actualization, look
mm-hmm.
for agreement. Imagine they put you in a basketball game and you had to guard David Robinson. You got dunked on. You got to guard Shaq, Akeem Olajuwon, and all of them. Vic Wimby. They put you against the pros and you got slaughtered. Then they put you down with the college players and you get slaughtered. Then high schoolers, you get dunked on some more. Eventually, you're going to go to the weakest of the weak or somewhere where you can find people or something that can give you some kind of comfort. Just like when you get beat up, you go ice your eyeballs and,
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when you go there complaining about it, something else going on, and then somebody slaps the ice out your hand? I've slapped the ice out of people's hands. I know it. I plead guilty. But only if they're using the ice, usually only if they're using the ice and swinging it at somebody else that's smaller than them, because that's what a lot of people tend to do, because they want an easy win. They become the very bullies that they complain about. But people are in pain, and there's spaces in the world that always want to say, there's space in the world, TV and fake enablement that always tell you you can just do nothing, go eat a sandwich, go eat a pizza, or play video games and everything's going to be all right. And it's a scam. You don't have to work on yourself. It's somebody else's fault, but come over here. And then they help make it worse. To win an argument, I've never seen, and I wish Truth was here, because I think I told y'all how me and him got in some stupid dust. But a mob of people should have came and beat us both up. It was bad. It was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But in his life, he chose God. You win every argument when you choose God, because the argument ain't even about nothing, no way.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing God is about real life. That's about winning.
Right. That's
Choosing to
true.
make yourself a better person, or like when people ask me certain gender war questions, what would you do? What you gonna do if the woman did it? I'm gonna do what's best for the family. You can't lose that argument. Doing what's best, following God, listening, and doing something that's actually right. How can you lose that argument? The other person automatically lost. That's all I got for now.
That's good. Hey, Vaughn, good to see you. I hope and pray all is well. Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, that's a big issue. Again, the need to win. When the need to win becomes greater than a person's willingness to listen.
I think sometimes it's a need to feel.
What do you mean? Explain.
There's real winning, and then there's a fake win. Really winning, you increase your income by 15%, 2%. A fake
Mm-hmm.
win, you stole something and you get to wave it around, but you stole it out the store. You didn't win because you didn't make yourself a better person. You didn't make yourself more valuable, more marketable, and bring something where someone actually paid you more, showing that your value increased. That's self-employed, or if you're employee, business owner, whatever. Or instead of losing 10 pounds, you just go to another gym where everybody else in there fat. And now you're the best looking thing in there. You didn't win. Or
Mm.
cheating. Or you can't get the women you want, so you go to another place and then start lying to women. Yeah, baby, I got a business. Yeah, I own 3 dealerships in Kentucky, but I can't give you my business card. Did you really win? No.
Right. That's true.
Ain't no shortcuts in this game.
Hmm. And then I think it's dangerous, like when you have controversial conversations, because if the person is not mature enough to deal with it, you can start to judge a person by their position and their opinion versus judging them by their character, you know? And then you watch years of, you just see so many relationships destroyed behind an opinion in a different perspective. I just think that that's, really sad.
Um, wow. We see that happen on panel. We see that because I won't lie. These some are fake, but some are real friendships that we see from here to the dust panels.
You think so?
How much time is spent and what connection is really being built? Yes, because the most often thing that we do as humans is communicate, talk, and listen. Most common thing that we do. So whether it's virtual, phone, or face to face, it is real. And when people get heated, connected, that's real. So people who are separating over a talking point, that's actually real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
separating over a talking point. That could be a
Yeah.
whole topic alone.
Separation. And I mean, it happens because in real life, it don't take but one little argument. I don't know if I told a story. My best friend when I was in the army, I was in
Hmm.
the army two. I was only did 2 year active duty contract. He was a year older than me. Like that was my best friend all the whole time. A little argument. We wasn't cool no more. Last few months I was in the army. We were 1 month army. We were about to bust each other's heads wide open. I'm talking. My fist was cocked back. I was going towards him, and an E5 step in at the last second. Almost hit him.
Hmm.
And to this day, we reconciled like the next year. After I got out the army, did a whole semester in summer school and college, one day reconciled. To this
Mm.
day, that was 2001. We still don't even know what started it. Can't remember.
Yeah.
And we talk about it all the time. We still cannot remember what started it. But both of
Mm.
us had too much pride for one little argument. Got us almost
Pride
beating each
is,
other's brains
I'm
out.
telling you,
And I
yeah,
was
pride
20. He
is,
was 21. And then in my
mhm,
head, was I really mad? No. Was he really? No.
right.
Then one day, the next year, I asked a mutual friend, like, hey, what's up? He all right? Yeah, he's cool. The next day, he called my parents' house. We talked like it never even happened.
See what I'm saying?
But one
Some of this
petty
stuff,
thing,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And you know another one? Okay, so now I wanted to touch on why certain topics divide people so deeply. So let's consider race. Race divides because it touches identity, a person's pain, and also history. So when we have these conversations about race, they're rarely just about race. People bring generations of experiences into those discussions, and some people carry those stories of discrimination, and others carry stories of being blamed for things they never personally did. Because I've heard people from other cultures say, well, dang, that didn't have nothing to do with me. And they just getting the worst end of everything. Um, yeah, so it's just unfortunate. And the problem is that when we have these conversations, people often stop listening to one another because they're already protecting whatever their experience was. And that's when people stop listening and everyone starts defending. Hey, Arwen, were you going to hit the link? Yeah, and that's why these conversations become so explosive because people are not always debating facts, even though it may look that way. Sometimes they are defending whatever that pain is, and wounded people often speak loudly because whatever that pain was, that's the voice. It just is. Another one, huge, that I try to stay away from. Hey, Artifacts, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Politics. My God, today people lose it. Um, politics divide because I believe people can turn those opinions into their absolute truth or whatever. Um, yeah. So, and when that person's political position begins to be challenged, they don't hear anything. You get what I'm saying? They don't hear like the other person saying I disagree with your idea. A lot of times they hear that they're I don't know. I guess rejecting was being said, and that's why political conversations become so emotional. People are not, a lot of times in these political conversations, they're not protecting policies, they're protecting their strong opinions, you know? Yeah, so politics is definitely not my thing.
I know religion's on that list.
Religion was
It'd be
next.
number one. Oh,
Religion was next. So religion divides because pride can hide behind conviction. Okay, so what do I mean? I think that this one can be very dangerous because people can genuinely love God and still become prideful. We've all seen it, and sometimes we may be guilty because, people can start arguing scriptures and debating different doctrines, and then that's where the fights come in. People start fighting over interpretations, and suddenly a conversation about God starts looking nothing like him. So you get what I'm saying? It's like it can cause so much confusion because when yeah, the debating and the arguing comes into play, I believe the goal shifts because those things are meant to bring understanding um to correct. You get what I'm saying? And when it becomes an argument and somebody trying to prove that they're right, it becomes pointless, and it's supposed to be rooted in seeking truth together. So religion is also another huge issue. Yeah, there's not a lot of humility when it comes to people uh discussing, perspective on the scriptures.
A lot of people speak from pain, and when you speak from pain and hurt, there is no understanding. It's
Right.
just it's hurt.
I'm saying though,
No,
like
no,
when
no. I
it
understand your
comes
point.
to
And I was just adding to that. I was just adding that.
oh,
yeah.
okay,
You
because
know,
I've seen some people lose it
yeah,
over a scripture,
right.
and
Because
it turns into like something.
remember what I said earlier. What did that trigger?
Hey, Blue Jay, good to see you.
That
Um,
what did that trigger in that person that you may not see? Because you may just look, I'm just brought out Jeremiah 13:44. What you flipping out for? Has nothing to do with you.
mhm,
Nothing to do with you. You just happen to be the focus of what I'm flipping on. You're not the reasoning for me flipping out. It just so happened that you're that person that might have said hello wrong, and everything from the past that I was carrying, or everything from that day I was carrying, I'm going to focus it on you. And a
mhm,
lot of the times, that's why I brought up the animal. You can see that dog has been tied up all day through this, through the weather. And when you go to help the dog don't know that you're trying to help them. They just know that they've been hurt. They needed help. So they may bite you. They may growl at you. But you have enough empathy to understand that he doesn't know or she doesn't know what he's doing. They don't know what my intentions are.
mhm,
So we don't have that empathy towards the one that's attacking. We don't we inject ourselves into the situation. Well, why the hell are you yelling at me for? We don't take the time to say, I know it ain't me this person is yelling at me. I mean, physically, I know they're yelling at me, but there has to be something going on deeper for them to come this route.
I
Now,
get what
again,
you're
but
sometimes there
some
may
people
not
do
be.
just like drama.
Sometimes that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it may not be.
Mhm.
saying.
We're too.
Ebola, you're saying it's not you that you're, when you, can you
In,
elaborate just more on
in
that? It's not
other words,
you that you're yelling at?
they're yelling at the pain and the anger that's in them. You just happen to be the person that's the focal point. That's the point. In other words, you ever bump into somebody and they act like you just robbed them?
They're dealing with something else. You're right.
They're dealing with something else. You just happen to catch the focal point of them dealing with that. It isn't you that they
Yeah.
have an issue with. But see, in something like that, I'm able to articulate and say, I just bumped into the
Bolo?
dude. Obviously, he's having a bad problem. Obviously, he's having, an attitude or a bad day or
Bolo?
whatever.
Your
Yes,
mic's
sir.
cutting in and out.
Yeah, can you hear me
More on
now?
the out.
I
Can you hear
can
me?
I can hear you clear.
No. So that's
You can hear
basically
Bolo?
I hear him really clear. I
yeah.
think it's you, Scam, maybe.
You clear. Bolo was talking like consistently?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, she said she heard me. So,
Oh, that
a
might
lot
be.
of yeah, a lot of the times, we don't know what it is. But this is why this scripture is so prevalent. Why don't you take the time to find out? None of us want to take the time to
Did
find
Bolo
out.
just cut out?
No.
No, I think it's you, Scam.
Because I can hear you. Let me go out
You
and come
can
back in.
you can hear her, but you can't hear me. See, you gonna trigger something right now. You gonna make me he just
Yeah,
laughed.
I think it was s- yeah, that was
Scams
Scam.
connection,
Uh-huh.
scams connection.
Hey Smitty, good to see you.
Yeah. So a lot of the times it isn't you that they're upset with. A lot of the
Right.
times, what's going on, Smitty? A lot of the times it's whatever they're going through. And
Mm-hmm.
because they don't, I might have a problem with Joe Schmo, but I don't want to deal with Joe Schmo. So here you come and we're having a conversation. You say something that might trigger me into what I'm going through with Joe Schmo, and I take it out on you. And instead of you saying, well, Bolo's going through something like Bolo, let's not even talk about the conversation we were talking about. Well, why did you just scream at me?
Mm-hmm.
I know you didn't. I know I didn't do anything to offend you. And then allow that space. But then you have to understand also, am I in a space where I can do that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Am I in a space? Am I in a safe place? Because if I'm not safe, then that means anybody can get it. A lot of these times you go to these panels, it ain't safe.
Right.
This is why a lot of the times if I'm on the panels and I'm talking to someone, I tell them, don't tell me all your personal. Here's my number. Let's talk on the back end. Because
Mm-hmm.
these people right now are sharks. They're just waiting for the smell of blood. And they gonna clip you. Oh, this dude, he cried to Bolo. Brother, you don't know what's going on in this man's life or this woman's life. So why
Right.
would you? And a lot of the times when they do that, they lash out to make themselves feel good. So you become what you have a disdain taste for. You become that same thing that you're angry with. And a lot of the times we don't have that mirror to see it. We just don't.
Right. That's very true. So I was I then went into the points that the topics that can divide people so deeply. So the first one was race, the second one was politics, the third one was religion, and now the fourth one, gender roles and relationships. They divide because they touch personal experiences. So this is why relationship panels get so heated every day, because everyone is bringing their own experiences. So for example, a woman who was hurt by men, like time after time, she hears things differently, and so many times she's going to be defensive. A man the same way, who continues to get hurt by women, you hear how angry they can be. For example, a happily married person, um, they hear things differently. A divorced person hears differently. And the problem is, we often assume our experience is the universal experience. That's the frustrating part for me. Just because that's your anecdotal, it doesn't mean that that fits everyone's story, you know? So when a personal experience becomes universal, instead of listening, people start to compare, and that's where the confusion takes place. Um,
And
yeah.
that's why those people shouldn't be on panels because the conversation is not triggering. Let's just put it in its proper perspective. The conversation is not triggering. The
If you're
problem,
healed.
that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the conversation, it's you. It's that person. It's not the conversation. It's that person.
Well, maybe so, but I find myself getting irritated when people assume their experience is the universal
But
experience.
that's
That's
my point.
annoying.
You get frustrated because of the experience that these people are going through, and they're trying to say that their experience is the end all be all.
Yeah,
So
I'm like,
your
really?
frustration comes from them not being able to see outside of their anecdotal experience.
Mm-hmm.
So it's again, it's the person. It's not the topic. It's the person.
Right. Even when it comes, so we see people speak from a negative perspective. Well, all women are like this, all men are this way. Even some people in relationships, they think because something worked this way for them, oh well, this is the remedy for everybody's relationship, and it's
Correct. It's a good example.
everyone has different, like, different things work for different people. Oh well, if
Absolutely.
you just love him this way and do this is why. Or if you just do this for her, no, that works for you in your marriage, that works for you in your relationship,
Right.
you
You're
know.
absolutely 100% correct. The point, see to your point, what we should be is open to hearing other people's opinion because maybe we can take something from it and apply it to what we have to make
Hmm.
it better, right? But because we're closed off, because that person presents it as this is the way you need to do it,
Yes.
And he be lying.
opposed to
Be
saying,
straight up
have you
lying.
have you thought about trying to deal with it this way? Have you
People
tried
will
to
be
look
more
at it from
open.
this
Hmm.
perspective? Have you looked at it from this situation opposed to looking at it from where you're looking at it? Maybe that might help you just a little bit. Try it. Not
Hmm.
saying it will, but maybe it might because it helped me, you know. And if it was presented that way, people would be more apt to hear. But when it's presented as I'm right, you're wrong, what I do is better than you, then of course you're going to have the pushback. That's just natural. Can you hear me
Right. I
clearly,
agree.
Scam?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you learn to ride that bike better, man? That scooter?
Now I ride like an old man.
All
So
right.
these people behind me, I just pull over. Like,
Did you heal?
oh yeah, just a little scrape on my foot, scrape on my arm, nothing. But yeah, it was a little scary. So it kind of killed my confidence as far as writing. But I'm gonna just take the time and learn because it could have been worse.
It could have.
Always.
I had
And I
an
didn't
uncle
have
almost
international
lost
health
his
insurance at
life.
the time either.
Yeah,
Now I do. But yeah,
on a bike. Yeah, that's no joke.
yeah. It's the way they drive over here is Grand Theft Auto. Ain't no
It
rule.
is hilarious. So my next point, different topics that could divide, justice cases divide because people see different realities. So this is why public cases become community dividing moments.
You
We see
said
that
public cases? You said public cases?
justice cases.
Justice cases?
Yes, they divide because people see different realities. So trials,
Oh,
criminal
okay, okay,
cases.
okay, okay. You talking about court cases. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
People
Uh,
tend not to see things from a logistical standpoint. Now, again,
right.
we have to use emotion because you have to, that's what connects us all. But we
Mm-hmm.
use the logic to search through the emotion to understand the conversation, to understand the perspective of everyone that is having the conversation at the same time, right? A lot of the times we're unable to see clearly because the court case may be too close. It may remind us of something. Something, you've seen, a cat in a court case who was doing something with drugs. You went through it too, so you're automatically on that kid's side, opposed to saying, why are they selling drugs?
Mm-hmm.
You're unable to connect because you can't detach yourself from the emotionality of that situation and extrapolate the lesson that the Lord is trying to give us. And that's what we always, a lot of us get caught up on. We get caught up in the emotionality of it. Now, again, we have to go through it emotionally. But when we allow it to pull us out of our mainframe from the perspective of trying to gain clarity, that's where things go awry.
Are you speaking in general?
I'm speaking in general. Absolutely. Speaking in general. Sometimes we can get so caught up. Sometimes people don't want to see the bigger picture. Sometimes they don't want to see it because they've experienced something close to it or something similar. So automatically, scam is right because I've been through something that scam went through. So you can't see the other side. You can't see Mo's perspective because I'm closer to scam because I've been through something like scam went through and you're on the other side of it, Mo. So I'm going to side with scam opposed to saying, let me hear Mo's side first. Let me hear it. And then when you hear it and you're able to extrapolate the lessons and the perspectives from it, then you can make a better judgment call opposed to getting caught up in the moment, if that makes sense.
It does. So when you talk about the using logic to search out emotion, I agree with that. I also believe that one of the biggest mistakes people make is believing that logic and emotion are enemies. They're not, because healthy logic should actually lead you to investigate whatever that emotion is with
100%.
the other party. Like, if someone is angry, or if someone is defensive, if someone is distant, uh, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Why am I distant?
So,
Is it because of you I'm distant? Is it
and
because of something else that I'm distant? Why
when
am I distant?
people immediately start debating the facts, like that's not what happened, or the person is overreacting, that doesn't make sense, your feelings aren't logical. But wisdom, I believe, would look at the situation from a different perspective. What emotion is creating their reaction? So, logic is not just for proving a point, I guess. Logic is also for uncovering whatever that root cause may be.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Um, I
Hey,
think, oh, go
to
ahead.
you.
Dismissing emotion is not logical.
Thank you.
So
100%.
people who, man, that emotion, you're being emotional, or men logical, women, okay. If you're a
That other
man,
person could be emotionally unavailable, also. That's the
look,
thing.
let's just say you're a man and you want all these desirable emotional women. Isn't it logical to learn something about some emotions? Ain't that logical? Or you're gonna go over there in the emotion territory and start throwing this fictional logic out there, which they see as illogical. I'm just saying.
Well, here's the point to
I
that.
think that's
It's
overly used,
illogical.
like calling people emotional all the time.
That is illogical.
Sometimes people
It's
are
it,
just numb.
it makes no sense when we are emotional too. It makes no sense, right? Again, for someone to say that conversations have no emotion, is stupid. It's dumb. Now I understand when they say emotional, right? It's too much, right? There's a difference between emotional and passionate because a person can speak sternly, a person can speak loud, but still be coherent.
Right, but I
So
think
we
we as
use it.
humans always we are eventually gonna have emotional moments, and
Oh,
sometimes they
absolutely.
don't just
Everybody
come out of
does.
nowhere. There's
Everybody does.
a reason behind that. Sometimes it's not just that a person is just always so emotional.
Right.
It could
So
be
what
like,
happens is the reason there are times when people will mask it and say you're being emotional. However,
yes,
there are times when a person can be emotional in a situation. So the person that is trying to understand the other person, this is where logic and understanding and slow to speak and slow to wrath and patience, all of these things take precedent now. So now you have to ask the question. You have to ask the right questions, right? Because again, all of these things are symptoms to a bigger problem. So if you ask the right questions, it will guide you to where the issue might be. So now you can help that person. It's the same thing when you go into the doctor. What's hurting? How long has it been hurting? Where is it hurting? Is this hurt? Does that hurt? He's asking you these questions, or she's asking you these questions to gain a direction to where she needs to go. So this is where she's trying to get you to articulate what you're going through, how you're going through it, why you're going through it, and where you're going through it. So it's up to the person to be patient enough to try and get them to understand and be able to calm the other person down that might be frantic or bugging out in the moment, to say, dogs, I need you to understand something. With you being frantic the way you are, it's making it hard for me to understand where you're coming from. And I'm unable to help you in this moment if you don't calm down right now and allow me to ask you these questions so I can help. Now,
Right.
if
That
you just
makes
want me,
sense.
right, if you just want to vent, then I'll put my listening hat on and you can go ahead and go and I'll be quiet. However, if you want me to show up to help, there's certain pertinent questions that I need to ask you so that I can understand the direction that we're going in. So I'm not
Right.
confusing and I give you the wrong advice or the wrong direction in whatever issue you might be going through mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually.
So that makes sense. I was speaking more towards people who focus so much on just logic, because when someone only focuses on logic and they blame emotions, I believe that's one of the most damaging things a person can do in a relationship or any type of dynamic, is when they treat logic as truth and emotion as the problem alone.
No.
And when people do that, you'll hear different statements like, you're too emotional, or that doesn't make sense, and you are too deep in your feelings. And I do agree, because feelings should not be the only thing guiding decisions. It shouldn't. But dismissing emotions altogether creates a different problem, because it ignores a major part of what makes us human.
Well, let's be clear. Let's be clear, because that point was well said. But let's be clear. There are times when people are too emotional.
Right, but I believe that
I'm
people
not saying
use that
you.
phrase too
No, no,
often.
I understand. I'm just
Yeah,
saying let's be clear that there are times when people are too emotional,
absolutely.
and to the point that you're saying, people will be lazy when it comes to trying to understand their brother or their sister, and they'll just chalk it up to being emotional so
People
that they
do
don't
that.
have to take the time to understand the perspective and where they're trying to come from, because again, it's tiring. But this is what
Hmm.
Christ did for us, and he continuously does it for us. So why would we not do it to each other? This
And
is
I
how
think
we
it
learn each
depends on
other.
the person and their capacity as well. Um, because everybody's makeup is different. Everybody deals with situations differently. Some
Mhm.
people feel things a lot deeper. Some people can sweep past things and be like, it is what it is. And I believe that that's where issues can arise too. And when it
Well,
comes to the whole logic thing, I do believe that we should lead more with logic, because emotions sometimes can leave you in a state of despair, and it could cause you to make unreasonable decisions. However, logic without empathy becomes cold, because people who may not feel things as deeply, they try to um like, make the other party feel like something is wrong with them, because they feel things
well, here's
deeper
the
than
thing.
the other person. So a person can be factually correct and still be, I guess, relationally destructive, because
I can
of
see where you're going. I can see where you're
the
going with it.
imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see where you're going with it. You know, and to that statement, I'll say that sometimes, we have to deal with faith. Faith is
Of
a heavy
course.
part of what we deal with. And sometimes the person that is flailing in the wind, right? Let's say person A is flailing in the wind and person B is trying to understand person A. Depending on what the relationship is between A and B, A sometimes just may have to have faith and say, okay, I'm just going to have faith that B know what they're talking about. I'm going to follow, depending on what their relationship is. Now, if it's someone you don't know, then nah, my G, you're going to have to show me proof. You dig what I'm saying? But if it's something that you guys have built and they've taken you from A to B and taken you from C to D, E to F, and this person has a reputable reputation with you, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm unable to see, but I'm going to have faith enough to know, because we're not going to have all the answers at all.
Right. And
We're not going to have all the answers. So sometimes we have to sit there and say, listen, man, I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, G, but I know what today is.
right.
Today we going to rock out.
Okay.
But I have an idea of what tomorrow might have. You know, I have an idea, but I'm not going to worry about tomorrow, because guess what? Bolo may not wake up.
Right. I get that part. Right. And that's a great point. However, I also see people use faith as a cover up towards emotional neglect. Another thing, one of the most painful things that can happen in a connection that you have with a person, whatever the dynamic is, marriage, parent, child, siblings, when people use faith as a shield against accountability, that's an issue, because true faith should bring people closer to love and to compassion and to understanding and responsibility as well. But sometimes people will use spiritual language to avoid dealing with the emotional impact of their actions.
And I agree with you. And here's the other side to that. Sometimes you need to use spiritual language so that the emotionality of it, which is too much for that person in the moment, to get past it so that we can move on. So say it again.
That's a cover up, though.
No, it's not.
The
No, it's
person
not.
continues to
If
do
you're in a
that.
moment, if you're in a moment that you're too caught up to understand what's, this is why they will induce your coma.
Right, but I'm talking
on.
about people who use
I
that
understand.
against
I'm just
accountability.
giving you. I
I
understand.
understand both sides of it.
I gave you
Yeah,
your
because
side.
people
I
do
didn't.
that all the
I'm
time.
not. I'm not going against your side. All I did was gave you the other side of the coin. That's all I did. I agreed with you and said that sometimes people do use that not to deal with the case. So they'll
Right.
use this,
Every
that, and
time it
third.
gets hard, let's bring in some spiritual language.
However, there are times when you need to use spiritual language, because the person that you're trying to give it to is in a moment that they don't understand, or they're caught up in their frantic. So we have to understand that there's a balance to both.
I agree with that.
There's
I
a
was
balance
just
to
pointing
both.
out that God never intended faith to replace human responsibility.
Hey, Mo Love, when you're referring to people using spiritual, are you talking about people just reaching in their back pocket and just throwing some spiritual stuff out there? Or are you talking about the
Yeah,
people who are actually,
to like
because I
um
think y'all are talking about both sides. Some
to
people just
replace
reach and
like
throw
their
something out there,
responsibility. Yeah, well, let
and then
me
there's
put
some people
God
who are
on
really
this.
talking about God. Okay.
Have faith, trust God, everything's going to be okay in Jesus name. But it keeps them in a comfortable position, because they put God on top of that without really doing the work, because we have a responsibility as well.
I get what you're saying.
Hmm.
I think Bolo was talking about the other side. I think y'all are expressing both.
Right. I was just expressing. There are people
Oh,
that do
okay.
that.
I got it.
I was just expressing both sides, because here it is. The narratives that people have today in conversations is they give one side. Our job as spiritual men and women is to give both.
Hmm.
Our job is to give clarity, right? That's our job. Even though we might be sitting on one side, I know who I am in Christ. I know what my foundation is in Christ. That doesn't stop me from having a conversation with a person that believes in Buddha. It doesn't stop me. I'm going to openly hear what you have to say. It doesn't change me foundationally, but I really want to hear what you have to say. It's not going to lock me out to the point where
Hmm.
I can't have a conversation with you. You dig what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
our job is to give both sides of the coin, whether we like it or
I
not. That's what truth is. Truth is giving
yeah.
you both sides of it so that we can logically look through the emotion and say, hold on, my G. I think you could have did better, and I think that you used that scripture to get out of it, opposed to
Yes.
saying, "Hey, let me try to understand and go into it and go deeply into it to gain clarity and understanding."
And
Absolutely, people do that.
and
100.
that's what I was saying, like when people spiritualize everything, because spiritualizing everything can hide real problems. Some, people really do use spiritual language to avoid uncomfortable conversations. So instead of addressing whatever the issue is, they'll start preaching or giving a scripture instead of
Word up. They
listening.
tell you got to sow a seed, son.
Yeah.
Come
There
on,
is
kid.
a time. There is a time.
And instead of
Go ahead.
empathizing with other people start just correcting.
Well, here's the
There's
thing,
no
too.
empathy, there's no understanding, and that can be draining for the other party. How do you know, like, if you don't just take out time to listen and be considerate, that would change the person that you think is just so emotional and caught up?
That's a good point. Here's the other side to it. When you're stuck on that merry-go-round and you're still stuck there, I've dealt with plenty of people that are stuck on the merry-go-round and no one is giving them push to get off of it. They've allowed them to stay there. Sometimes you need to have that push. The same way sometimes you need to be empathetic and let the person speak. Same thing that Job's friends did. What did they do? They sat with him for 7 days. They sat with him. No one said nothing. They sat with him just to let him know, dogs, we here. Right? Then it went left after the 7 days. But there's a reaction, there's a response and a cause to everything. Sometimes you need to be pushed, right? Because again, when
What
the
is
Lord,
push? I guess I'm trying to, you're saying you need to be
I'll give you an
pushed.
example.
I'm
I'll give you
talking
an
about
example.
people who use spiritual language to
I'll
hide
give you an
real
example.
problems and not take accountability.
I'll give you an example.
So
You see,
what does that have to do with push?
I'm going to tell you because see, you keep
Mhm.
harping on one side of it. That's what you're doing right now. You're
No, I'm
harping on.
not.
You are because I
I'm
just said I
not.
agree. You are because I agreed to both sides of it. I said yes, people do that, but let's focus. Let's also focus on the other end where that's needed. Right? We both agreed to it.
Where what's needed?
Where
What,
spiritual
because
language is needed, where a person needs to be pushed.
well,
I don't think
the
she's
only
harping on
point
one
that
side.
I'm
Go
making,
ahead.
right?
Go
No, no,
ahead.
no. Listen to what I'm
I'm not.
saying.
Hold on, let me finish real quick.
Go
The
ahead.
point that I was making was people use spiritual language to avoid accountability, and that hides real problems. You never get to the root of it. That was my only
Did
point.
I disagree with you?
No, but I'm
I
just
agreed
trying
with
to
you, right?
figure
But
out
you,
like where it's
this is your
going.
this is your fourth time saying that same thing, and you could say it 10 more times.
What do you
This is your.
mean?
I'm
You
gonna say
you
it again.
say the same
I'm
things too
I'm
sometimes,
gonna
but
say it again. I've
respectfully.
only said the same thing to you because you said the same thing. What I said that our job is to give both ends of it, not just one. We give both ends.
I don't think
Hold on.
I think we keep missing each other.
I'm not
I think
missing
you're
you.
missing
I
both
I'm
think
things.
y'all
saying
are
to
giving
you,
both ends.
I'm saying to you, I understand your point
Mm-hmm.
that some people are emotionally not available in the moment, so they'll give you a scripture and leave it there.
Right.
I agreed with you. So I'm gonna say it again. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
At times, there are times when people need to be pushed because they stay in that emotionality roller coaster for years. And there's nobody there to push them to say, yo, my man, you got to get up now, dog. You've been
I
here for
think that's
6
a
years.
different conversation, though.
It's the same conversation. It's relative. Let me say that. It's relative. Not the same, but it's relative. Because if a person keeps saying, I've been going through this and I've been going through this and I've been going through that, and I'm listening to you for 8 months on it,
Hey, Zone, good to see you.
right? And I'm
But we're
listening to
talking
you.
about something completely different, is what
How
I'm saying.
so? I'm saying to you
Because
that
my only point was okay, the original point was I was talking about how God never intended for faith to replace human responsibility,
I agreed with you.
right?
Hmm.
So that's where we started. And
Hmm.
then I went into how people use spiritual language to avoid accountability and responsibility. And that's how a lot of, situations remain the same.
And
It
then
can
I gave you the
hide
flip
real
side to that.
issues.
Then I gave you the flip side to it, right? So if I give you one side of something, And you come in and you say, I see that point, Bolo, you right. But let me give you this side too. And I say to you, that's a good point, Mo. I can see that too. There's no need for me to reiterate my point. If we both
So you saying
conceded,
I shouldn't have said what I said again?
what I'm saying is because it sounds like it's a rebut. That's what it sounds like. Because if I say to you 2 plus 2 is 4, and you come back and say 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 4, we're both right. And then I come back and go, but 2 plus 2 is 4. Then you're going to say, Bola, I understand 2 plus 2 is 4. But 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 4 too. I understand what you're saying, Mo, but 2 plus 2 is 4. Opposed to just saying we're both right? We're giving both ends or opposite sides of the spectrum. Neither of us is wrong. So there's no need for me to keep reiterating my position because we both understand each other's position. Your position is not wrong because people do that. They're lazy. They do that. However, on the other side, there are times when you need to do that, where you need to have spiritual talk to heal
That's
that
where
person.
we keep missing each other because I said people use spiritual language to cover up real issues
And I said, I agree.
and to not take accountability. And you said there were times when we need that. There are never times when we need that.
There are times when you need to give. There are times when sometimes a person just don't want to hear what you have to say, so you have to give them scripture.
I'm talking about people who use it to.
And I'm saying to you, I agree with you, Mo. There are people that use the word because they are lazy enough not to emotionally get involved in that situation. I agree with you. Okay. I'm telling you the other side of it, that there are times that sometimes you just don't want to hear me. So I'm going to give you the word. There are plenty of times. That's the only point that I'm making.
Right, but the only point I'm making is when you say there are times when we need that, right? If I'm saying that people use spiritual language to cover up accountability,
right?
And then you come behind me and say there are times when we need that, I just believe that we keep missing each other because there are not times when we need to just use spiritual language to cover up whatever.
But see, that's the interpretation of the person.
Of course,
that's the interpretation of the person that's thinking
I'm
that
talking
that person.
about people spiritual manipulation.
I got you, and I agree with you.
That's the only thing I'm speaking towards.
I agree with you. What I'm saying to you is the person that is trying to be understood, right? That person that is trying to be understood, person A talking to person B. Person B doesn't want to, he does not, or she does not want to really get emotionally involved in this, so he'll throw a scripture so that they don't have to get involved in it. That's what you're talking about. What I'm saying is there are times when people don't want to hear what I have to say. There are times when I have conversations with people and you will tell them something and they will argue with you. So you know what you do? Cool. Let's just go to the scriptures because you can't argue with God, right? You can't argue with God. So God just said this, and you know what they do? They shut up because now it's not me saying it. You heard Bolo saying it. But now when I paraphrase the scripture, you wanted to give me pushback. Not saying you, I'm just saying in general, in a hypothetical example.
Different, but I get what you're saying. You're making a completely different point, but I do agree with that.
Okay.
Hey, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes they wouldn't even want to hear the scripture from you because it's also coming from you. Sometimes you got to show them somebody else showing them that same scripture.
Absolutely. That happens at times. At times, that's why when you look at my channel, it's not just me giving the word, because sometimes I may not resonate with you. How many times have you been in a situation where someone told you something, you just didn't understand it, and someone else tell you the same thing and you got it, and you say, yo, hold on 1 second, man. I said the same thing. A lot of the times, if we're at opposition, if it's Harwin and Bolo we're having a contentious conversation.
Yeah.
Right now, we're not trying to hear each other because we're trying to prove each other's point. But Scam can come in and say the same thing Harwin said to Bolo, and I understand it because it wasn't Harwin that said it.
Exactly.
Because you know what I'm saying? Because my antennas ain't up with Scam. We had this conversation with Von Erich. I forget what Mo said. She said some point, and we started going into it. And for about 45 minutes, we're talking. And then when Mo said something, he's like, yeah, that's what it is. I said, brother, I said that 45 minutes ago. No, you didn't. Mo said, yes, he did. Well, you should have said it better. I was like, brother, you know what? I don't even want to have the conversation with you no more.
Exactly. He just didn't
I don't even want to have the conversation with you no more.
Even though he did hear what you said.
Right.
But he got a personal issue with you.
In that moment, because I don't think he don't know me personally to have a person.
Whatever that moment is.
Correct. So that's what the situation was. And it's 45 minutes to an hour later. And I'm like, yo, my dude, I said this to you 5 different ways. But because I said it and you have a contentious thing with me right now, you didn't understand what I was trying to say. But she says it and you get it. And I don't got a problem. I don't care where you get the information from. I don't care. You can get it from a bird, a dog, a cat, a worm, as long as you get it, dog. That's all I care about. As long as you get the knowledge, that's all that I worry about. However, if we're in the conversation, in the moment, I am going to say, dog, I said this to you 45 minutes ago. Why is it that you didn't get it? And if I don't get an answer, it's like when OJ Speed was up here. I gave him every answer that I can give him when he said, why did God make the devil and the devil's such and such? I gave him every answer, went to scripture. He still questioned. My next statement was, brother, I don't know what to give you no more. I gave you physically and spiritually everything that the Lord gave me in the moment.
That was honest.
You know, obviously you don't want to hear it from me, or the spirit ain't working through me for you to get it. Maybe someone else might give you the same scriptures and you get it. That's possible. That is possible.
Or he always thought that there was never an answer for it in the Bible anyway.
It could be that too.
What you was answering him, he was like, nah, that's not really it. I want you to see that I'm showing you that this is a contradiction.
Absolutely. It can be that too. You know, but we didn't have enough time because I think there were like 6 people on the panel. So, you know, there wasn't that much time to really go into it as extensively as I would have liked to. So, you know,
I wasn't there for it either. I'm just going off what you're saying.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You know, and maybe that was.
I think you were here.
No, I think that was a different time.
Oh,
that was a different time. Right. That was a different time.
Yeah, that was the conversation he said when I was here, when he said something.
Right. He brought that back. He brought a turnaround back when Harwin was here. But the first time he said it, he wasn't here. I know Scam was here, 84 was here. You were here.
I somewhat have the same question, and I don't get the answer either. No matter
what do you mean you don't get the answer?
No matter how you put it,
right?
A form of that question, I don't get it either.
What do you mean?
That's the question that I have to ask when I get up there.
What do you mean?
God, why would you create somebody that's going to hell? Why did
you went out? You went out, Scam. Damn, it's getting good too. Scam.
Come out, go out, come back in. Damn, if you can hear us, go out, come back in, because I got an answer for you, my boy.
Scam, why did you do that?
Scam, you gonna need to come back in, man. There you go.
I don't know if somebody can answer that question for me either.
Brother, we didn't hear nothing you said.
I do not believe anything, but
Scam, we couldn't hear nothing you said, bro. Please say it again.
Yeah, we couldn't hear anything you said.
My mic cut out?
Yeah. Absolutely it did.
Oh, man.
All we see is your face smiling, bro.
But you here now. Ask the question again.
Part of Jay Speed's question, because me and him talk all the time offline. Why would you create the devil or any form of, why are you creating people that you knew were going to hell and watching it happen? I can't answer that question. If somebody gave me that answer, I don't know if there's something that I can receive to answer that question. I have to get that answer when I get up there, me, myself.
Well, Harwin said he got an answer.
Oh, so you're accepting that no matter what nobody say, you're not going to accept until you get up there. Is that what you're saying?
It just doesn't make sense.
Because you already
nothing that you can say.
But you came and see, then there's nothing. Then when you take that position, then it's a disingenuous question.
Well, it's almost nothing you can say. Maybe
Okay.
there's something
But it's already
that you can click,
but
You're
scam.
saying there's a chance.
Scam. But you set the precedent that there's nothing that anybody can tell you that's going to give you the answer. You set that precedent when you said, man, there's almost nothing anyone can say. What do you mean there's almost nothing anybody can say?
Right.
So you set the precedent already. So why would I even jump into that pool when you're telling me no one has ever gotten out of that pool? I ain't jumping in it. You telling me that 100% of the people died in that pool? I'm good, dog. I'm not going to be the 101st. So when, again, listening is an art. We have to listen. So when a person says something like that, and that's their stance. Now, again, I'm a stubborn dude. I'm gonna try to answer the question anyway. However, I already got an 8-ton boulder on my back trying to go up the steep hill. Why? Because you set the standard. You set it up that way. When you say, no one can answer this question, I'm gonna have to go to heaven and have God answer me. What?
Right. Hey, Scam.
Yeah.
You know how we experience time in a linear sense? Like right now, as I'm talking to you, the clock is ticking. It's going tick tock, all the way to 60 seconds, and that'll be 1 minute, and so forth and so forth. And we're experiencing that in a linear time as time is moving forward, right? Okay. You think God experiencing time like that?
I don't think possibly, but I don't think it would matter to God. If your life is eternal, what is time doesn't matter.
So
that's why I asked that question.
You contradict the answer.
Right. That would mean that he's not experiencing time in that linear fashion only. He can perceive it in that time because he understands how we're experiencing it. But he himself is experiencing all these things at the exact same time.
I don't get it.
Let me ask you a question.
That's a good.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Scam. If I told you a man jumped on a plane to go stab a 6-year-old girl in the heart, what would you say about that person?
They need to be sniped.
He needs to be sniped.
Snipe him and keep the girl.
Okay, cool. Okay. If I told you that man was a doctor who jumped on his plane from his money and flew over to that foreign country where that little girl couldn't afford it to operate on her chest, what would you say?
Good job.
So what's the difference?
Intentions. One's homicide, one's taking a life.
It's the same guy. It's the information you got.
Right. As it was the perception and information.
That's the point.
One is going to commit a homicide.
It was the same dude, the same guy. I just left out a whole bunch of information out of it.
The implied message.
Correct. When I gave you all of the information, it gave you a different picture. That's the point. You're that person that's looking at it from the guy flew over to stab the girl in the heart. When you make the statement that only God can answer this question or something similar to that, I have to go to heaven to get that answer. Even in the statement that you made, your answer to Horan's question, does he experience time the same way we do? You said yes, and then said, nah, I don't think so.
Right.
Even in that, it's the contradiction. We need to think before we answer. I know in our minds, we're figuring out the question, but we need to take our time. Take all the time you need in the world to answer the question. We're not in a rush.
Well, the answer would be no, God doesn't experience time.
There you go.
Right. So now can we build on that? Now that you know that he don't.
Now, when you sit there, God doesn't look at evil the way you look at evil. He doesn't experience it the same. He doesn't look at it the way you look at it.
Okay.
So
what do you get? Okay, go ahead.
So you have to understand you're looking at it from a creator's, well, we're trying to look at it from a creator's standpoint that sees it all, that understands it all. We have a snippet. We have a snippet of it. Do
You
we
can't
have
see
a
the forest from the trees.
right? Do we have an understanding to a certain extent? Yes. But the deepness of it, we don't.
Right. That's
Why
true.
do you do this, Lord? I understand that you did this, but why? Dogs, focus on loving your brother, man. This is why Christ told the Pharisees and Sadducees, you want me to give you heavenly things and earthly
And you
things
don't
you don't
understand earthly
understand.
things.
My God. That's
You don't understand how to deal with each other. You don't understand how to help your brother, but you want me to tell you what's going on in the cosmos? Man, go scratch your behind, man. Get away from me. Get out of here. That's the point. So we're worried about the devil, and why did he create the devil? I think that's a question that we really don't need to ask. The question we need to ask is, how do we start to love each other? How do we get our communities back? How do we become an example to these young men that don't have an example? How do we become that example to that young lady that don't have an example? How do we do all these things? We're worried about too much stuff that isn't participant to us. And I'll land here. When we read the last 4 chapters of Job, God steps on the scene and talks to Job about space, what we call space. Job didn't know nothing about space. So you know what God did? He got closer to Job. He said, okay, let's talk about the animals you know. Do you know what the eagle does when you don't see him? Do you know what the bear does? He said, no. I said, okay, cool. You see the behemoth? That big animal that you guys are afraid of that don't worry about you? When I pull up on it, it purrs. You see the Leviathan? It plays with me like a cat. So what I'm trying to explain to you is there are things that you don't understand and can't comprehend. The things that you do, worry about that. Understand that I got this. Just know that if I'm for you, who could be against you? Know that I'm always with you. Know that I love you. Understand that what I put you through is not to hurt you. Jeremiah 29:11. It's to teach you perseverance. It's to give you a lesson. If you don't understand that if I don't put you through those push-ups, then you would have never known you can do those push-ups. That's just how it is. If you don't push yourself, then you're not going to ever know that you can be pushed. This is why these young men and young women now are so quick to self-delete, because the perseverance ain't there. When we say as parents, we want to give our children a better life, what was so bad about the life our parents gave us? We used to drink water from the damn fire hydrant when it was brown. We used to ride the bike and bust our face with no helmet on. And you know what our parents said? Let them play, man. Today, we want to put our kids, encapsulate them in rubber. So then they don't have no perseverance. We rob them of that perseverance. This is why when your baby is trying to walk and take that third step, you let them try and take that third step. Because if you rob them of it, the neural connections that they needed to get to the 4th step is taken. I land.
Bolo,
Yes, sir.
Good.
Did that answer your question?
You want the truth?
Don't lie.
I don't want nothing but the
You want the truth?
Don't lie.
I don't want nothing but the truth. I wouldn't even have asked the question.
I'll start with the pro. The pro is this. Because not knowing the answer didn't stop me from believing in God, because I see the work that he does. I believe in God and I believe in Jesus. And I know today is today, tomorrow is tomorrow. I got to do what I got to do. That I do know. The answer to the question, you said, don't worry about it.
I didn't know. That was not the answer. See, that wasn't. I gave you the answer and then told you don't worry about it. The fullness of the answer that you want, we're never going to get. The fullness of it.
That's why I'm saying I'm going to ask when I get up there, because I want the answer.
No, listen to what I'm saying. The fullness of the answer, the fullness of it. But the Lord gives us enough to understand who the enemy is and what he is and why he's here. His job is to tempt you. His job is to pull out of you what you don't think you have in you. That's his job. Nothing more, nothing less. His job is to accuse you.
Still, why did you create this monster?
Because God is not an author of confusion. He can't have angels doing wickedness. Angels do good. Demons do bad. You can't have both doing the same thing. You can't have the archangel Michael, as an angel doing righteousness and then turns around and does evil. Doesn't work that way. There's a left hand and a right hand.
Well, yeah, it's a realm of opposites. But
I'm just saying.
I just answered you. When you deal with the Lord, he deals with balance. 360 degrees of information, 360 degrees of righteousness. If you do not know evil and you only know good, you are not balanced. This is why the Lord tells you, this is why the Lord says that we will
man
judge.
has become like one of us to know good from evil. In the book of Genesis 3.
This is why the Lord says that we shall judge angels. Those that make it will judge angels. How do you judge something that's 10,000 times brighter than the sun? You know why? They don't know evil. That's why the Lord said, let us make man in our image. What's our image? 360 degrees of righteousness. We know both left and right.
And you got to give him the 180 to the 180 before you get to the 360, boy.
Well, you know. You got to know the left and you got to know the right. If you don't know death, you don't appreciate life. If you don't know darkness, you don't appreciate light. You know that.
That wire is still out there. I'm not getting it.
All right.
I would like to kick at it.
Okay.
I have to curate 8-year-olds are going to burn in abandoned buildings for other 12-year-olds to say that God is hurt. Like
You're asking questions, but you're asking questions you're asking questions above your pay grade. There's certain things that we leave in the hands of the Lord, my G.
Well, can I ask him when I get up there?
Absolutely, you can. No one is saying
maybe we can be on the same level. Or not on the same level,
but here's the problem with that question. It leaves an opening for doubt for the enemy to come in through the back door.
No, if I'm dead and I'm in heaven, the enemy ain't coming up there.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, but John 8:32 says he shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. So at some point you're going to know.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, why?
I understand you want to know, but there's certain things, right, that you have to understand and say, I know that the Lord is righteous and I know he's just. Okay. I don't understand why that happened, but I know he did it for a just reason. I don't understand why. I don't have the answer to that, but I know his character. I know his sovereignty. I know who he is and what he says he is. So I know that. So what I'll do is I'll table that. When I leave it open and say, I want to know why he created people just for them to die. Understand that you're leaving a doorway open.
No, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Just like there's things that you or Mola, there's ways y'all run your channels. There's the way E-Man does his arguments on dust panels. The way Von Bryant speaks. Sometimes like, man, why he do that? Why he say? But then somebody can ask me, Scam, why do you dust? And sometimes it doesn't make sense, but it's a senseless thing and it just has to be done. But if somebody just has a question like, Scam, really, bruh? I could understand why they have the question.
No, I don't think it's a bad question. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a bad question.
Right. But it's not like I'm an unsubscribe or I'm going over.
No. That's not.
If you can't explain the devil, I'm going over to Judah.
That's not the perspective. Hebrew. That's not the perspective I'm coming from. The perspective I'm coming from is, every hacker leaves a back way into a computer that they built. Every hacker. The devil will plant something 15 years ago and come revisit it 15 years later. He's that patient, dog. He's not in a rush.
Yes, he is.
So the point that I'm trying to make to you is, it's like the question you asked in Harwin Court, right? When you say, why did God make the devil? No one can answer that question. I'm going to have to wait for him to answer it. And what did he say? He said, then, dogs, it make no sense for me to even attempt to answer the question because of the statement you made. Sometimes we make these statements subconsciously and subliminally and don't understand what we're saying. We just say it arbitrarily. We just say it. So when we say, I just want to know why God would create a baby, and listen to what you said. He would create a baby, a 5-year-old or 8-year-old baby, and leave him in a fire and let the fire burn him.
My God.
Listen to what you just said. The intent that I'm hearing when you say that is something is wrong.
Yeah, a burn. A
That's
kid got
that's my
rotisserie.
that's
That
my
is
point.
wrong.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe God is righteous?
Yeah,
Damn. Okay. Do you believe that do you believe that he's a justifiable God?
yeah,
Okay. So then the way you pose that question for you, not for me, for you is what I'm saying to you is where the back door is open. Because when I describe it like that, I got a problem when I describe it like that. Why would he take an 8-year-old and let him burn and his skin singe off him and do such and whatever? Now, you didn't say all of that, but you said a few of them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
it's still exactly as asked. Like, I honestly don't want God's position. I'm not filling out that application. Well, I don't know, because then actually I get to create everything, so I can change everything about me from the gate. So maybe, but
Go ahead.
but yeah, because then I can put in the cheat codes. But I don't want Jesus's position. I'll put it that way. I ain't built for that.
So
It's not like it's a criticism or but it's just a like why like this?
I had those moments too,
We
Scam. I
all
ain't
do.
gonna
I
lie.
do
Like some
too.
years ago, I was like, why the heck was I born into such a war of evil and good? Why is this happening? But I eventually just made peace, knowing that my perspective is limited. I'll never understand everything. Once I made peace with that, I was okay. But I do believe in seeking deeper, you know? I believe that we should gain as much knowledge as possible, but don't drive yourself crazy, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Listen, if he ever
I'm not
answers
in
that
doubt.
question,
I'm not in question. I know God's done enough to show me He's real. Jesus too. I know who they are.
Absolutely.
if
But
he ever answers
that's
that question for you, please tell me.
I
yeah.
think
I
Harlan
just got
wanted
some questions.
to answer too, though. Didn't you, Harlan?
Say that again.
You wanted to respond to Scam's question, and then I know Vaughn and E want to say something too.
Oh yeah, I think the answer to that question lies into the golden rule. It says, "Do unto others, you want to do unto yourself."
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think that everything that we see in the world or the universe or whatever word you want to use, whatever makes you feel comfortable, nature, whatever. I think the illusion of separatism from the Most High is what make us think that these things aren't happening. All that is in righteousness. This what I mean by that is this. Why do y'all? I'm gonna ask Scam. Scam. Why do you think the Most High says, "Do unto others you want to do unto yourself"?
Um, a form of being Christ-like. How we're supposed to treat each other and treat other people the way Christ treats us.
But
Make the
why?
world better.
I just came to say, hey, I
What's
think
up?
it's gonna be a while before it
Hey,
get to me.
E.
So I just tell y'all guys, hey, and I appreciate y'all for
Don't
letting.
leave, E. I gotta show you something. Don't leave, E.
Oh,
I
I
gotta show
thought he
It's
had to
just I
answer the
don't.
question.
Yeah, I don't. I just gonna be a while. I know temperatures of panels. It's gonna be a minute. So
Nah, either man, you might got to answer the question. What you got?
well,
What's the magic word?
it is an answer to the question, but most people won't accept it.
I might be one of them.
Let me brace
Uh,
myself. Go ahead.
well, God did not create the devil. He created Lucifer. Lucifer just had the ability to become the devil. When he created everything that God created is good. He only produced good. But just because it becomes bad, we say, well, he must have created the bad. He created marijuana. He didn't mean for it to be converted inside this earth to be negative. He created a whole bunch of things, right? So what people don't understand is people ask that question, why did he create what it became? And that wasn't his original creation.
You sure? What about Genesis 3:22?
Yeah, I don't know about that. He created it.
Look,
Well, he
Genesis
created.
3,
Something
yeah,
else.
God created all things. There's nothing he
But
didn't
in
create.
his
No,
original form, I get what he's saying, being
I
the
get what he's saying, but peep game. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil.
Mhm.
That means
right.
evil has to be there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that this is what Bolo was explaining when he was talking about the 360 degrees, the right and left. Bolo, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm interpreting you
Ah,
correctly.
you ain't wrong. You
No,
ain't wrong.
let me help you out understand what I'm saying. So, God,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I I created my child, even if I did not intend for them to be bad,
Okay.
right?
No, I get that, bro. I get that.
So he
What I'm
didn't create
saying
the
is,
bad. What I'm trying to tell you is he didn't create the bad. He created good that was turned bad. That's the difference.
I'm saying that's a contradiction. Good
It's
and bad
not.
is opposite. It is good and bad is opposite ends of the pole, like hot and cold.
So
They are, they are, they are, they are one and the same because you can use fire to burn down someone's house. You can use that same fire to warm your home to keep the baby warm.
Mhm.
So
I think you. So
I
that the
understand, Edie man. I get what you're saying, bro. Like you're saying that he created something perfect, but he gave it free will and it did what it wanted to do and went against what he wanted it to do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
so that
I would
means that I
argue,
didn't create it.
no, that does
Okay.
listen. I'm showing you that I understand what you're saying. Now, can you understand what I'm saying?
Whew, I'm getting more lost.
Is that fair? No, I'm asking you, is that fair?
You're asking me or Eat Man?
No, I was talking to Edie man.
He's
Somebody,
asking me. Sure, I was letting you finish. I was gonna
Oh
let you
no,
have it. Bro.
I was having dialogue with you. I thought you maybe you broke up or something. That's why I said, is that fair?
That's fair. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, so I get what you're saying, and I truly do. What I'm saying is this: the Most High created all things.
Mhm.
Those things have opposite spectrums on the pole. Let's just say you got a pole. Y'all. I like kung fu. Y'all know y'all know who Donatello is from the Ninja Turtles.
Mhm.
yes.
All right, his staff is a bow staff. That staff got two ends on it. God created the staff, and the staff got two poles on it. One pole is good, one pole is evil. God knew what evil was, which is why he said in Genesis 3:22, and you will become a God to know each side of the pole. You can't become like God if you don't know what each side of the pole is. He created that pole. Then he gave you free will. Now he said, I'm gonna let you play in that yard, like Bola was saying, and let you figure out how that's gonna make you feel, how that's gonna make you be. What you gonna learn from that? Because that same thing you saying he didn't create, he did create it because he wanted you to learn from it. And man has become like one of us, knowing good from evil. Now, why is that important? Because in Psalms 82:6, I mentioned this to Bolo the other time. God called you a God literally, but he said you will die like men. Why will you die? In Genesis chapter 4, we see them, well, Genesis chapter 3, I'm sorry. We see them spiritually die. Now, the devil, I'm sorry, Nakash, the serpent, told Eve a truth. He told her, after she said, no, we're not supposed to eat of this. He said, no, but you will not die. You will not surely die, but you will become like one of them, knowing good from evil. Guess what? Let me say, God confirmed what he said was kind of true in Genesis 3:22. When
No, it
he
was a
said
lie. He
it
lied
wasn't
to
a
her.
lie. Listen, it
Okay.
didn't. No. That wasn't the lie. Because in Genesis 3:22, the Most High confirmed it wasn't a lie. He said, look, in God, man has become like one of us, knowing good from evil. Now, do you think the Most High knew that the serpent was going to do that all the time or didn't know?
I think he knew, but they still had choice, right? So
Absolutely.
hold on. So the
So the
point.
Most High,
Oh,
I just
okay. I
wanted you
thought
to
we
answer
was
that part.
having a back and forth. We're not. You really lecturing. It's not a back and forth.
Now, because I had let Bolo go, then he was letting me go, but you
That's
got
why
it.
I said y'all can have it. I appreciate you having me more love. But like I'm saying, is the idea of what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but it says that the serpent deceived her. He
Right.
lied. He
Right.
lied. Like it wasn't the truth. He lied to her.
I didn't say he didn't lie. I said that wasn't the lie.
Okay.
I
All
So,
right.
agree
So
with the lie.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the
The
thing.
deception was when he told her
Right.
that you shall not surely die.
Right.
But the truth was when he said that you become like one of them, one knowing good from evil.
Correct.
So I
but
said that.
that's
I don't think you caught me when I said that.
no,
I'm
but
not
that's
saying,
what the devil do. The devil mix a little bit of truth in the lie.
but
But
what
if
I'm
you
Okay.
saying
take the
is the
whole
Most High.
statement,
So
go ahead.
Harwin, let's go here, Harwin. Let's go here. Let's go here. Isaiah 45, verse 6 and 7. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the east that there is none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. So we know it's him talking. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Yeah, he created evil. So
Now we know that in that he's talking Ra, which means calamity.
yeah, right.
So
To be disagreed.
he's telling you, I create that. The same way he did with the
That's the
same
same
way he
rod
did,
in Genesis 3.
correct. The same way he did with Joseph.
So you got
I put Joseph in that situation for him to be sold into slavery. And for
Joseph
him
put
to
him.
be
Go
huh?
ahead.
I'm the one that
Joseph,
put Joseph. The Lord is the one that put Joseph in that situation. Is that true or
Joseph
not?
put himself in that.
So Joseph put himself into being sold into slavery and being accused of rape. Joseph put
Yeah.
himself in this situation.
Yes, he did.
How did
When
he
he
do that?
went,
How?
I'm
How
about
did
to
he do that?
explain it. I can explain it to you.
Right.
Okay, go
When
ahead.
when God revealed the dream to him, and he
Right.
went to go tell his brothers the dream that he was going to rule over him, he put himself in that situation.
No,
Okay, y'all
Nah.
don't have to accept it,
No,
but
no.
I'm
What I'm
just
saying to you is,
because it
It's not
happened
about
doesn't mean
acceptance.
that was a
It's about
situation
what
he put
happened, brother.
so
himself
then
in.
why would Joseph say,
Not with that implied meaning.
so then why would Joseph say to his brothers decades later that what you meant for evil, God meant
All
for
right,
good? Now I
something's wrong with my
understand
audio.
why he put me in this situation so that I can save my family. Why did he say that?
because what
Uh,
jo- what Joseph is what Joseph's understanding is that God allowed us to truly have freedom of choice. I know people think that we don't have freedom of choice. Stuff is just gonna happen. But even if we follow stories in the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
follow stories in the
Randy,
Bible, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just speaking of Randy. My apologies. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Edom, man.
When we follow stories in the Bible, our mouth gets us in trouble. It's usually some words that we release because remember, death and life is in the power of the tongue. So
Correct.
we go story from story to story.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, man had to release words, and when he released those words, he had to reap the words that he had already sold into the earth. A good example of this is when we go back into the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
What's his
Whoa.
name? What's his name? The one who whole family got killed. Um,
Oh, you talking
Oh,
about
Joseph.
Joseph.
you talking about the one that stole?
No, the one his whole family they said that he was a good servant, and God
Job?
asked
You talk about
Job.
Joseph.
Job, yeah,
You talk
Job.
about
Job. I'm
Joseph.
sorry.
Okay.
Even Job, if most people want to stop and then want to read farther in the Job story, he said, God, teach me where I have misspoke. I have spoken
Right.
error, right?
Right.
So a lot of what we don't understand is when we release words into the earth, this is why words are so powerful. Those words also give the devil power. Our words.
Edom, man,
Correct.
can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What's the word in John 1:1?
And John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God.
There
Right?
you go. So when I exactly. So when we go back, when you this scientists argue over this right now, they call it determinism. It's just a fancy way to say that they don't want to believe in God. But rock with me. That word, I agree that word creates reality. But when I was saying that it's an illusion of separatism that we're away from the Most High when we in this flesh, would you agree that the flesh is not real for real? It's an illusion.
No, the flesh is definitely real. You believe our flesh is not real?
No, what I mean by that is, I mean it's not. What's the way for me to put it for you to understand?
I get it. I get what you're saying.
I don't. What do you mean it's not
Okay.
real?
Meaning that
In
it's not
spirit.
something that's eternal.
No, it's not eternal, but it is real.
Okay.
Being
Yeah,
eternal and real is two different things.
I understand why you believe that. I got you.
You were making a point, Harlan. Go ahead and finish your point.
Yeah, my point is that the ultimate reality is the Most High. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so in Psalms 82:6, when he said you are Elohim, the same word Elohim is used in Genesis 1:1. The same one is used in Genesis 3:22. But in Psalms 82:6, there's a caveat people like to skip when it says you will die like men. That is the flesh, right?
Yes, the flesh is real because it can
I'm
die.
not sure. Right, I got you. I got you. In Genesis 3, were they talking about a spiritual death or a physical?
They're talking about a physical death, but just because something can die doesn't
Wait,
mean
wait,
that it's
wait,
not
wait.
real.
If Genesis 3:22 was talking about a physical death, why didn't Eve die?
She did die.
She didn't die physically.
She did die physically. It just
That
happened
day?
later. No,
No,
he
no,
didn't
no,
say
no,
you
no,
will die
no.
this day.
Yes, he
That's not
did.
what
He
the.
said, "The day thereof you shall surely die." That's the exact words in English. It says. Now we can go to the Hebrew, and it might say something different. But the English says, "In that day thereof, thereof, you shall surely die." You want to pull up the verse?
No, I'm not trying to go back and forth about
No,
verses.
we're not going
But
back
hold
and
on,
forth.
because
I'm just saying just to confirm what I'm saying is accurate, and I'm not making that up.
no,
I
when he
think that's
said you
fair.
surely die, you so God is no time in heaven, right?
No, no, no,
So
no.
hold on.
I agree, but we talk
Well,
about
you
the
gotta let
flesh.
me
Though. I just
respond.
agree that the flesh is not something real, but we talk about the flesh right now. So if we're speaking on the flesh, we got to keep it that way. Did she die that day?
No, but the Bible don't say she's gonna die that day.
But I
He
just said
said,
it does
sure.
say that. That's why I asked you, brother. Do you want me to go read the verse to show you that it says that?
If you want to, brother.
It's not
So
about me
hold on,
wanting. It's that you don't think that it
you,
say that. So
you got to understand what I'm saying. So time doesn't exist in heaven, right?
but this is not in
Hold
heaven.
on.
This is in the garden.
No, hold on. Okay. All right, brother.
No, I
All
mean, is it
right.
not?
I'm telling you, when God says something, he's not limited to time. So he says that
I
you surely
agree.
die. That death can be instant in heaven, but it manifests in the earth in time.
That's why I asked you. Was it? That's why I asked you. Was it a physical death or was it spiritual? You
It
said
was
physical,
a physical death too. She died.
but she didn't die that day, brother.
Okay.
I think we missing each other. It was both. It was a spiritual
It-
death and a physical death. A
no,
spiritual death
both of them. I agree that it was both, but what I'm saying is she didn't die that day.
no, she
She
didn't. He's
eventually,
talking
she
about
eventually died.
right, but
All right.
I think that what where y'all missing each other is that it
Wait,
was
wait, let me read this verse to him, Bolo, because he think I'm making this up. This is Genesis 2:17. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of, for in the day that thou eatest, thou shalt surely die.
right.
Did not say you said that?
But we know that the scripture, but we know the scripture isn't saying that if you eat of the fruit that day that I ate, if I ate of it on June 10th, I'm not going to die June 10th. Because remember, the glory of the Lord still had to be separated from man. This is why man took so long to die. This is why
I
you had
don't disagree.
Methuselah and you had Noah and you had all these cats living to 500, 600 years old until the glory of him was taken away, and it happened in time. But I see the point that you're trying to make. But what Edomman is trying to say is he said that you shall surely die that day. He wasn't speaking specifically. Soon as you eat it, you die.
Yeah, what he
Okay.
was saying is that
Well, we
that's
disagree.
when hold on. So the point that I'm making is Eve did not have an expiration date, right? Once she took of the fruit, then she had an expiration date saying that she could die.
No,
She
that
could
she
not,
would not could, she would die.
she would die.
No,
Okay,
no,
she
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 said she
would.
would.
Yes, she would. So what I'm saying is before she ate of the, I don't even think that humans was designed to
No,
die. We were
no.
supposed to, so
She was
we
immortal. She was
she
immortal.
she was immortal, and
Correct.
then when he literally when she took of the fruit, then death was inevitable. It was gonna happen. So
Yeah, but
that's what he was saying. He didn't say as soon as you take the fruit, you're gonna die today.
let
That's
me
not
ask you
how
a
it
question. Let
translates.
me ask you a question. Okay. Why do you think God allowed it?
I think freedom of will. I think
Why
we have choice.
I understand that. I got that. Why do you think he allowed it? I understand freedom of will. I got you. Why did he allow it?
Because
He could have stopped it, right?
yeah, he could have stopped it,
Why
but
did
I
he allow
believe
it?
because God wanted to give us freedom of will to choose.
I got you. But why?
But why
You
though?
understand? I'm asking you, but why?
The reason why
Yes,
he
yes,
wanted to have it is
right.
because he wanted us to have freedom of will. I'm like, because that is the
We
why.
already had free will.
Because no, we
No,
did not.
the reason why is not, it's not, that's not the reason why. We understand that he gave us the reason why is so that man can be made in the image of God.
That was
That's
my point, Bolo.
That's why. To be
That was my
made,
whole point.
because angels are made by Christ. Angels are made, but they're not made in the image of Christ. We're
They were not
different
made
than
in the
them.
image.
We're different than them, you know. We're
Yes.
not the same. So why are we made in the image of Christ, but the angels are not? And they're 10,000 times brighter than the sun, the scripture says. They're pure light. They do no wrong. You got cherubim and seraphim that sit with the Lord, that are closer to God than the archangel Michael. We're going to judge them all. We're going to judge them all. How the hell is that supposed to happen? How is a
You
regular
have to
dude?
become like God. So when he said man has become like one of us, that's what he's saying.
That's what he's talking about. You
That's a
have
literal
to
statement.
Well,
So
the reason.
how could they be immortal before that when he haven't become like that yet?
No, they were
Hold on.
immortal, but
They was immortal when
That's
he
what me and
made
Bolo
them.
Right.
Look, listen, me and Bolo agree on the premise, but we disagree on that point. I'm not going to stick on that point. We disagree
So
on.
hold
We can
on.
go to
They
the,
became immortal. They
hold
was
on.
immortal when he created them. When he took a piece of his spirit and made man and woman, they was
Right.
immortal at that point. They was
Yeah,
immortal
what verse say that?
before.
What verse say that?
Hold on. Okay, brother.
They were
No,
immortal.
that's a fair question.
The difference is they were immortal, but the difference was, you got to understand they were immortal. Okay. But they were going through the process of being made in the image of God. And the image of God is to know both left and right.
That's my point.
I get
That's
that, but hold on.
The
Hold on.
soul was immortal, not the flesh.
No. He made the spirit first.
right.
Before the spirit was always immortal. That's what I keep trying to help you
That's
out.
what I said. No, that's
Hold
what
on,
I said.
no, wait,
That was my point.
brother. You just gotta let me get my point out,
One
brother.
at a
Then
time.
you
One
can
at a time.
respond.
Go ahead,
So,
E.
so he said, let's make man in our image and after our likeness, so they can have dominion over the earth. When he made their spirit, remember this is before the body, they was immortal creatures right then and there,
Right.
right?
No, he
And
didn't make their spirit right there. He blew his breath into their nostrils. They became a living soul, a
but
ruach.
he
The soul
said
was
it.
already created. No, he
No,
said, let us make man in our image. The word there for man says Adama. That's talking about the earth, bro.
no, hold on, listen. When he first said, let's make man, he made man's spirit, and then they gave us another day to let us know that two different things was happening. He made his flesh the day after he made his spirit.
That's not in that verse.
Okay, let me read it to you. So hold on, let me pull it up in the Bible. I
Yeah,
think
pull
it's
that
in
up.
Genesis.
I can pull it up and show it to you on the screen. Where you want me to go, E?
I think it's Genesis 27, 3 and 27. I'm pulling it up
Three
and
and
make sure.
all right.
No, you said Genesis 3:27 or Genesis 2:7.
I
Hold on,
think
give
you
me
said,
one second.
The creation story is Genesis 1:27, and then the other one is
127. I'm sorry.
okay.
yeah.
Genesis
I know it
127.
by heart, bro. That's what we gonna
I
show
know,
you. This.
brother, but like
Hold
I'm
on, hold
trying.
on, hold on, guys. One at a time. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna get it.
Go to Genesis 1:27.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Genesis 1:27.
I can't see
And
this.
I'll,
Bolo, you got blue letter, Bolo?
huh?
You got blue letter?
Yeah, I got the blue letter
No,
Bible. You want me to
Go
pull
to
it
the
up?
blue letter. Yeah, pull it in the
no,
blue letter.
do the King. It's
The
my
blue letter
The
is
verse.
King
the
James. Blue
blue
letter
letter.
is
Yeah,
on
King.
the website, bro.
Hold on.
The blue letter Bible is the King James Bible.
Yeah, it is
Okay,
King James.
so we
Okay.
go to Genesis 1 and 27, right?
Hold on. Let me get it up. Hold on. Let me get it up. Got the logos. I'm looking for the blue letter. Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right. Genesis. I'm going to Genesis chapter 1, right? Genesis. All right, here we go. Let me share.
You might want to go probably to 24 to get a good context.
Yeah, I'll do that. All right, so we're in Genesis chapter 1, and we're going to start at 24. I'll read it, and then Edomman, you can break it down. All right, and it says,
Okay.
and God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beasts of the earth after his kind, and it was so. I'm going to read next.
Yep.
And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and the cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Next verse.
Yep.
And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth.
All right. So the first thing we ask is, what is God image? If we go to John 4:24, it says God is a spirit, right? So at this moment, when you talk about in Genesis, he's making man spirit.
No, sir.
Okay.
That's not what that verse says.
It does. It says, let's make him into our image. What is the image of God?
But why he didn't need to make our spirits that already existed. What he was making there is our flesh. That's not. He's not making.
No, I'm telling you, he didn't
Okay,
make the
hold on.
flesh until he went to the ground. Hold on, no, because you keep
No, no,
saying
no,
that
no,
he
no,
made
no.
the flesh.
No,
Hold on,
no.
hold on.
One at a time. Go ahead.
Hold up. Go to click on Gen 127 right there.
Gen 127. Okay.
Yes, sir. Scroll down. Now you can scroll down a little more. I'm sorry. Scroll back up. Keep going. Stop at man.
Okay. Right
Click
here.
on H. Click on H120.
H120.
Where it says Adama. It says Hadama with the prefix ha in the front, but that's cool. You see that?
It says masculine noun. The King James translations H120, the following manner: man, 480x, man, Adam, persons, common sort, hypocrite.
All right, keep going. Scroll
Man,
down.
mankind, man, human being, man, mankind, much more frequently intended sense. Adam, first man, city in Jordan Valley.
Okay, now scroll back up
Okay.
and click on the root where it says from Adam, H119.
H119. It says, translate strong, H119 is the following manner: dyed red, red, ruddy. To be red, ruddy, to be red, ruddy, dyed red, reddened, to cause, to show red, to glare, to emit redness, to redden, to grow red, to look red. Adam, to show blood, flush, or
Thank you. You can
turn
stop
rose.
right there. Brother, that's talking about flesh. That's not talking about the spirit. But it's used in a plural sense when it says Adama. This Ara Asha Adama in Genesis 1:27. That's not talking about the spirit.
Okay, this is where I think that we're getting stuck. Okay, what we're getting stuck is when we read Genesis chapter 1, right? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Okay, the Lord is telling you everything he did. Now he's going to break it down. He's giving you the whole synopsis in that verse. Now he's going to go down and tell you what he actually did in creating the heaven and the earth. So I don't believe, you guys are saying the same thing.
We're
Right?
not. I can show you.
Hold on. Listen
Okay,
to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. When God created man, right? When he created man in, I believe it was the 5th day, right? When he said, let all the creeping things come out of the water. Man came out there because he said everything. He was specific now. Now he's going into all the creeping things, all the fowls, all this, all that. He uses man later because he's going to give them dominion over the earth. Now, when he says, let us make man in our image, now we have to understand in Genesis, man was being formed in his image. Man wasn't in his image yet. Although man was immortal at that point, man wasn't in his image yet. Adam wasn't in God's image.
No, but hold on. So can I show you where he made man flesh? I can show
Absolutely.
you to you in the Bible.
What's
Genesis 2. Genesis 2. So he made something first.
You talk about
And then
Genesis
he
2:7?
hold on. Genesis 2:20. Listen, so first he made something,
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna give
And
it.
then he made something else. So he made man's spirit first, and
Right.
then the next day he went to the ground to make his flesh. These are two different things. The flesh of man was not made yet.
You said
It
Genesis
tells
chapter 2, verse 20?
Yeah,
yes.
but what he's talking about in Genesis 2:7 through 2:20. You got to start at 2:7 to get the whole picture.
I don't like you keep telling me what I'm trying to say, and I'm
Well,
telling
go
you
ahead. So what scripture? Hold
No,
on. What
because
scripture do you want me?
he talking about
that's what
2:20.
I'm saying. His mind is already made up that he's
No, I'm
right.
asking you. I'm asking you. What scripture do you
No,
want
that's
me to
the
go
word,
to?
brother. That's it.
Genesis 2:20.
Okay. And Adam gave names to all cattle.
Hold on.
Okay.
1 second. Because I don't have my Bible in front of me. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Now I got it on the screen. You don't see it?
Yeah, it's on
I
the share
can't.
screen.
I can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Damn.
I can't. I can't. It's too small.
It is kind of small.
It's small. Hold on. So first he made something in Genesis 1:27, which was man's spirit, and then he made his flesh. And when he made his flesh, it actually he's right. Go back to Genesis 2:7. I'm sorry. 2
I
and
know,
7.
bro. I was trying to help you, bro.
I
You
I
did.
got
already
you.
I
know.
did want to ask. So, Vaughn, did you want to say something? I don't think you've said anything.
No, Vaughn didn't say anything.
Yeah, no, I haven't said anything yet, but I am listening. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? I
Mhm.
believe that some things that we just only know in part, but
Correct.
when he that is perfect is come, then we'll understand it better by and by. But I do like the research, because the Bible even
Yeah, I
says,
do too.
search the scriptures,
I
study them,
All right. So
and then you think you have life. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
yeah,
enjoying the conversation so far.
yeah.
But
Click on
I
Genesis
did
2,
want to comment
2:7.
on, I
My
did
bad,
want
brother.
to, I did
hold
want
on.
to
Hold on. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I did want to actually get back to commenting on the topic that was at hand. I know you guys are going down this road, but
Oh no,
I
this still the same
certainly,
topic, brother. Keep that thought.
yeah.
All right. So Genesis 2:7. E. You want me to read it?
yes, sir.
And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Living soul.
Okay, listen. So when he went to the ground, this is why they say that we are the dirt, right?
Uh-huh.
This is when he literally made the flesh of us, right? The flesh was not made yet. He literally formed us out of the ground.
Hold on.
So
Wait,
we
wait, wait,
have
wait, wait.
two. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. So you're saying in Genesis 2:7, that's when man's flesh was created?
Correct. That's when he went to the ground and
I
created his
want.
flesh.
Okay, so what I want you to do, Bola, while he talking, click on
Yeah.
Gen 2:7 while he explaining it, and we're gonna see what the word for ground is. Keep going, Edie, man.
So it's two different creations going on. So first we know God is a spirit, right? We know that. That's what John 4:24. So he created our
For sure.
spirit and then he created our body. Our body was actually created in 2:7. That's why they said that we are, when they start talking about the seed of the word is planted inside of us because we're the ground. So I'm telling you, like, this
You
is when
sure, bro?
well, sure, go ahead, bro. If you want to talk, go ahead.
No, I said, are you sure? Because look, he's showing you the word there for Adam is ground. It's the same from the root H1119 from Genesis 1:27, which is red, because clay is red. And then he blew into the nostrils of that which he formed, and it became a living soul.
So when he went to the ground, what did he create?
He created the flesh, the Adama.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, at
No,
2:7 is
you
when he
said
created
that
the
he created the
flesh.
spirit. I said that already, but you originally said
No, I'm
that.
not. He wouldn't. God wouldn't created the flesh twice. That's what I'm telling you. The first time that he created the flesh was in 2:7. He went to the ground and made man flesh.
So why does it say Adama in 127?
I'm telling you, you said why? Because he created the spirit. He said
That don't
make
say
man.
spirit.
Hold on. I'm about to tell you. I'm telling you what the word say. The word
I'm telling you
says,
what the word says.
okay, okay, bro. Like that's what I said. I kind of
Here's
understand.
the confusion that I have is when we read Genesis chapter 1, verse 24. It's the fifth day, right?
Yes.
And God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures after his kind. He goes into cattle, creeping things, beasts of earth of all its kind. Then he goes into even going into more specific, right? He made all the beasts, cattle, and creeping thing of its kind. Then he tells you, let man. So he wasn't creating man in that day.
No,
Man wasn't there when he
no.
said.
He definitely is there.
You know, he
So
created.
why would he say? Well, why? So then, why did he say, "Let us make man in our image"? If man wasn't there,
Because he was so God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit was all there. And he
we
said,
understand that, right?
We
okay.
got you on
He
that.
said,
When we
hold
talk
on,
about
hold
man,
on. Y'all gotta at least let me land. I'll let
I'm gonna
y'all
let you
land your
land, bro. I'm
point.
just saying we got that part. Get to the man, but that's all. That's all I'm saying. No
Yeah,
disrespect.
you gotta let him. You gotta let him finish, Owen. Go ahead, E.
So it was a conversation happening. God wasn't there by himself. Jesus was there. The
Right,
Holy Spirit was there. He said,
right,
hey, let's make man, and he's talking about mankind. Let's
right.
make mankind in our image. That's the
Correct.
conversation they had. And then we asked, what was God? God was a spirit.
But
John
hold on.
4:24 tells us this, right?
Right,
So
right.
this is when he created his spirit. And he literally gave us days to understand that one thing happened on the fourth day, which when
Right.
he gave us dominion, he didn't give our flesh dominion, he gave our spirit dominion.
Now,
He put the. Okay,
here's
go
the
ahead.
problem that
It
I
doesn't say
got
that
with
in
that,
that verse though.
because in that same 25th verse, and it says, in that same 25th verse, right? And it says, and God made the beasts of the earth, so forth and so on. Then when we go into 26, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish, over the sea, over the fowl of the earth, of the air, and on cattle, and over the earth, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. You're telling me that man isn't there yet?
No, men was not there because he had to create everything first before man. So the
So
beasts of, see, listen, everything else is in the fowls are in the bird class, the beast is in the beast class. We are in the God class.
So
That's why.
got you. I got you. So are we creatures?
No, that's what I'm
We're
telling
not.
you.
I'm asking you. So we're not creatures. So when God says that when you're into Christ, you are a new creature, He does
What
say
I'm
that, right?
what I'm
I'm
Yes,
saying
he
asking
is
you.
does.
yes,
Yes, he
I'm
does.
yes,
asking you. So
yes.
when He says in Genesis chapter 1, verse 20, and God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life."
That was not us. That was the animals of the sea.
That was the animal of the sea and the fowl of the air and above the earth. He's giving you
But
a breakdown, a rundown, the same way He did in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, when He says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth." What is He saying when He said that? He's giving you everything. I'm
no, but
telling you
that
what I did, right?
okay.
I'm asking in Genesis 1, verse 1, is He telling you, I already did this? Now I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you how I did it.
Okay.
Yes,
Is
that's
that a
not ex nihilo, but that's a fact that it says in the beginning, Elohim Shamaim Barashit Eretz
I
Shamaim.
I I
He
I
created the
get the
heavens and earth.
point that you're saying, but he had created
But
everything else
wait,
before he
Ethan, man,
created
hold
man.
up.
Okay, oh, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, hold up. I want you to eat a man. I want you to look at Genesis 1:2 after what Brother Bolo just said. Look at Genesis 1:2. Bolo, can you read 1:2 for us?
and the
Hold on,
earth?
but we're about to go
Oh, I'm
ahead.
sorry. No,
No,
go ahead.
I promise. Oh, go ahead, eat man. Go ahead.
We're about to move it. So for us to have dominion over something, everything had to already be created.
Correct.
Man had to be created last.
Right.
Because
That's
first,
why
hold on,
in verse 25, He created man in verse 25.
Yeah,
he did
yeah.
not. He didn't
No,
create us into. He literally
yeah,
did not.
127.
He told us in 27 when he created us. He said, "Let us create." He said,
That's on the fifth day.
"No, okay."
No,
He
he did
he
not. He said,
literally
so God
word
created.
for word. He said, "Let us create."
Right.
That mean that we was not created yet.
No, that does
No,
not
in
mean that.
127 it says in
He's
the next God created
establishing
man in his own image.
he's establishing what man's participation is going to be on the earth at this moment. When He
Right.
says, God said, let us make man in our image, our likeness, and our dominion of fish. This is what they're going to be. These dudes are going to be stewards of what we just created, 25 and up. And then He
Yeah.
says, and God created men in His own image.
And then the word different man is Adama. So when you go
Okay.
to Genesis 2:7, it says the dust is the same word, it's the root for Adama. It's talking
So
about the
why
ground.
would he make us twice?
He didn't make us
He
twice.
did.
You're
Those
going
are
to
two-
Hold on,
listen,
so he
listen.
said, let us go back to 2:7 because like, we keep jumping around, right?
okay.
If
Let's
we
go
go
to
back to
Wait,
2:7, he's
okay.
literally making man's flesh.
And the Lord
yes,
formed man of the dust of the
dust of
ground.
the ground
This is
and
where you
breathed
get.
into his nostrils,
Here's
and
Hold
then
where
on,
we
man
hold on. The
became a
first
living
thing he said
wait,
is
guys, stop. We're getting confused. Here's where we're getting confused with. There were people on the earth before Adam.
He
Let's
don't know that,
understand
bro.
that.
He
Adam
don't know
and
that.
Eve
I
weren't the
don't
first.
know it.
All right, Adam and
See,
Yeah,
this
Eve.
is when the insults start.
No. Chill,
I
Harlan.
no, that's not
I
an insult, bro.
appreciate no,
Chill
I
for a second.
appreciate you having me, Bolo. I'm just not gonna let somebody
No,
start insulting
Harlan,
me
No,
you know
what I
what?
knew and what I did not
insult,
know,
brother.
brother.
Yeah.
I
Brother,
appreciate you. That was definitely an insult because you
that's
telling me
not an
what my
insult. But if you took it that way, I will apologize to you. But that wasn't an insult. I literally thought you didn't know that.
Okay, so let's establish that Adam and Eve weren't the only people on the earth. This is why when Cain was kicked out, he had
There was
wives.
people in
And
Nod.
there were
Yeah.
people in Nod. So
Yes.
Adam and Eve weren't the only people. Here they're talking about breathing in the Holy Spirit. It's not talking about creating the flesh now, because
okay.
that would go against verse 27.
No, I'm telling you, read the first letters in
Okay.
2:7. It
Okay.
says he did what at the beginning? Y'all keep jumping to the end of 2 and 7.
And the Lord God formed man out of the dust.
Formed.
Right.
Yes.
And
Okay.
breathed in the breast and breathed into
And
his
breathed
nostrils.
into his
Right.
nostrils the breath of life.
And God
And
became a
seeing
living
man
soul.
became a
Right.
living nefesh. The word there for
No,
soul is nefesh.
hold on. The first thing is he said he formed man. See, one thing that we learned throughout Genesis, the whole Genesis, he didn't do anything twice. Why would he go and form something that's already formed?
Yeah.
Because there's people there. He answered your question, brother. There's people there before that in Genesis 1:27. It's in the plural. When it say let us, he's speaking to in I don't want to get too technical in the Hebrew and all that. But in Genesis 1:27, he said, let us make man. Man there is not singular, it's plural.
No, he's talking about Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve was
Me,
made
bro.
in 127.
I,
Mankind.
I didn't say it was or wasn't. What I said was the word there for man and Adama is plural. You got that right?
Sure. Yes.
Because it's being modified even by a plural verb. You want me to show you?
No, I'm telling you, I agree with you because
Okay.
he made Adam and Eve's spirit in 27, and then he went to the ground and formed man in 2 and 7. If men was already formed and had a flesh before 2 and 7, God have never did a step twice in the Bible.
What
So
I'm
then,
telling you is, bro,
also
it don't say
you are
spirit in
concurring.
Genesis 126 through 127. The word spirit was already there in Genesis 1:2. That's why I said read Genesis 1:2. But then you said we was going too far back, so we went back to Genesis 2:7 for you. But I didn't forget Genesis 1:2 when the spirit of the Lord hovered upon the face of the deep.
That
But the
was the
word,
Holy Spirit. That wasn't Adam and Eve.
wait, you said the Holy Spirit was in Genesis 2:7.
No, I did not. You're
No, he didn't
literally
say that. No, he
misquoting me.
didn't say that. He didn't say
Okay,
that.
so maybe Bolo said that.
No, I didn't say. He said that the
We
Holy
didn't
Spirit.
say that. I'm telling you. So when it says the when he's talking about in the beginning of Genesis 1, the Holy Spirit hovered over it. That was the Holy Spirit. That was not Adam and Eve.
Well, I agree with
Adam and
you.
Eve.
I didn't say that was Adam and Eve, bro. That's not you misunderstanding me. I didn't say that was Adam and Eve.
Okay, so that was the Holy Spirit.
I didn't say it
Adam and
wasn't. I didn't
Eve,
say it was or
hold on,
wasn't.
Adam and Eve's spirit was created in 127 because
But it don't say that.
he couldn't give the dominion to the flesh because the flesh was going to die. So he had to put the actual dominion in our spirit. That was what we supposed to be. Our spirit is in God image. Our flesh is not in God image.
So when he said he created us in his image and then formed us, how does that not a part of the image if they were already immortal?
No, because it's two parts of us. First, we have what we call our spirit. We have internal life, and that's what have dominion. Our flesh is something that is going to die. It is just like our earthly suit. We didn't get that earthly suit into 2 and 7. That's why he formed the human body in 7.
If
He
we didn't
says
get the
it.
earthly suit,
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? If we're gonna keep in context the scriptures, we're gonna keep in context. Why is it that God would create flesh in chapter 1, right? Why would he create flesh in chapter 1 from 20 down and then make man in the spirit and then in the second chapter, come and make man in the
Make the
flesh.
flesh. Yeah,
Why is
that's my
everything
question.
else flesh, but man is in the spirit?
Because
Why
That's
is
my
we're
that?
same
different.
question.
I'm about to tell you, we
Go
was
ahead.
designed different. He said, now that we made all of these beasts, now what we have to do is make for them to really rule. The reason we can rule over all these things is
Right.
because our spirit rule. So he understood something. He had to create our spirit before he created our flesh. And what it says, what God said out his own mouth in 2 and 7, let's form. Forming is making. I get what you said. Let's breathe the breath of life. I get the soul because man is made up into three parts, right? We have first thing we have is our spirit, we have our body, and our soul. Those three things are not the same.
So
That's why
so
they separated them.
my
But,
understanding.
but
So
I just want to say this. All I'm saying is in Genesis 1:27, the word spirit, ruach or nefesh is not mentioned.
so I want to understand. So you're saying in Genesis 1:27, he's creating man spirit and not flesh.
Well, let's go to John 4 and 24 so you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. John 4. Let's go. John 4:24.
Either man, when you brought up John 4:24, that's why I brought up Genesis 1:2.
Why did they go to Genesis chapter 4? Hold on. I'm sorry. I think I typed it in wrong.
You
John.
heard me, Either man?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's why that's what
Okay,
I'm
so we're in John 4. You want to go to verse 24?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay. Verse 24. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth.
right.
So do we
So
agree that God is a spirit?
yes,
Correct.
that's why I brought up Genesis
Okay.
1:2 when I said
Hold
that
on.
his spirit hovered over the face of the deep, bro, and you thought it was for nothing.
No, I
I
do
brought that
not.
verse. No,
No,
you
the
didn't
reason
understand
that I
why
had a
I brought it
problem
up.
with you bringing up Genesis 1 and 22, you misquoted me,
Not,
said that I
no,
said
no, no, no,
something.
not Genesis 1 and 22. My bad. Genesis 1:2. I
You
brought up
still
Genesis 1.
misquoted me in 1 and 2. That's why Bolo corrected you and said he did not say that.
That's fine. I acknowledge that. What I said was I brought up Genesis 1:2 because I heard you bring up John 4:24 because you was using John 4:24 to substantiate your view of Genesis 1:27. So
Yeah, so go
right,
ahead.
so when you did that, that's why I said, wait a minute, bro. We understand that God is a spirit. That's why I said Genesis 1:2 already says that his rock was hovering over the face of the deep. That we got that established in Genesis. We didn't have to go to John to see that. What I'm saying is that fact that you just showed doesn't say that he formed the spirit after he's
Well,
formed the flesh in Genesis 1:27.
no, no, what
Genesis
it tells us,
1:27. 1 second, bro. In
okay.
Genesis 1:27, it says God created man, bada man, and the word there for man is Adama, bro.
Let me say this. Let me say this, guys. Let me say this because, a lot of the times when we just read further down, the Lord gives us the answer. So let's go back to Genesis chapter 1, right? And we're going to start from 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish, over the sea, over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. He is saying that that's him creating the spirit, right? Let's read on 27. So God created man in his own image, and in the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them.
Yep.
Listen to verse 28. And God blessed them, talking about man and
Mm-hmm.
women. And God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. He was talking to the spirit to be fruitful and multiply. Was he talking to their flesh?
He was talking to their spirit.
To be fruitful and multiply?
Yes.
Okay, how is the spirit fruitful and multiplying? How do they do that in the spirit?
It's already eternal. Why would he do that?
Okay.
No, hold
Okay.
on. Let him
All right.
answer.
All right. Let's just say.
Let him answer. How do you be fruitful and multiply in the spirit and replenish the earth? Let me read the whole chapter, verse. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the
The
earth.
earth, the Edet.
Floor is yours.
So what he was doing is he was giving this command to our spirit because God knew our body was coming. And this is why I literally showed you in John 4, because throughout the whole Genesis, God at this point is a spirit. He is
Correct.
not a flesh. I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
God. Genesis. We see that in Genesis 1:2. The
no,
Ruach hovered over the face of the deep.
no. So God was not flesh in Genesis. Do y'all agree with that?
We
Yeah.
already agreed that. That's why I brought up Genesis
Okay,
one
so
two,
that
bro.
means that he could not make his image into flesh.
What do you mean he could not? What
What
do you
you
mean
say?
by
He
that?
did not. How about this? He did not. Let me say
Hold
did not
on,
because
but
I don't.
he's saying to them to be fruitful and multiply and
On the earth.
replenish the earth now.
No, he was.
Told,
This is talking about something physical, bro.
hold
Okay.
on.
All right, cool.
Hold on,
Our
hold on.
mind is
Wait,
made up.
wait.
We're not having a
No,
conversation at this point.
I'm reading. Listen,
No,
all of
we
these
reading the
things,
text, bro. No disrespect.
all of these things that are okay. Again, when you start at Genesis 1:1, it's already done. It's already done. Now he's giving you the breakdown of how he did it. Okay. When we're reading Genesis chapter 20, verse 1:27, so God created man in his own image. So I'm going to rock with that's the spirit. We're going to go with that. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Cool, in the spirit. God blessed them because everything above that verse in 25 and up is talking about the earth, the flesh. All the animals are flying on the earth and swimming in the water on the earth. God
Right.
blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Go out there and take it over and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Why would he say
Wait,
that to
Bolo,
their
don't stop
spirit?
there. Read
Well,
Genesis 1:29.
I
Wait,
can
wait, wait.
tell you if I
Bolo,
ever had a
wait,
chance to
wait.
tell you, Bolo, I'll tell you.
We all talk, bro. I'm letting you talk. I'm having
Hold on,
cut.
hold
You
on.
right. Go ahead, brother.
Hold on,
Go
hold on.
ahead. Say
No,
what you
Verse
say.
I was just
29.
telling Bolo to read 129. That's it. I'm gonna step
God
back.
said, and God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat.
So, what is the flesh eating the fruit on the trees? I'm trying to see what Edie Man saying. Is that the
Well,
fruit? Is flesh or the spirit?
Let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead. E.
so first, what he was doing is he was putting this command inside of our spirit because we're supposed to be led where our spirit is dictating what our body is doing. Right. So he said, let me go ahead and put the rules and regulations inside the spirit. So when the body is formed in 2 and 7, when he formed the body in 2, the spirit already had the instructions of what the body is for. That's why. And the question I keep asking y'all guys, if we go to Genesis 2 and 7, when he
Right.
said he formed man from the dust, what
Right.
Mhm.
does that mean?
That means he took.
That
Okay.
means he took the
Let's go. To it.
I'm sorry. Go
Let's
ahead,
go.
Bolo.
Let's go to it. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, Genesis 2:7.
Yeah.
Yeah, biblical
I'm
scholars
being.
already
I'm,
come to
I'm being.
consensus on this.
I'm being lazy. I don't want to type it in. I'm being lazy. Let me just type it in.
You
Okay.
know, they let you deviate.
When it says, and the Lord God formed man out of the ground and breathed in the nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The reason why he's talking about man becoming a living soul is because he gave them the law, statutes, and commandments. He gave them understanding. He gave them the Holy Spirit there.
But
What
I didn't
scripture
ask
is
you
it?
that,
Hey,
Bole.
Posse, good
I'm
to
telling.
see you. Hey, world class.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
I'm saying to you that man. Okay, this is what I'm saying to
But
you.
I asked you a Pacific and you jumped to the end of the verse. When
I'm
he's
Yeah,
saying
saying,
to you when he
you
said,
can
"Let us
answer
take."
my question though, but I let it ride.
okay, go ahead. What's your question so I can answer your question?
It was what was the fruit? What was eating that right there? What was eating the fruit from the earth that we should eat for meat? Was that the spirit or the flesh?
He was literally giving the command to the spirit for the flesh. The flesh was not formed yet. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well,
so
listen, we have two different. This is
Wow.
what I'm
You
going
know,
to say.
I've never known this to be this complicated. You know
Right.
what? I mean, listen,
Like
in
that.
all of my 63 years of reading the scripture, I just never knew that this was such a form of debate. You know, the
Yeah.
word of God plainly says what it says. And so, you know, when we get into these back and forths and this and that about it, you know, it's very confusing to me because the word is basically plain right there.
Yeah.
It says
Listen,
what it says.
so
listen.
nobody answered my question. I've been asking this
I
question.
said to you, he's forming Adam right here. He's forming Adam and Eve. He's forming Adam at this point. So he's
He's
breathing.
forming what at
He's
that point?
He's taking a man from the whole generations of Adamites, and he's going to place him eastward in the garden. That's why when you read the next verse, that's what it says. And the Lord God, I'm going to explain it to you again. There's a whole bunch of people called Adamites. That's why in Genesis chapter 5, it explains that. And when you read Ezekiel chapter 31, it explains that, right? It says, and the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground. He's talking about Adam. And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. He's giving him the laws and statutes of how he's going to govern. And the man became a living soul. And the Lord planted a garden eastward in Eden and put the man whom he had formed. He's talking about Adam.
Yeah, east
Now,
of Canton.
when we go to Ezekiel chapter 31, let's go to Ezekiel chapter 31. Because I think that would, Ezekiel chapter 31, I think that would kind of.
Yeah, before you read Ezekiel 21, I just want to say this to Edie, man. I'm going to answer your question quickly, Edie, man. Hebrew scholars overwhelmingly agree that Genesis 1:27 and Genesis 2:7 represent two historically separate creation narratives. Hebrew scholars say that. That's my answer to you.
No, I'm agreeing that one, he was creating the spirit, and the other one, he was creating the flesh.
No, that's not what they're saying in the narrative. That's not the narrative. They talk about two creation. I know that's what you're saying.
But you interrupted me halfway in my response to what you're saying.
No, wait a minute.
You don't have to do that. You can wait till I finish and then tell me why you disagree. That's all I'm asking, is that we don't have to talk at the same time. So what I'm telling you,
a dialogue. I haven't disrespected.
No, it's not about us having dialogue. It's just, even for the people watching, if you stop me halfway through the point, they don't understand the point that I'm making.
No, we understood the point because you're saying
I said the people that are watching, not you.
No, I didn't say me. I said we.
Okay. Yeah, just let him finish. Just let him finish his point, Harwin, in its entirety. Go ahead, Edie, man. Go ahead.
So the point that I'm making is, it was two different things being formed. Something got formed in 127 and something got formed in 27. Okay. And we ask, what is God image? Gotcha. And if we go to John 4:24, it tells us he was spirit. The reason we know that he was not flesh is because he said he had to make flesh for Jesus to come back into the earth. So I'm telling you is that creating in our image is when we was actually spirits, and then because he understood that the flesh was going to die away, so he could not put the dominion in the flesh. We never have dominion in our flesh. We have dominion. Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Were there and this may sound like I'm going off the topic, but I promise you I'm not. Were there any other people in the garden besides Adam and Eve?
Inside the garden?
Okay,
inside the garden, yes.
Sure, yes. Let's say yes.
Don't say yes. Don't say sure, yes. I'm asking you, were there? If you don't believe that there was, then there wasn't.
This is a very crucial question.
I'm asking you, were there other people in the Garden of Eden along with Adam and Eve?
So you said your question to me is, do I believe that Adam and Eve was the only people inside the garden?
Correct.
I believe that Adam and Eve was inside the garden, and then there was also a world outside the garden that Adamites was at.
So you don't believe that there were any Adamites in the garden?
I believe the Adamites was on the outside of the garden. Okay. That's why in that verse, when he says that let's put them inside the garden, everything was outside the garden. He placed Adam and Eve inside of the garden.
Okay, so let's read Ezekiel chapter 31. And let's see what to say. It says, behold, I'm going to start at 3. Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon with fair branches. And we know that the cedar tree back then was a very renowned tree. Everybody wanted trees. Even when the King Solomon was going to build the temple, David made sure to get cedar, right? And with a shadowing shroud, and of an high stature, and his top was among the thick boughs. So this tree was very thick, very lush, very strong. The waters made him great. The deep set him up on high with her rivers, running round about his plants, and sent out little rivers unto all the trees of the field. So this tree fed all the other little trees from the river that was feeding that tree. Verse 5. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his boughs were multiplied, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters when he shot forth. Verse 31. Now the Lord is going to start to unfold this parable. All the fowls of heaven made their nests in his boughs. Now we know that there's no tree that all the birds of heaven can nest in. And under his branches did all beasts of the field bring forth their young. We know that there is no tree that all beasts can bring their young. And under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Let's read on. Thus was he fair in greatness, in the length of his branches, for his root was by great waters. The cedars in the garden of God, going back to Genesis, the cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. The fir tree were not like his boughs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto his beauty. So this tree was different because this tree tried to hide. When do trees try to hide behind other trees? They don't. Verse 9. I made him fair by the multitude of branches, so that all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of God envied him. Trees don't envy. So now we're back in the Garden of Eden. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, because thou hast lifted up thyself in height, and hath shot up his top among the thick boughs, and his heart is lifted up in height. I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty one of the heathen. He shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness. That's talking about Adam. But what I want to focus on is verse 6. And under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Adam's job was to name all the animals and deliver the word, deliver order. So Adam wasn't the only dude.
Hold on, no. So I think
he was the only guy.
Hold on. I think you. What I am saying, when he created Adam in Genesis 27, Adam was the only dude. Those nations came later.
No.
Wait, so when did he create? So then when did he create the nation? Because when he made Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, Cain killed Abel. Okay. Cain says to God, listen, the punishment that you give me is too much. And when they find me, they're going to kill me. When did he make the other nations? When did he do that? What chapter and verse?
It doesn't tell us, right?
Okay.
It doesn't. So I'm not saying that
the Bible. It does tell us he did make the nation.
When did he create the nation?
He created them in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
The other nation. Okay, all right.
Yes. Cool. That's why I said be the man, bro.
Man was created in 127.
Yeah, that's 127, bro.
No, Genesis. But all the nations was not created in 127.
They weren't nations. Hold on. They weren't nations at that point. They were all Adamites at that point.
Yes, they were Adamites.
That's why when you read Genesis chapter 5, it says that they were all named after Adam in Genesis chapter 5 when it goes into genealogy. They were all Adamites. Okay. Now, when he goes into Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, now he's specifically pulling out one cat to breathe in the breath of life into him. What's that breath of life? That breath of life is the knowledge and wisdom and understanding of God. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. At the Tower of Babel, everybody spoke the same language. And that's way after Adam and Eve, correct?
Yep, I appreciate y'all having me up. It sounds like y'all mind is made up.
No,
it is. Because we get to this point. We get into this point that I'm realizing that you guys are made up in y'all mind what y'all believe. It's nothing I can say. Hello, okay, go ahead, Hardy. You can talk about
Let him finish. Harwin, let him finish. Go ahead, E. You were saying that there's nothing that you can say.
It's nothing that I can say that's going to change your mind. It's nothing you guys going to say that's going to change my mind, being honest, right? So at this point, it doesn't even make sense for us to keep going back and forth. You guys believe that God, the flesh was already made from the sea. I think Bolo said that man and women walked out the sea. That's what I heard him say, right? So since we already believe that God did not form man, you feel that what he said was interpreted different in your point of view, I think we should just let Brother Brian say what he think about the title.
I'm
That's not
on.
what I was
I
saying.
agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother Bryant, the wandering prophet.
Wow. Okay, just like that, right?
Deja vu back on you.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I enjoyed listening to that, the way you guys ironed that out.
I love talking to E because E
It
gives me
wasn't any disrespect at all. I thought that it was done in humility, even though you are coming to a point of contention a bit. But that's because you have a desire to understand the word. You know what I'm saying? And so when I think about the topic that we're talking about, that need that man has to be right, and how we fall into all of these contentions. You see what I'm saying? Pride wants a vindication more than it wants restoration. And when we're talking about relationships, you see. And for many people, an argument stops being about solving the problem and it starts being about proving that they're right. See, pride is real tricky. It ties an individual to their position. And so admitting fault makes you feel like you're admitting weakness. And as a result, the fight for vindication rather than restoration, that's where it begins. In the book of Proverbs, it talks about only by pride cometh contention. You see, when pride takes control, listening becomes difficult. You see, humility starts to disappear. The relationship becomes secondary to being right. And so, we have to understand it. Now, the question shifts from how do we fix this to how do I win this? You see, pride is real tricky. And so this is what I've been seeing on many of these platforms, and I'm very disappointed, with what I'm hearing with the different current events that's going on and the way that they're tackling them on some of these panels. I think it's ridiculous. There's a lot of hatred involved. There's a lot of fear involved. You see, and so I don't know, man. I'm just a little bit indifferent, about the way we're going about solving issues, and just like with the young man, what's his name? Carmelo.
Carmelo Anthony.
Exactly. Yeah, I hear both sides of the debate and the discussion. I hear both sides, but then there's no humility. One side, on both sides, they don't even have any humility. Now, if that was your son, you see what I'm saying? Not that he did right, but if that was your son, I don't believe if it was your own child, you would take those type of views that I'm listening to. And I'm just very shocked, at what I'm hearing the brethren say on some of these panels. And so that's why I shy away from joining, because I don't like to be caught up in a whirlwind of confusion. My soul my spirit seeks fruitfulness, and a lot of times I'm drained listening to these conversations, and my spirit walks away unfruitful. So I'll just say that.
Yeah, listening to these conversations back and forth, because I've been here, and what I learned is people don't have the same level of empathy that God had for them.
Mm-hmm.
I heard someone says that Carmelo Anthony, 35 years wasn't enough. They felt that he needed 99 years. And this is supposed to be a believer, right? And then the first thing that I thought of was, I was like, what if God was that harsh on you?
Mm-hmm.
What if God said, hey, I'm not going to give you any level of forgiveness. I'm going to hold you accountable to exactly. I'm not arguing. I tell people all the time, I'm not arguing whether he should have went to jail or he not, but saying that he should get the max and he should die in prison. What does that tell you about your spiritual walk?
It's something, E, to what you're saying. It's crazy because you have to look at it from both perspectives, right? You look at it from the perspective of you being a father and your child getting 35 years, and then you got to look at it from the perspective of the father that lost a child. So you have to look at it from both perspectives, because at the end of the day, both of them lost children. Now, they lost them differently, but they lost their children, both of them. And it's a very sad situation in it, in its entirety. It's a sad situation. And what happens is people draw conclusions because of the lack of empathy and sympathy. They don't put themselves there and don't understand that, you know, in a 17-year-old kid's mind, they interpret things different than a 53-year-old. And this is where we lose that sense of empathy because we tend to forget what it was when we were young and the stupid stuff that we did and the dumb things that we did. And that's where I think that, we fail because as we get older, we tend to forget the yesteryear. We tend to inject ourselves into it. Even if you were a smart kid, we tend to inject ourselves into situations. That's not you. Your child is not you. Okay. So they respond to something differently than how you respond to it. So be there for the child because that's how they responded to it. So,
Yeah, and what I was looking at is because somebody asked me a question. They said, "What if your child was the kid that lost his life?" They
mm,
said, "Would you be able to have empathy?" Somebody asked me this question for the person who took the life. And I said, absolutely. God have commanded me to forgive. Now I'm not even arguing should he do sometime, right? That wasn't my argument. But when you says that he should die in
yeah,
prison,
yeah, that's crazy.
he should not even have any chance to be able to walk in the free world because I think this was just kids being kids. I think
Mm,
that kid, I do think Carmelo should have made a different decision. I think he
absolutely.
I think that he should have made a different decision. But you know, one thing that I remember, Bolo,
What's that?
I remember being a 17-year-old child. And
Me
I
too.
remember the thoughts inside of my mind is not as clear as it is as a 35-year-old man. It's going to be even clearer when I get older. And so, like, the idea of being able to say that he made a internal decision
Yeah,
at
that's crazy.
17,
Yeah, that's
it's
crazy.
just it's just crazy to me that and I expect people of the world to think this way. I expect that because I expect heathens to act like heathens. But when
Absolutely.
but when
It
you
doesn't surprise me. But when you
but
get believe,
when you get believers
yeah,
saying and I just said and I start asking questions. I said, did you ever do anything that someone had grace for you? Yeah, man. When I was a youth, I robbed this store, but the judge gave me grace. Wow, you wanted a judge to give you grace,
but
but
you
you
wouldn't
have
get
no grace now.
it. 100.
And it's sad.
But here's the thing, God is gonna, that God is gonna hold them to the same understanding in the same way you judged. But I wanted to show you this.
So I do.
Go ahead.
So hey, Blue Jay, good to see you. She said it's not supposed to be an ethical or opinion based decision when deciding the verdict. It's about classification and protocol.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
I don't
saying.
believe that all the details are there. That's just my opinion. Either way, I just think that 35 years is extreme.
But in that the classification and protocol is different from black people.
Correct.
See, that's the thing is that they said, hey,
Yeah,
we
that's a
go
fact.
just
Yeah,
if
it's completely different for us.
so
Completely.
And I
no
don't think
love.
that's right
Go
either.
ahead.
That's not right.
That's the world, and
Oh, I
that's
get
the
it. I get it. But
and
it's not right.
and that's the key. People say I can show you case after case after case, and then and the same person start arguing that child should have shot a black boy after chasing that black boy because that black boy shouldn't have had no gun. And I
Who's
was
Right.
this?
like,
Who said
And
this? Who said this?
Northwest said the judge is friends with the father. Absolutely.
He
Who
is.
said? Who
They
said
got
this?
proof of that. They
Prophet
got proof of
said,
that.
hold on, I do want to read this.
Happen in
We've
southern
seen this
states.
happening in southern states for decades to black boys since we've been living here on earth. I will be covering a racist judge in North Carolina in the 1990s who was given 17 to 19 years. Blue Jay said he will be eligible. I was looking for the comment in 17.5. We know that, ma'am. Um, I don't agree with it. It
But
broke
we know
down
how parole. We know
135 years.
Now parole, I think he has to do at 70.
Wow.
Well, I think he has to do at least
you don't
70%.
get parole your first time. See that's what I'm saying. Like it's a process. Like they deny you about 3-4 times before they give you parole, right? Uh,
Mhm.
so but the point that the whole point, and you asked me who said this. I was listening to Cellulite podcast, right? Um,
Hold on,
and
real quick. I'm sorry.
Blue Jay
I'm
said
so sorry.
it's
So, if you go by the data, it's actually more unfair when white people have a black juror. What?
when does that happen? Tell me the court case that a
What?
white man
And
had an
then an
all black
all-white
jury.
juror is out of
see,
order.
this is the thing. You have to understand it's a thought process, Blue Jay. The thought process is this, right? That and I'm not saying this is wrong or right. I'm just telling you what it is. When you have a people that have been disenfranchised for over 400 years, okay, let's get that straight. For over 400 years and still to today. And you see other nationalities come into the same country that they've been disenfranchised in, and these same uh, people accelerate above them. You know, it's only a natural progression that whether a black person does something right or wrong, they want to see that black person win.
Hey, Daryl.
It has nothing to do. It's like when people picked Barack Obama as president. It had nothing to do with his political platform. It had everything to do with his color. Period. Okay. So
Exactly.
so the point
Daryl,
is,
Daryl, you're right too.
yeah. So the
Hmm.
point that I'm making is that when OJ, everyone knew OJ did it. The dude wrote a book. What if I did it and I did it was in red? So everybody knew he did it. But because black people have been disenfranchised for so long, they knew, hey, we gonna take this W. We taking this W, even though we know that either he did it or he knew who did it. So again, you know, and it's on the flip side. When you see white kids do it, I've seen myself. I've seen black kids uh, get into a car ride and drive willy nilly or whatever, and they get shot. But then you see a white man flip the hell out, butt naked, run around. These
Nothing.
dudes take care of him. They take
Hmm.
care. No one pulls out a gun. No one mistake. You know what I'm saying? So we have to understand that the law. I mean, even when you look at the Constitution and Scorch text
Blue
me this.
Jay, you don't get it. You don't get it, Blue
No, it's
Jay.
okay. She says to keep the records if she says that they keep records if demographics of jurors and convictions, and it's just a fact that most jurors convict at 32 rate. However, black jurors convict white defendants at a 7. I don't disagree with you. I'm trying to explain to you the thought process and why they do it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying to you is when you have a people that have been, enslaved. Listen, let me
Hmm.
explain something to you. The United Nations took a vote on what world was the worst heinous crime done in the history of the earth.
Hmm.
You know what they voted on? They voted on slavery. Only 3 countries didn't vote.
America, Israel,
America,
and Argentina.
Israel, and the UK
No,
and
Argentina.
and Argentina. So they knew that if they agreed, because now you know what happens right after that? Lawsuits happens
Lawsuit.
right after that. So we have to understand that again. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm not saying right
Can
or wrong.
somebody pull this up? What world class posted,
He put,
please?
yeah, hold on.
And then one thing
And
that's a
then it's just I
Where did he
don't.
post it at? Where did he post it at, Mo?
in
It's
the chat.
at 2:17 a.m. if you're on your
Okay, yeah.
And
you have
this
times up there.
Mo,
this is
whenever I
the,
can speak, let me
this
know.
and this is
Yeah,
the key.
I
Go.
just I just think that it sounds I I'm gonna just be quiet. Go ahead.
So in Texas, we saw this happen. It was a Mexican kid take a knife into the bathroom with no intentions to fight the guy at all. stabbed the guy, killed the guy, and he got un unintentional deathing or something right there, and it served like 2 to 10 years. What we're saying is we see these things happen. We can go pull a case after case, and the only difference between these types of crimes is the color of their skin.
Yeah.
How
Thank
how
you.
how can we not argue that him getting first degree murder one, and in most other situations they would have gave him manslaughter,
How long did the court case
negligence.
last? How long did the
Mhm.
court case last?
Either man,
3
they call it
days.
negligence or homicide, I think.
Yeah,
3 days.
negative.
They gave him
Yeah.
3. God, the young thug had like 6 months,
Hmm.
and
Blue
it was a murder.
Jay, you okay? I don't believe in discrimination, but I don't believe overcompensating for the past is fair either.
All right,
Blue,
let people.
Whoa,
What I
that's
it's
say.
not for the
so
past, it's
you
for the
could
present.
never understand. Like you're not a part of the culture.
Let,
Respectfully,
but
that's
here's the
easy
thing,
for
Blue Jay.
somebody that's white to say.
Here's the thing, Blue Jay. God respects the past.
Yeah,
That's
that
why
sounds
God
so
brings up Egypt.
insensitive.
God
But
brings up
Bolo,
Egypt all the
she
time.
said that as if it doesn't happen in the present.
But let's stay in the context of a statement. God deals with the past. God tells you, hey, remember when I brought you out of Egypt? Hey, remember when I brought you out of Egypt? Hey, remember when I brought you? He says it in the New Testament too. No longer will we sing a song about Egypt. We'll sing a new song. So 1,500 years after they were taken out of Egypt, he's still talking about it in the New Testament. So again, I get your point. I understand your point. I get it. However, what you have to understand is, when you have a people that were, let me say this, right? Black people here have no home to go home to. Every other nationality has a home to go home to. They have a place that's theirs. Black people here don't. They were brought here robbed of their culture, robbed of their language, robbed, raped, and pillaged. No other nation has gone through that besides the natives. No other nation has gone through that. So rightfully, for someone to say, don't bring up the past, please, because when the Jews bring it up every damn year, y'all don't say nothing.
They justify this war right now because of the Jews claim that somebody trying to take their
Well, I'm just
humanity away.
saying, they claim they open up a new library every year pertaining to the Holocaust, and no one says nothing. Nobody bats an eye. They got billions of dollars for what happened.
And still
And
get
then
paid.
for the dad to be best friends with the judge, come on now.
I don't know, but I want to lighten
No,
the
it's the
mood a little
truth.
bit. I want to lighten the mood. This
I
is
don't
for
know
Well,
about
you.
the
before we do
talk or
that,
not.
Brother Bolo,
You better show me that
I'm going
money.
to have to step down for a second, but I definitely appreciate the conversation. Brother Harwin, I really appreciate the way that you broke down the word, you and Bolo. And I just appreciate the conversation. There was no disrespect. And I learned a lot, actually. So, but
I
I
love
will
hearing
have,
your voice again, man.
yeah.
It's good
I
to
Thank
hear
appreciate
you.
you
you,
so much,
brother.
Mom,
Thank
for
you very
coming
much.
on.
I'll be back Tuesday for
No
Tuesday morning.
doubt.
So I'm looking
Yay.
forward to that. I
Okay.
believe God's going to open up the word. So join us
Salute,
over there
Mr.
on
Brian.
Bolo's channel. All right. Peace and
Definitely.
blessings.
All right, brother.
Peace, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you're playing the video. All right.
He's very dangerous. In fact, a baboon will eat every creepy crawly thing he can find under rocks. But if he should come across an egg-eater snake, he'll fall down in a dead faint.
Yo, what y'all watching?
My man got so scared he fainted, my son.
Did y'all pull up what world class had?
No, it didn't pull up for me. It didn't pull up. It didn't pull up for me.
Mm.
But go ahead, 84.
Man, I don't know where Bolo be finding them old school videos. He be
I watch
finding
animals, son.
the Looney Tunes joints, all that. He probably got conjunction junction and all that.
All that, brother.
What's your function?
But yeah, I would say to the point that we're talking about, man. I will say this. I think if anybody wants to know the effects of colonization and oppression, just do your research. You can type it up. Bolo, I'm gonna share something personal to you. the story of Hispaniola.
Right.
I ain't gotta say nothing else.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, you could just do your research from that to other things. So of course, it's trickled down into the legal system, due to colonization and oppression, and it just unfortunately is what it is. So I'm not gonna, go back and forth or even debate that. I was gonna say, man, Bolo, you starting to sound more like me more and more. You coming to the other side more and
What
more,
you
Bolo.
mean? What you mean?
I never heard you speaking on the Jews and all that. I said, yo,
No, I'm
who's
not.
this talking? I
No,
didn't.
no. Understand. What I'm saying is, again, again, what we were talking about this earlier, Mo and I, when we started talking about understanding the perspective of the other person. And what I said was, as human beings, we give more empathy and sympathy to animals than we do
Oh,
ourselves. You do,
absolutely.
a shark will bite your leg off, and you'll sit there and go, "Well, it wasn't the shark's fault."
Don't kill the shark.
So, so the point that I'm making with to what Blue Jay is saying, I don't disagree with you. You dig what I'm saying? When you have an all black juror and the defendant is a white guy, most likely he's going to be found guilty. You know why? Because those black people are going to remember everything that ever happened to them when they got stopped by the police or whatever the situation might be. It's a trauma response.
Hmm.
Okay, so if you don't understand that a lot of our people have a trauma response, again, that doesn't justify you shooting your brother on the Ave.
Right.
That's a totally
Facts.
different conversation. What I'm saying is when we continuously see us lose, we'll take any win however we can get it. You
Yeah.
dig what I'm saying? So, and again, it's not a good thing. I'm not saying it's good. So let me just be clear before they clip me. I'm not saying it's a good thing. But when someone says, we shouldn't talk about the past, well, shouldn't that be applicable to Jews too? Shouldn't it be applicable to the Chinese? Were rounded up during World War II, and they were given
Yeah, man,
20,000 pounds
man.
as reparation. So
Wait, Bolo. They don't talk about the black folks that was in the Holocaust at all, Blue Jay.
yeah, but I'm just, what I'm saying is that again, when a statement like that is made, again, I'm looking at it universally. I understand her point, right? That, typically if it's an all black juror, because I haven't seen the stats. If it's an all black juror and it's a white defendant, probably he's gonna be found guilty. I can dig it. I can understand why. If it's an all white jury, not in the southern states, they'd probably leave the black dude, because you have to understand right now, white people move from what you have to understand that they've had a head start, regardless of whether you want to believe it or
Most
not.
definitely.
They've had a head start. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And the system is set up for them to have a head start. Remember, the Constitution still says we're 3/5 of a man. Although they made amendments, you can't change the Constitution. You can only
Well,
make
Bolo,
amendments.
it's a system that they created.
But that's the point.
They
The
create the
point,
system. They make the rules. I mean,
right?
but that's just throughout history. That's just throughout whatever
On the
king
land that
or
they
or
stole
or,
from us.
or
Because a lot of
government.
them made
Oh,
damn
okay.
mission.
Well, listen, my point still stands whether it's all
No,
black or all white.
no,
My
you're right.
point.
You're
No,
right.
I'm talking to Blue Jay. My
Uh,
point still stands whether it's all black or white. When you have a people that have been disenfranchised and it's publicized and you see things happen and you say, hey, that dude should have been found guilty, Trayvon Martin. That dude should have been found guilty. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was a white dude that was shot by a black person, they would have found him guilty. You dig? The same way they just did it just now. Now
And, and,
again,
and,
can I say this one
and
last
then
thing?
what
Then after that,
bugs
I'm gonna
me
mute.
is
I promise.
what
I
bugs
promise I'm
me
gonna
is
mute.
it was done 3 days. Not even a
Right.
damn week. 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just say this and I'm gonna mute y'all. Let me just say this. Blue Jay, I understand where you're coming from. I
I
guess
do understand it.
from a legal standpoint, I get what she's saying from a
Right.
legal standpoint, but you also have to stand from a historical standpoint of what people within the diaspora have gone through, what we've all gone through. You have to understand that and understand our experience. And you may not agree completely with that, you know what I mean, or even understand it completely, but that's okay. That's why it's
Oh,
healthy to have these
man.
conversations so we can have understanding and we can
Mr.
show and we
Black.
can give that love and understanding to each other. I land
and,
there.
and and I learned this, Bolo. I was having this conversation with a black man from the North, and he was trying to argue with me that white people was not racist in the South, right? And what I and
Right.
the one thing that I have learned,
Mhm.
it's really hard for people to see things that they don't experience. I hear white
No,
people say,
and then try to judge it.
I heard white people say, white people ain't racist. It's because they're not racist to you,
But see, you
right?
have to understand we use that word wrong. You mean prejudice. Racist means
Wait,
uh,
Bolo, I'm sorry to
racist
cut you
means,
with.
yeah.
Me and Edom man, I had this out. Please tell them what racism really means.
Racist
It's
is
other than
a set of
hate.
racism is a set of people that have the power to instill their thought process on another race of people. So if you're talking about me not liking you because of pre-notion, that is prejudice. Black people cannot be racist because we don't have the power to instill our thought process on another nation here in America. So
I know,
we can't be racist.
but the
But
point
I'm not
that
saying you. I wasn't saying towards you. I was just saying in general. I wasn't saying towards you,
I
you
I
man.
get what you're
Yeah, look,
saying, but
Bolo,
my
listen, I'm
statement
really
still
surprised.
no. Listen, my statement still stands
Right,
that most people who have never experienced the South,
right,
never been inside of a sundown town, right? Because it's a system. It's not
right,
an individual, right?
right,
I'm explaining to them it's so hard for you to relate to it because your experience in that sundown town as a white man will be
right.
different from my experience. So you say nothing happens in this town because it doesn't
Absolutely.
happen to you. That doesn't mean that it
Yeah,
does not
for sure.
happen.
Yeah, but they know what happens.
For sure.
Blue Jay wrote 3/5 of a man actually benefited the slaves because the Southerners wanted a full one vote for each slave, which would go against slaves' best interests. So the compromise was they could have a 3/5 vote for each.
That
What?
don't benefit.
That's
Wait,
crazy.
wait, wait. That don't benefit us. That's only a vote for the people that own us as property. That doesn't benefit us at all. You just regurgitated something you heard from a racist right wing individual. Like that don't benefit us. That never benefited us. Why would we ever? How could us being considered 3/5 of a human being ever benefit us when we're the cream of the crop and the actual origin of humanity? That don't make no sense.
Ooh, you better speak it.
But
If a
I
slave owner,
understand. But I
No,
That's
understand
why
Blue
everybody
Jay.
so
The
hard to
reason
get
no,
rid
I
of.
no.
can
I
you
Edom
say
man,
one
bro.
at a
understand.
time? One at a time. One at a time. Go
Edom
ahead.
man, bro. I know you understand, bro. But we can understand something that's incorrect.
I get that. What I'm saying is, she have never. It's almost this conversation I was having with my wife, right?
Three fifths when we
I
are the
I
cream of the
can't
crop. I love
truthfully
it.
understand what the world looked like for a woman because I'm not a woman. And so when people that are not black says, "Hey, they she just don't understand it as a black person."
But see, here's my thing. Here's my thing. Because I'm going to disagree with you there. Because I can understand what a woman goes through. I can empathize with the woman. If she can articulate what she's going through and how she feel, I can understand that. I can understand it if I take the time to understand it. I can. Now the problem is, do I empathize with her? Do I feel her? Do I give that empathy, that sympathy to her? Because I can understand, like, man, whatever. Yeah, it is what it is. You do what you do, whatever the situation might be. Or I can say, damn, man, you had to carry, your whole body had to change for 9 months. You're
But you
feeding two people. You understand what I'm saying? So,
I get so no, just because we have empathy doesn't mean that we have understand. I think that men do not understand childbirth. We might think we have an idea of it. We might empathize on how bad it is, but we don't understand it. And I
I
so
think,
so
can
go
you use
ahead.
a different word than understand?
Yeah, it's different degrees to understanding.
Yeah, can you use a different word? Because
Yeah, I can use a
again, I
different word.
can't
I got you.
experience it. I can't experience it, but I can
Yeah,
understand from the psychological point of how a woman's body changes, how the chemical.
I
Yeah.
think so. Let me use a different word, right?
Okay.
We since we don't experience it, it's
Hmm.
a theory. You can have a theory, but I don't think you have understanding, right? I have a theory on how bad it is. I have a theory on this. And when I see my children coming to this earth, what I realize is even though I saw it with my eyes, even though I think I know what she went through, I truthfully don't understand the pain. I
Okay.
might
Yeah,
understand the
I can agree with that.
process, but I
Right.
don't understand the pain. And that was the point that I was making. And sometimes when I have conversations with people of different races, I understand that They might can empathize with us. They might, but they don't understand the pain. I guess that's the best part that I'm saying.
Hold on, family. Hold on. I gotta say this, and I usually don't get offended at stuff, but Blue Jay, like that
It's
comment about the cognitive
ridiculous.
dissonance is super offensive,
It's ridiculous.
very offensive. How dare you say
Wait,
that?
what she say? What she say?
It's
I'm
Like,
it's giving
I'm not
it's
ignoring
giving
that.
racist. I'm trying not to say nothing.
no, it's got to be said, Mo. It's got to be said.
Mr. Bless,
Like,
say what she said because I
it's
didn't catch it.
it's okay. It's okay for legally for her to have a different
Yeah, it
opinion
is.
or
But
or
some
whatever
things
else.
are just too far.
Yeah, I'm not shooting that down. That's okay. Legally, it's cool. You interpret the law a certain way. I love watching Law and Order. I know a lot of us do. It's all good. You know what I mean? But the 3/5 comment, the cognitive dissonance
Three
comments,
fifths was insane.
yeah, like come on, like sis, like
Oh
you
yeah,
gotta
I
you
just
gotta these comments are offensive. Like they just are. There's no other way around it. It's offensive. Because if the shoe was on the other foot and you experience hardship the way that our people experience hardship, we would not say that to you. We wouldn't. And if we did, you would call us insensitive and you would call us ignorant, you would call us a lot of
Like,
things.
yeah,
You know what I
like
mean? So
this.
my whole thing is that when you're making a cognitive dissonance comments, it's like you trying to say that we can't have this conversation
It's
logically,
very
and we
dismissive.
and we clearly can have the conversation logically because a lot of our points we are agreeing with you. We just don't agree with certain aspects. But to say the cognitive dissonance comment is completely offensive. And Blue Jay, I'm not coming at you. It's just an offensive comment. You know, I understand what you're saying about the laws and legality, and it's all good.
no.
But
But even the
three
law of
fifths and
legality
everything
don't
else,
make no sense, bro. Even that
I
can't be
know.
justified, bro. Nah. Her understanding of it. Can
And
y'all put
like
that
Papa
comment
said,
back up
I
there?
love Blue Jay, but this is where me and Blue Jay often
More love. Can you put that comment back up on the
have
screen?
issues, you know. I
Hey, Mo
can't.
Love, you see the link I shared? I mean,
I
my thing in the back.
Like what type of
Um,
One of those things.
no,
You,
I didn't see it. Did you drop
I,
it? Let me see.
like we don't know one is more than 3/5.
it should be
Right,
like your
like we're
last.
not
Like
dumb.
that's not the point. The point is that they're having us represent that much of a vote so we can be one vote because we wasn't a whole human. We was not considered humans. We were considered property. This is all not just in the law, brother blessed, but also in the anthropology we were not considered human.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about, Blue Jay? Want me to pull up some documents and read 19th century, 20th century anthropology and what it says about black folks? You gonna act like
Okay.
that's not saying we're not worth a whole vote? What are we doing here?
I
That
gotta
is
learn that.
so. Oh
She,
my
she,
God,
y'all got. She
that's
been like that the entire time she been in this.
That's
that
racist.
is cold.
That's racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, she been like.
You are agreeing with a system that is used to put one group of people below the other. They're saying we're less than human.
Okay, Blue Jay is coming up,
Please do.
and I know you wanted to show something too, world class. Hey, Blue Jay,
Yeah, I just put it up.
can you hear me?
You say now, Mo?
Yeah, and
Let me.
so maybe I'm not explaining one of the comments, but are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can. I think world class wanted to
Yeah.
show this really quick.
Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah.
The gig is up, people. They done found the gig is up, people. They done found the photo of the judge, Jet Metcalf, the dad, having a celebration at a Christmas party. Thanks to Sam's Secret Service, he came with the proof, but I want to say he was having trouble confirming it. So I did my own investigation and did a little research myself just to confirm that the image is real and not AI generated. And it seems nobody have told Jack Metcalf to keep his Facebook page on private while the trial is active because all of this evidence is all on his Facebook page. Literally, all you have to do is search up Jeff Metcalf and all of the images is right there. And the jury and nobody see this as a conflict of interest. You have to be fucking kidding me. this not only proved that Carmelo is not guilty, but this case is fucking corrupt. They've been trying to play in our face this whole fucking time. And it's all just out there in the public. We need to get the fucking jury to see this shit before they make their verdict, because this does not sit right with me. This is a bunch of bullshit. If they don't dismiss this case and throw this fucking case out and give Carmelo a not guilty, I don't think this is going to sit well with the community, especially with all of this evidence and proof out. That's something that they damn sure don't want to deal with.
My bad for all the language. I forgot he was saying all that, but it's clear and concise. But this will be evidence they can bring up in the appeal.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna take a year and a half.
It's a mess.
Yeah, I want to see how we finna play gymnastics and the semantics with this 3/5 compromise.
Well, I'd like to go into it with good faith, if that's okay.
Yeah, we can just reach it out of the compromise and go
So
into the
if
and
the okay, so I'll just try to keep this short because clearly in the comments we're just making things worse. So if the slave owners were trying to get voting rights on behalf of their slaves, and obviously the slave owners are going to vote whatever the hell they want. They're not going to let the slaves vote, right? So basically, they're just stacking up votes, and they're going to try to keep slavery going. They're not trying to get slaves right. They're against slave, basically, right? But they would be voting. So if they said, we want to be able to vote, and they said no, and then eventually, okay, well, you can't have a whole vote. We don't want you to have any votes. And they eventually compromise on, okay, for each slave, you can have a 3/5 vote. So if you have 5, you get 3 votes, right? So basically that lowered, if it was 1 and they would have got 5 for 5 slaves versus 3 for 5 slaves, the slave owners would have had more voting power, which would actually hurt the slaves because they were voting against their best interests. So by lowering the amount of voting power for each slave, that gave less power to their oppressors, basically. So that is a benefit. It wasn't seeing like they're not human. I mean, that's what I don't think people realize is sometimes those things are taken and run with, and it's like they pass generations and nobody actually reads what's actually happening.
Well, I had
and to me, that's frustrating.
in high school. I learned that in high school, and I also had.
Then how is that not benefiting the slave? How was I wrong about that?
Because they shouldn't have never been considered slaves in the first place to be considered that much of the population.
Obvious.
No, that's not obvious, because when you say that we gonna make them 3/5, you're trying to take away the option of them actually being one. You are speaking as
before
if
that they had no votes. They weren't voting though. You're not getting. They weren't voting on their own self.
I didn't say that they were voting on their own self. They didn't have the right to vote. The slave owners were voting. Right. I'm not saying they had the right to vote. I don't even know why you said that.
Because you're saying if they, rather than giving him a whole 3/5,
no, that's not what I'm saying. If you want to hear me out first, you will hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a fundamental misunderstanding. The union were not anti-racist. They were anti-power for the slave owners. The fact that they had to even make them a 3/5 of a representation shows that they didn't want them to be human. This is substantiated by Abraham Lincoln's own words when he said that if he could keep them slaves, he would. It had nothing to do with morality and helping the slaves. That was not the context of what was being done. The context of who can have more power, because the Industrial Revolution was about to kick in. It had nothing to do with morality. It had nothing to do with humanity. Listen to me. I never said it did.
I never said it did, though.
Okay,
you're arguing something I didn't say. I said it inadvertently. Do you want me to say inadvertently benefited them? I never said
it don't benefit
it was
them at all.
If they got a whole vote, that would have been worse off than a 3/5. But I never said that it was. First of all, do you think that the Union Army had enough? You don't realize that it takes time to build enough up. Those slavery, they were the rich, powerful people. Can we go after the Elon Musk and the Bill Gates? Is it that easy, or do you have to kind of build up?
What do you mean?
And
the
eventually
Union
take
and
them down?
Confederacy had power. Wait a minute. The Union and Confederacy had power. They were just arguing over. They were just arguing over who had the bigger penis, so they can take more control of the money.
But they didn't have enough yet to dismantle the slavery yet. They didn't have enough to fully, like, obviously.
But it wasn't the 3/5 compromise had nothing to do with dismantling slavery. Let's get that clear.
Right. It was pre. I get that. It was pre that.
It had zero to do with it. It wasn't even. It had nothing to do with that.
Exactly. But it's still. inadvertently,
there be a but. Once you admit that it had nothing to do, because your point
okay,
was that
let me ask you the simplest question. Is 3/5 of a vote for the slave owners better or worse than a whole vote for the slave
both of
owners?
them are worse for us because they're sitting there
No,
giving
that
us
wasn't the
representation.
question. Which one is worse?
What's going on?
Ma'am, that is subjective. You cannot tell me which one is worse to us when I'm telling you for a fact both of them were worse. I can
Oh
give
my
you.
God, this is what I was talking about. Having a
You're
logical
not. This is not
discussion.
what
It's
you're talking
impossible.
about. It's impossible for you. You actually think that we can judge between which one is worse between the devil and Satan. That doesn't
So
make
which
sense.
one's worse, a
That is a
0 vote
logical
for the slave
fallacy.
owners or
That is a
or a vote?
No,
Let's not do
both
the
of them. Are
partial.
you saying the Union didn't have any slaves?
I have no idea. Probably a few. I have no
Of
idea.
course
I
they
wasn't
did. So
born
it had
then.
nothing to do
I
about.
don't even
So
live in
okay,
that
so
area. I live in the West.
so
We didn't
slave
have
owners were
slaves
still
here.
in the North. Slave owners were still in the Union, so it had
Okay,
nothing to do with just slave
You said
owners.
what?
but they're
What you just said?
overall they were
Wait,
basically fighting each other,
you
right?
said they didn't have slaves in the West. Is that what you?
No, I said they
They
had slaves
didn't.
in the.
We didn't have slaves
Oh,
here in
not you.
Utah. Never had slaves.
Who didn't have slaves?
We didn't have slavery in Utah. They didn't have it in these western states. What are you talking about? They weren't established till the emancipation. We didn't have slavery in Utah. Never. No, we didn't.
It's
Oh
talking
my.
about.
We didn't. You can look it up. Go ahead.
What you talking about, bro? This is crazy.
Okay. Well, you show me
You
proof
said
then.
Utah
We didn't have
That is a
slavery in
red
Utah.
herring. We were talking about the Union and the Confederacy.
I know. I'm saying he was. Did I know that the
that's not-
unions had slaves? I said no. I don't. I don't. I don't even live in a place where it's like a lot of that history. I don't.
Okay,
So I
so here we
read
go.
about
Scholarly
things when I
consensus
hear about
identifies
them.
that territorial Utah legalized both African American slavery and indigenous slavery in 1850s. So that proves you wrong right there. But that's not even an argument I'm having. I didn't even want to have that argument.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, so
I mean, you don't gotta know. I know because I know my
okay. So
history.
for
You
15
can't-
years, a few people had slaves. Maybe that's
Hold
why I
on,
don't know
hold
about
on.
it.
Listen, guys, hold on. Let's slow it down. I just typed it into AI. Yes, slavery absolutely existed and was legally protected in Utah.
Yes, and not just for
Okay,
African American
you
slaves,
said
but
from
for the indigenous
1850 to
slaves.
1865. Is that true? 15 years. I mean,
This
I
is in
guess
the
maybe that's about
1850s.
15 years, maybe. Yeah, and emancipation was 1865.
It doesn't matter. You said it was no slavery in the
Okay,
West.
well,
That's
maybe
incorrect.
they don't really teach that because it was so small and there
And
wasn't.
then
We didn't
you
even
said
get
slavery in the
established till
Union.
1847. We
What?
became a state in 1847. So maybe the first
So there
10
was slaves
years, 15 years. I guess maybe that's so.
That's why I
Okay,
was
fine.
arguing this is a red
Anyways,
herring.
it's not a.
We should
It's not
be
a
talking about the
very
West. We should only be
Guys,
talking about the.
listen, if we're gonna have the conversation, you got to do it one at a time. You got to do it one at a time so we can
Okay,
hear.
so you got me. So
I let
I
you
guess for
talk,
like
like-
15 years we had slavery. I didn't hear about it. I didn't learn about it. I mean, it was probably very small
I
because there
know
weren't
you
hardly any
didn't learn
people
about
here. Well, there was hardly any people here. I mean, I guess that's probably why it wasn't a big thing
What
like it
you
would have
mean
been
the
back
indigenous
in the
people
South.
that were slaves? Let me read it to you again.
My
Now you-
family
now you-
established, my ancestors
now-
established Utah, and there was like
I
not very,
guess you
there were
never heard of
Mormon
the
people.
Trail of Tears. I guess you never heard of the Trail of Tears
Oh, really? And what makes you think that?
because you think that's not tied into what we're talking about with Utah and
Oh,
Oklahoma.
did I say that? Did I say that?
I know. I said you're talking as if it didn't when you claimed that there was not slavery in the West.
They went to Oklahoma.
I suggest we just let Mo talk to Blue Jay because that's what she can.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. The thing is, my point was,
I want to say this really quick.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
want to go back and forth about this conversation. I think it's very dismissive of, everything that we're talking about. And I've gone back and forth with Blue Jays several times and it didn't go well. So I'm trying to use wisdom and just let y'all have a conversation.
Yeah, I was having a conversation for sure. I'm saying that you are clearly being racist right now. By
No, I'm
definition. You don't know what racism means?
So me saying that the slave owners having a little bit less voting power actually was probably good for the slaves
Yes,
means I'm
because
racist,
the
and then I
Union
approve
had
of
slaves.
slavery. Okay,
Yes,
well
because
that's
the
the
Union
cognitive
had
dissonance
slaves.
that I'm talking about because that's clearly
That's not cognitive
not even what I said.
That is. You said
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So
hold
Blue
on,
Jay.
wait a minute. She just repeated what she said, and it's not. She's not
Because
talking.
it's just math.
You're not
It's
talking
not even
quantum
hard to figure out.
Hold on,
It's
Harwin,
not.
hold
You're
on.
not talking quantum mechanics.
But
This is very
I guess
simple.
I just don't understand
guys,
like
y'all gotta chill.
Let me talk. I keep getting cut off. Like I'm
aggression. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you need to calm down your emotions.
And I do want you to Blue Jay, don't do that. I
Harwin,
do
hold
want
up
you
one
to be
second.
able to say what you
Right.
want to say, Harwin. but it does like all the aggression and
Right.
just
It's
wanting to
too
fight
much.
I think I get
about.
called a
No, I'm
racist because
talking
I said
about.
that
I'm
3/5 is
talking
better
about
than one.
Jay. You
Yes,
do
that's
this
racist by
every
definition.
time
That's
when we're
that,
having a
no.
Chill. Y'all, yeah, listen,
conversation.
Mo is talking. Y'all gotta chill.
When we're having a conversation, it's like you just can't wait to
No,
be a
I didn't
contrarian.
start
I
the
don't get
conversation.
it.
You know
I
why,
just
Mo? Because when I hear 3/5 of, they thought we were 3/5 of a person is in like a human value as like a soul. That is incorrect because the 3/5 was strictly politics and voting power. It is based on, money, politics, everything. It wasn't saying anything more. And that's the thing that when I try to say the 3/5, if you look at it from like a bird's eye view, it took more like the slave owners wanted more voting power and they couldn't, they kind of fought against them, so they had to settle, like they had a conference. Now should they have got any, if they got voting power for slaves should have got a vote. Obviously we know that didn't happen.
This is the point. But
I
see,
in
you
no
don't.
way
No,
approve of slavery at
I
all. I
you
think it
just
was
the way
horrendous.
that
So
you
no,
first of
Guys,
all,
the
let's
way
chill.
get
you
that out
have
of the way.
Chill one
the
second. Howard, chill one
conversation,
second. Hold on one second.
it's
Blue Jay, the point that I think that you're missing, right? It's like if I say that a
yeah,
woman.
like Coffee said, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Like it's like you better be glad you got even that.
No, it
That's
isn't.
what
That's
it's
not how I
giving.
said it.
It's
No,
See,
but
that's
listen.
not
it's
fair. That's
giving.
not fair.
No,
Hold
but it's
on, Blue
giving
Jay.
like, why do you want to argue this so bad?
Because
I
Because
I
don't
don't think it's
understand.
right to spread the
Blue
narrative
Jay,
that 3/5 of a person means your human
it is.
value.
Blue
Bolo, wait, before
Jay,
you go,
Can I,
Bolo, let me
can,
read what the fifth compromise is.
And
Because
then when it's coming from a white person, that
she's
makes
acting
it
like it's
worse.
not what I'm
Exactly. You're
saying.
being racist against me because
No,
I'm
I'm
white. I
not
can't
being
No,
think. I
racist.
can't
I've
just
been
state a
being
fact.
okay,
majority of the
okay,
time.
listen. Y'all gotta chill.
I have been
Y'all gotta
somebody
quiet
got
chill.
to mute
majority of the
somebody when they
time.
talking, bro,
But
because
it
I've been
is
chewing the whole
difficult
time.
When
to
Mo is trying
It
to
continue to
speak,
offends me to
hear
be called
these
racist because I
racist
don't like racism,
remarks.
and
And you
I'm
think
not
because
racist.
you make them in a subtle way that we don't catch it.
That's what you think, though. That's not how I feel, and that's not fair because if I don't say that,
Okay.
okay,
why would
Blue
you
Jay,
think that? Because I'm
Blue
white.
Jay, Blue Jay, listen to what I'm saying. Please hear me. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, if a woman had been great, let's say a woman was great, right?
Mm-hmm.
And man that raped her had a hard day. His day was hard, or whatever the situation might be. And we say, you know what? The 5 other women he raped, he killed. This one he didn't. Now, I can understand from the perspective of someone that isn't empathetic or sympathetic towards that person, or not. Let me take that away. I can understand someone saying, well, I can see where she got lucky, right? Because he didn't kill her. But when you're talking about the woman that went through it, she doesn't see it from that perspective. She sees that she's been violated. So the point that Harwin is making to you is it's a non sequitur to even talk about 3/5 was better than one or no, because we were taken as property and done at will, burned, lynched, raped. Okay.
I get it. I know.
And
Obviously,
right. So
yeah, of
that's
course,
why the
that's a given.
conversation is touchy. So that's the perspective that he's speaking towards. And that's what we talked about earlier. Understanding the perspective from the other person's side in which they are speaking in. And that's why we're having this contention. Because what you're saying is, I'm not trying to come from that perspective, but Harwin is saying it's disingenuous because I'm telling you that to even make that statement is off because it didn't benefit us no way. It was a political move to do for what the slave owners wanted, because Lincoln didn't free the slaves because he wanted them to be free. He freed them because they needed bodies. So at the end of the day, the conversation is going to be touchy for black folk. So I think
Okay,
that
can I respond to that?
you're coming off
No,
as
I'm going after him for sure.
you're coming off
No, he's
as
speaking to me.
I
not
just want but Harwood never finished. I interrupted him.
you're coming off
Well,
as
I'm not saying that they benefited. I'm saying
I'm
it's
not
more
saying you
beneficial
are.
than one because your
I understand, but
argument 3/5 is a bad thing and you should have been a whole one.
listen,
The
here's
context of
the
that is
thing.
not. Do you know how many people don't even know that 3/5 is about voting? They think
Yeah,
it
but
yeah,
means
see,
that
here's
people just
the
think
That's
that
not
3/5
irrelevant.
context.
like that
You
even
don't
makes
know
any
what you're
sense.
talking about.
guys, hold
You're just
on.
saying random stuff.
Blue Jay. The point that he's making is there shouldn't
Shut
even
up,
been a
world class. I'm
conversation.
not talking to you.
Come on, chill,
Idiot. It's called the Dred Scott decision.
chill.
Go look up the
What he's
Dred Scott
saying,
I don't
decision
like
and then
him
compare what
already.
we're
He's
talking about.
chill.
annoying.
What he's saying
Dumb.
is
My
What he's
point is,
saying,
I wasn't saying they benefit. I'm saying that it was
You
more
just
beneficial
said it
than
wasn't
one. It's
slaves in
both bad.
Utah.
It's all
yo,
bad.
all right,
30
listen,
seconds
you're
into
gonna
Okay,
have to
the
chill. Chill. You're gonna have to chill, please. What Harwin is saying, that at the end of the day, there shouldn't even been a conversation about 3/5. I'm a human being like you're one.
Exactly.
So to even have that conversation of me being 3/5 or me being property is a problem. That's the
Absolutely.
perspective that he's coming from. So to even have that conversation is off. That's the perspective he's having. That's how he's seeing it. Now, if you have a conversation with me, I can have the conversation with you. But what he's saying and the perspective that he's coming from is we shouldn't even have to come from that perspective because I'm not 3/5 of a man. I'm a man the same way you're a man. So that's the point that he's coming from. And what you're saying is you're missing each other because instead of you saying, you know what, I see it, I understand. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to say, but 3/5 is better than one. And it was a political move and this, that, and the third. And he's saying, I'm not even on that side yet. I'm still stuck on first base. Why the hell why are we even having this conversation? Why am I property of somebody's?
Thank you.
That's the perspective he's coming from. And I think that's where you're missing it because the point that you were trying to make is 3/5 of a vote is better than no vote. That's the point you're coming from, which I get it. But at the end of the day, votes don't mean a goddamn thing anyway.
Thank you.
So if you look at the bigger picture, you don't pick the president. The electoral vote does. And they pick whoever the hell they groom. So at the end of the day, this whole thing is fake. This whole thing is a farce. This whole red tape nonsense.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it there, and I'll let Harwin take it over. Go ahead, my G.
You did a good job, Bolo, but I'm saying all of the above, and I'm also addressing the taxation. So let's be clear. She's conflating slave-owning states with the Union and the Confederacy as if the Confederacy was the only ones that had slaves, and that's not true. So we're going to read this right here from the National Archives. When the American Civil War began, the Union included 5 slaveholding border states: Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and West Virginia. So this was not just about the Confederacy having the power because they were the slave-owning states. No, the Union had slaves too. So that's that point. The next point is this: the Dred Scott case. The Dred Scott case indeed is saying that we were less than human. We were not citizens. That's the second point. The third point: the 3/5 compromise did not state that black people were worth less than a human per se. Rather, during the Constitutional Convention, it established a formula for counting enslaved populations, referred to as 3/5 of all persons, of all other persons, solely to determine a state's congressional representation and tax liabilities. That is what the Union was doing against the Confederacy. So let's be clear. I'm talking about what Bolo talking about, and I'm also talking about what Blue Jay was saying in the multiple points that she was making. It's racist by definition. Now, what do I mean by racist? What does that mean? Racist means, by definition, I'm gonna give you the first time, because when I called her a racist, she got offended, as if I'm saying that she's being prejudiced or a bigot. That's not what I'm saying. Your understanding of the modern uses of the word racist that an everyday person uses today is called a colloquialism. A colloquialism, for people that don't know what that means, is a general term that might not actually mean what the actual definition of that word is. So this is what the definition of the word is. And this is the first time it was used in written recorded history. The Michigan City Dispatch, the 24th of June, 1880, quote, "There is a certain innate sentiment which ranks in a cataloging of the mental impulses with patriotism, comma, which we might term racialism. On account of that inborn and inbred sentiment, we all incline to consider the Caucasian superior to all other races of the genus Homo." So not only did they not even consider us of the same species, they said that of the genus Homo, meaning human. So they acknowledged us as a human, but not as the same species. And then they connected it to their patriotism. So what does racism mean? Racism means to use a system/doctrine to keep a group of people or peoples at a lower state than this said
Yeah.
group that made the system. So when you agreeing with that term and asking me which one is better, and Bolo explained it perfectly why that's a nonsensical question. When you ask me that, you are justifying racism, thus making you racist by definition.
Thank you.
I land my plane.
So
May I say something, please?
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay. So, Blue Jay, okay? I'm going to give an example. Let's say you just cleaned your floor in your house, and I'm coming to your house, and you tell me to take my shoes off. And I tell you, my shoes is comfortable. I'm not taking them off. I'm not respecting your home. You just gave me a ground rule of what to do and what not to do, right? Now, when you came up here, you know, you already have said a bunch of things that were already offensive in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
You came up here, you stood on it. It is what it is. You know, your views are your views on life, on people, on race, politics, legality, socialism, whatever. It is what it is, right? You know, and as offensive as they are, those are your views. Outside of that, it's just not right that you step onto a panel and you don't respect the host, the co-host, or other people that are on here that are sharing their views. And for them to even allow you to even share your views, even as offensive as they are, for them to even still have patience with you, you should definitely have a different approach from now on if you come up and discuss any kind of topic. Because if it was my panel, I would have definitely dropped you down a long time ago. I definitely would have. And they
Mm-hmm.
and
Hey,
Mo
Poppy, good to
and
see
Mo
you.
and Mo and Bolo both know that. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I mean?
know.
So, and I
I'm
probably wouldn't even let
block.
you up here, to be honest. But but I will say this: I think we can have a mature conversation moving forward. I believe we can all hear each other's viewpoints and different perspectives. I love how Bolo and Brother Harwin both laid out, you know, the different points historically of
Mm-hmm.
what our people have gone through, and yeah, I would just say have a better approach no matter what your views are, and just respect the people who are up here, who are hosting and co-hosting, and other people on the panel. You know, when you're sharing whatever views you're sharing, and that's it. I land.
I agree.
Damn, either man left. Well, I enjoyed. Yeah, I was talking about my favorite verse in the Bible, which is Genesis 1. So I was enjoying listening to that until it went off.
Mm-hmm.
And I broke that book down
Okay.
at least 10 times. Uh, no, she back. No, she back. Go ahead.
What's happening right now? Am I back yet? I'm sorry. I lost like connection. Um, no, I just I think some. Am I interrupting someone? I couldn't hear for a minute. Sorry. Go ahead. So.
So she didn't hear nothing y'all said. That's
You
what I'm
did
hearing.
you hear anything that was said?
Yeah.
She wasn't interrupted, so you know she went in.
I'm saying it's like
That's why I
I
said I'm
don't
about
think
to.
that when I say something. Well, I'm having trouble connecting. It keeps giving me an error. So,
Oh, okay. Um, we can hear you, but it's
like,
going
I mean,
out.
it says trouble connecting to the internet. I don't know why. I know. I think it's because my iPad's dying and
But we can hear you.
my phone's not working. I don't know why. Okay. Well, what I was saying, I wasn't attaching like wrong or right to it. I mean, I thought it was established knowledge that slavery was wrong in every way, shape, and form, and I believe racism is wrong as well. So I wasn't saying, oh, like, lucky you got that. No, what I was saying was, I think that now when people don't know, like, the context of the voting and all that stuff that was going on, and they just think three-fifths of the person, that can be a dangerous narrative to paint without people fully understanding because it's not entirely accurate. And if you want to look at it like that, like I said, women couldn't vote. Women were the last to vote. We got 1920. So if all human value is, you know, predicated on how much voting power. So now then I guess women were worthless. If that's my
Yeah,
point
but
was, I
comparing
think that
women to our that's completely different.
Yeah,
But
that's deflecting.
did you hear what 84 said, or were you not
No,
able?
well,
Did
I
you have
think I heard 84
Yeah, well,
saying
nobody
that
said
what
that.
I said in the chat was offensive, and I was just asking what was it exactly that I said was offensive. If because
So
basically
you
all
don't
I
know
said
what
is
you said?
if
What
what
like
a lot of
you
people
know?
think that ideally what instead of 3/5 it'd be one, right? Because that would be
no,
a whole
So
I
thing
you
if
have
addressed that
the
no
slave
clue
already.
owners did get
what
their
was
way and got a
offensive,
whole wait,
CJ.
let
you
me
wasn't
finish my
there from
sentence.
Bolo talking.
Right, but I want to, before you continue, you have no clue of what was offensive. I'm asking genuinely.
No,
I think that what I said was misconstrued, and that's why it was offensive because it made it. I was interpreted to say that slaves were actually lucky they at least got that. What I was saying was no, nobody should be voting on their behalf unless they got to choose what they were voting for, and obviously that wasn't the case. So knowing
Yeah,
that
because
they
they
were
wasn't
obviously
considered
racist
citizens.
people
Can
voting
84
on their.
say what he
Hold
said
on,
though? Because I
right, but
need
let
you
me
to
just
hear what
finish my
84 said.
sentence.
Let her finish. Let her
I'm
finish.
happy. I'm
I
happy
wanted
to listen to
84
him.
to say what he said because it was very important.
That's true too. But listen,
And I'm
guys, I'm
happy
gonna
to
drop,
listen
man.
to him.
I'm a drop, man. Y'all have a blessed
No,
night,
don't go
Okay.
nowhere, man.
brother. I gotta get up in the morning. But Mo, thank you for having me. Love
You're
you,
welcome.
brothers and sisters. Y'all have a blessed night. Everyone in the chat, support. Lord willing, we'll see you in the A. Well, we'll see you in the AM. Peace out.
All right. Good
All
night,
right.
Bolo.
all
Later,
right,
Good
Bolo.
Bolo.
night.
It's definitely your fault, Bolo.
I'll wrap it up quickly. But my point was, if the yeah, it's all your fault. If the sentiment was that one would be the fair thing instead of 3/5, my point was that if you're giving, another 2/5 of power into the racist people's hands, because obviously the slaves were voting on their slaves, not on their best behalf,
So
whatever's
what
best for
3 out
them,
of the 5?
and they
What
were
was the 3?
racist. I agree. So that means that if one in that context would have not been better than 3. But I get like
Do you know?
the way
Do you
that
know what
it's
the 3/5
said
is?
is makes. I'm sorry.
What?
Do you know what the 3 are? The 3 out of the 5. What are they? And what is the 2 that's missing? Since you keep
What I'm
saying it,
saying is if I get your vote, and I get a
I,
vote for you,
I
right?
think
Like, and
I
I
get
get
to
to
vote
count
for
you as
the
my
3 that's
vote,
counted
and
out of the
I'm
5. What
voting
is
for
that?
something that oppresses you. You'd probably want me to have
What?
3/5 instead of 1.
Okay, yeah, but I addressed that already when
I
I
do
went.
want to say thank you, Tiffany, so much for the cash app. I
So that was my
appreciate
whole point. I
Yeah,
don't think any of it was
but
right.
I
That
addressed
I
your
think
point.
all of it was wrong. Okay, let me
Yeah,
just.
but I
I
addressed
guess
all of
I
your
didn't
points.
think I had to say that.
No, yeah,
Uh,
but even the point that you made was wrong because you brought up the Confederacy as if they were the only slave owning states, and I just corrected
No,
you on that they
I
were
said
not.
slave
It was
owners.
not that the
Okay,
races. Yeah, but you said slave owners in context to the Confederacy versus the Union, and the Union were
I never
also
said
racist
that.
slave. You
I said
did.
Southerners. Okay. I said
Yeah, you
Southerners,
said
and you're right.
Southerners. That's
But
the
I don't think
Confederacy.
the slave. Okay, well, the Union slave owners probably weren't benefiting
you,
or voting on their slaves' behalf
No,
either.
the Union was still a part of the. No, those 5 slave states owning states were still a part of the Union. They were voting.
Exactly,
They
and they
were
weren't
pro the Union.
they weren't voting to
So
get
there
rid of
was no
slavery, were they?
separation. There was no separation between who was racist.
My point was
you.
is that whoever has slaves is probably racist. So those people don't need to have
No,
more voting
the
power,
people who
and the
didn't
less
have
hey,
slaves
voting
were
power
racist.
they get,
hey,
the
Bolo,
better.
I
No,
just got
the
one
people
question.
who did. And my point is, the people who didn't have slaves were also racist. What are you talking about?
Okay, but either way, who has more to gain from oppressing the slaves more? The people that own them.
They
So
both
if
were
they got
oppression
more
because they were
votes,
making money from the exportation of cotton. It was not
exactly.
the
So the
problem.
less power they have, the better.
No, you're not understanding. You're trying to separate two sides of a coin as if the heads and the tail side isn't the same thing on the coin. And I just explained to you. I just put it out for you, and I just read scholarly sources. Some of that was off the top of my head, and things I was quoting directly from scholarly sources about what the 3/5 compromise was, and the 5 states that were never seceded from the Union. They were always a part of the Union. It was not about freeing no slaves. It was about
I never
commerce.
said it was. I never said it was
You
about freeing
did say
slaves.
that. You said that the 3/5
I said
compromise
that
was
they would.
assisting in this freeing of slaves, and you just repeated it
No, I
again.
didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said it.
But
It would benefit them.
what is?
It would be
It didn't
against their
benefit them.
best interest.
They were not
No,
considered. It
it.
was not in their
I
best
said it
All right,
interest. It was
benefits
in their
them
what
interest.
does
less
any of this have to do with the
if they
Metcalf
had
case?
one.
at
It's
all.
not that complicated. I
It
did
don't
my
got
best to
nothing to do
explain
with the
it. My
Metcalf case. It
iPad's
was just
dying.
we was
I gotta
addressing
go.
something she said in
No,
the
I
chat. That
love
was
you.
just
I'm not. I
She started
try to
explaining
explain
that.
it
yeah,
She
simply.
started explaining that
yeah.
when
We
she's talking
don't
about the
Women
Blue Jay
Metcalf
have
case. I
zero.
don't know how they
Okay,
respectfully.
got
but
here.
now you're opening the whole.
No, Blue
We're
Jay
just
respectfully.
going
We
into
don't
the
need
Geneva
nobody to
because
come tell us what the 3/5 compromise is. If a black person say that's considered 3/5 of a human, that's colloquially all right to say. That
it
is not
didn't say
inaccurate.
that though. In
But I
you
just
read it said
explained it.
it's
I
not
just
about the
explained it
value of the
thoroughly
human.
what it said.
You
But
read
but I
that.
just but I just explained it
Yeah,
thoroughly what
yeah,
it
yeah.
says, and I gave
Exactly,
you
and it said it's
context,
not the value
and
of
I
the
gave
human.
you
It's about the
it.
voting.
Whoa. You didn't hear the whole thing that I said? Maybe your thing was going.
All
Yeah,
right.
Was
Well,
you
I'm
sure
gonna
did
do
right
this.
now.
I know Mo does not like yelling and all this, so I'm gonna go.
hold on.
And you
A
guys can
formula for
whatever you
counting
want. I tried to
enslaved
explain my
populations,
view.
referred to
I
as
came
three
out to
fifths of
say
all other
Hold
persons.
I
on,
wasn't
real quick.
defending anything.
Blue Jay, what were you trying to say? Are you defending the 3/5 point or
She's saying we getting it. She's saying that I was saying it incorrect, and that's not
No,
true.
I'm saying it was about voting. Thank you. I said the 3/5 thing when people don't know even anything about it, have no idea that it's about voting, anything, and then they just hear, oh, 3/5 of a person. It can cause like knowledge is power. So I think if people do want to use the 3/5 thing, they need to at least explain how it came about, what it said, because he even just read verbatim that it said, so this is not about the value of a human, this is solely about the congressional voting
Yes,
power,
referred
blah
to
blah
as
well,
blah.
you
three
And
know
fifths
so
what?
of all
Let
other
me
and my
ask you a
point
persons.
was, if
question.
you want to open that floodgate, then you can say that women had zero value because women had zero vote. That was my point. It
But
wasn't about, my point was
oh,
voting power is what it was
right,
down
but
to.
let me say
And
this. You said
having
if
one full vote,
you just I'm sorry, you just said if you want to open that floodgate
go
and
ahead.
narratives and dialogues made a good point. He said, what made you bring that up out of the blue?
That's what I'm
What was
saying.
the point
Bolo
of that
said they
statement?
considered us 3/5 of a person, of a human. That's what Bolo said. And I responded to
And
Bolo.
he's accurate. In the vote, when it says 3/5 of all other persons,
But
that's what the 3/5 compromise
correct. But he
was.
didn't say voting. He
He
said a
didn't have
human
to.
being.
We already
And
know
that's
that
where
it was
I
about
clarify.
voting.
It's
See, and
not
that's why
limited
I
to
think it's
voting.
dangerous that people
Okay,
should
let's have a legal
also talk about
conversation then.
voting when they
Truthful claim
mention
that it
that.
was limited to voting. Truthful claim.
Yeah, it was congressional representation and tax liabilities, among other things. But she's trying to
Well,
act like we didn't know
I
that.
can't say.
Yeah, I can. Like, this is what I
No, no,
do.
You
no,
act
no, no,
like I
no, no.
care, like I'm
It's not about
supporting.
us
I'm
knowing it. It's not about us
clarifying
knowing it. It's
history.
No, but you
her
don't need to
claim.
You're
clarify
short
it to me,
that.
is my
Go ahead.
point. You don't need to
It's her
clarify it
claim
to me or
outside of that
Bolo.
it was bonded, limited, and restricted to 3/5, and
Obviously,
that's
I
not.
did because I was
Dred Scott was not
misunderstood.
unbiased.
No, you
He had a
didn't.
meeting of the judge.
Ma'am, I know what the
Yes, he
3/5
did.
See, that was,
compromise is.
well,
So you didn't have to. What
but
Bolo
you were
said
calling me
wasn't
racist and
inaccurate.
saying that.
And well, her statement has gone past us whether we know
He
about what
never
the
brought up
voting
the
aspect of
voting,
3/5.
though, and I think it's
It's
fair
her
to at
mind.
least bring
It's
up
her
the
He don't
saying
voting
have
it
to
to
was
because we
limited to
educate
already
voting.
know
people
what
about
it
it.
is. It's not just voting.
We didn't think we had to bring that up. Didn't you just say that?
Yeah, we don't have to bring up
And
something that
where's
we
your proof
already
of
know.
that? Where's your proof
What
that
you mean? I
where's your
just read
proof
it
that
to
it's
you.
not voting?
What?
Where's your proof of that?
I just read
That
it to you.
conversation.
Let
Yeah,
me
it
read it
said
again.
not talking about the value of a
Dred Scott.
human. Yeah, you're not
Yes.
reading what you read then, because it said not the
What?
value of
Let me
person,
read
but
it
solely
again.
the congressional
Rather,
voting
during
power.
constitutional convention,
Okay.
it established a formula for counting enslaved populations, referred to as 3/5 of all other persons, solely to determine a state's congressional representation and tax liabilities.
Are
Scholarly
you
sources,
familiar?
differing agendas. Southern states where enslaved people had no rights, but enslavers wanted them counted to gain political power. No duh. Demanded they be counted fully. Northern delegates, recognizing the hypocrisy of treating enslaved people as property, but wanting to limit the South political's influence, generally argued against counting them at all. The North didn't want to count them at all. What are you talking about?
Play.
Is that better?
Because they were not considered humans. They were not considered citizens. That's why I read the Dred Scott case. Let me go back and read the Dred Scott case. Yes, I said Dred Scott case determined that Africans were not humans. Yes, this is
No,
actually
that's
correct.
exactly my point.
Listen,
What?
because now first you said you didn't know,
Was
so
that
I'm
done?
reading it to you again fully
Okay,
because
the
you
Dred
you
Scott
must
case
have
is
some
not what I'm
connection.
talking about.
But no, I didn't
Says,
say you were talking
I'm
about
not
the
talking
Dred
about the
Scott
Dred
case.
Scott thing. I'm
I
talking
didn't
about
say
the
you were.
compromise.
I'm
You
using the
already
Dred Scott case to
okay.
substantiate what the
Then
3/5
well, let's
compromise
stop
is
with what I
referring
was
to.
talking about.
I did. I just read the whole thing. Now I'm using the Dred Scott case to
I said
substantiate
exactly what
why.
you just read. That
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said it was just voting. No, you didn't.
the North, you just said the Southerners wanted more votes.
Can you show us
Then
proof?
it's on 350.
Narratives and
I
Is
just
that
gave
dialogues.
you the.
the point
I
of the
just
calling it
literally
a
gave you the
compromise? Then
source.
I'm saying narratives and dialogues is asking Blue Jay, can she show proof of what she's saying?
Or references so we
he
can
just
research.
read it.
Because
What he
Harley
just read
showed
was
proof.
exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, and it wasn't, and it proved what I was saying was correct. And then I'm using that, and I'm using
They
the Dred
wanted
Scott
a
case
whole vote
not
their
to say
slaves. The North said no.
yes, because they wanted them
Yeah,
referred to as
Well, you can't
3/5 of
accuse me of
all
being
persons. Let me read it
Dred
again.
Scott
Hold
if
on,
I
real
don't know
quick.
about it.
Bro
3/5
Class,
of
were you trying
all
to say
other
something?
persons.
I can't. I'm at 2%. Mo, I gotta go. My iPad's dying. I'll listen from the back. I can't do. I got my thing's dying faster than it's charging. So, and I'm not. It doesn't seem like I'm getting worse. So I'll just listen.
Okay,
But
cool. So
I came
we're
up to
gonna use.
try to clarify with agreeing. It had nothing to do with anything. It said if the Southerners would won and North said
No, see, you're
no
not going to get the last word and keep trying to misquote what the
because
3/5 compromise is
not
talking
fair. It's
about.
not black
You
and
can
white.
just drop off. Nah, you're not. We're not doing that. I just read what it was. We don't need to report it back to us by you. We don't need you to retort.
Okay. Well, I'm glad now.
We already knew that though.
I've been on the show a lot longer than you.
What they got to
Enjoys
do
me
with
over here.
how long I got to do
All
over the
right. Well,
show
I'm gonna
has
go, Mo. I
nothing to
love
do
you. I'll talk
with
to you soon.
what the 3/5 compromise is. You can say what you want, but you're not going to get the last retort on what the 3/5 compromise is when we already just read what it is.
So there's that.
Like, what are we doing?
I just wanted to know what it does have to do with the Metcalf case. She
Exactly.
said something
She
about
randomly brought it up in the
a
comment
constitutional
section.
purist or something like that in that chat. I'm like, well, am I going as a chat?
Yeah, we
Let me
were
know if I'm
just
like,
talking about, the injustice when it comes to our
yeah,
people, and then that's where the defensiveness started, in my
sure.
opinion. And I know both sides are defensive, but I don't understand why. I don't know why.
Yeah,
You
because she said
know,
in the
For
comment
one,
section that y'all talking
and
about
then
the
shout out
past.
to Blue Jay.
And
I
the
just
brother
don't
Bolo,
always, I don't always agree with her perspective.
yeah, I
But
learned
that
that.
3 kids comment made me, yeah, that bothered me.
yeah, she said we had cognitive dissonance as if we didn't know what 3/5 compromise was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, a lot before I came to YouTube, right? I debated a lot. I mean, everybody, and I realized debating with um, her, I don't know what to call it, them and the little hats. They are so dependent on their narrative. Their confidence is so dependent on their narrative, and they're not the scholars that we was taught when we was little that they are. So it don't even matter if you bring facts. You can't speak empathy to them. You can't get them to see. And Lil Has is way worse than them. You can't get them to see the other side of anything. Like stop having empathy conversation and just say Dred Scott. It's there in black and white. It has not been repealed. It's in there right now. So that in itself lets you know you're 3/5 of a person. You don't have. You can look like you're a person. You can participate, but you really don't have the
That's why
rights.
she
And
didn't want me to read
and
the
it,
Dred Scott case, brother, because it was going to substantiate
exactly.
what that
It's
said when they talk about us
it's
being
brutal.
property for 3/5 compromise. They
It's
wasn't
brutal.
arguing if we shouldn't be property. They just wanted more power over the Confederacy.
Yeah. So
What is she?
yeah, liberating and shit. So uh,
Mm-hmm.
that's only relevant because you see it right now with the little boy that just got railed. When conflict of interest is even in commerce is a very very serious issue. And when you see there's Christmas pictures of the judge and the dad, right? You already know on some hood stuff that it's some little private compromise, private
Of
uh,
course.
commitment. You know what I'm saying? And then Mo, y'all in Texas. Texas is just dramatic. Like I'm not
Okay,
saying it's
so
the most.
there
It's
was a video that's going around. That's my pastor, the bald headed guy. I don't know if you've seen him, like talk about the verdict. Like, this is right up the street for me. I know that district. I know how things
Oh, okay.
go there. So this isn't just me saying, oh, or playing victim or not wanting to hold Carmelo accountable. It's none of that. I know how it works out here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like, there are too many
Mm-hmm.
holes in that story. 35 years is excessive, period. I don't care what people say.
What's manslaughter? You know what manslaughter is out there? 20, right?
I think
15, 20
so.
years.
Hmm.
Yeah. So it lets you know. I mean, I know it's a shocker, but me understanding law a little bit better, I know the appeal process. He'll more than likely win the appeal. But people gotta really make the GOJ step in. You know, that's on us at this point. We have to help him out. Like them people did. What's that kid? Everybody keeps that white boy. Everybody talking about. I just got a charge. I keep forgetting his name. Um, the one that was running around antagonizing people. We have to do that as writing letters to that courthouse into the Congress to Texas, in Texas, wherever that was at, and go from there. But that 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 conflict of interest is serious. But that lets you know that, like, listening to her when she was up here and looking at those males, the father, the judge, their confidence is really dependent on feeling like they can say and do whatever they want with no consequences. Them two twin boys really thought they could bully that little boy. Anybody
That's what
looking at
I'm saying. Yes,
Mark
he had no
Carmelo,
history of being
exactly,
problematic. They
exactly.
were twice his size, and they tried to make it sound
Yes,
like he threatened them. No, he warned
yes,
them. I'm letting y'all know, if
yeah,
y'all play in my face, what's gonna go down.
yeah,
And I don't
because
think
they
that he meant to kill him. I don't.
no, I even if he did,
And
even if
you
he
know
did,
what? Before you go, I don't like that they're trying to paint him as just this cold-blooded killer.
right, right.
Like, he
I'm,
just I don't appreciate that at all. You know?
this is this is what I'm saying. Even if you like, I'm from Liberty Heights and going up Northwest Baltimore. I done seen some vicious, truly evil people. I'm talking our people, and you can look at that boy how he moved. He's we would call him a square, and he
Mhm.
got a pretty little girlfriend that they was in love. And
Mhm.
when you it's something about brown skinned males, when we happy and content, it bothers a lot of people. That's not us,
Mhm.
and I don't. I understand that that's like you said. You from there. I remember you were saying that when it first popped off. I know that's one of those good areas, right? So he's not. You don't. They don't see thugs. They don't see people like me on a consistent basis. So they make up narratives in their mind that they can bully somebody that look like us. But you can tell he not on none of that. And like you just said, the way they trying to make him like he was a thug is crazy. But
Mhm.
my point of talking right now is let us understand that the Blue Jays, the small hats, the stuff that they're saying, bro, their identity is dependent on it. To
Mhm.
argue with them and
Oh,
try
and
to get them
Irby.
to see empathy is a waste of time. They don't have the capacity.
Mhm.
You have a
I
few of them that
Some
can
of them
and just rock
don't.
it.
Yeah, I agree. Irby said, how long does it take for an appeal in Texas? Normally 6 to, I think,
Oh,
18 months.
it's gonna
It
take
could
over.
take longer than that.
It could take over
Mhm.
a year. It's gonna be over a year for a fact. It ain't. It's no question. Absolutely
Right.
not.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree, Ron. It's devastating that one decision changed the trajectory of this young man's entire. When I heard 35 years, my heart dropped. It's
yeah.
like,
It's
what?
heavy because Freezy had the girls that was around the case or whatever that seen that video, and they was
Mhm.
pretty convinced that um they once you see it, it will get off. But apparently they only looked at like the non HD version of it, and
Yeah.
that lets you know that it's more about the relationship that the dad had with the judge, and him probably knowing that little boy, probably having, because you got to understand other thing too. They grew. It was probably grooming them twins to take over. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's like you messed up some of their plans by taking one of them boys' lives, and you messed up their confidence. You got to understand, the Carmelo invalidated a lot of the false confidence that the older generation was telling the younger generation, that this is their world, they run it, they got control.
Yeah.
You can do what you
And
want, and then you do it, and then you're dead.
And you know
But
how
see,
a lot
Mo,
of people were trying to
that's
make
what
it
I'm
sound
talking
like
about right there.
they were hold on, 84, I'm gonna let you go.
Hmm.
That when everybody, oh, he's gonna get off, or there this is gonna happen with that case. I didn't feel deep down in my soul that he was gonna get off, because again, I know the district that he's in. I know how
Yeah,
they operate out here. But I
yeah.
did not expect 35 years.
Mo, I
I
remember when it happened. I seen a lot of people from Texas saying he getting they gonna find him guilty. And I was like, what? A lot of
Yeah,
people. I seen a lot of little clips saying that he gonna be guilty. I'm like,
they'll
it's too
stay
much.
out here.
Jimmy, I was right. People from there was like, he going down.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, yeah. I was
Right.
looking at that like it's no way in hell. But yeah, because I didn't think they
Yeah,
would be
it's
this
sad.
woke. But it is Texas, so
Yeah, it's a
it's not the
mess.
oldest state in the country.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, 84?
Blue Jay, it's the comments that you just made just now is the problem. Like that's one of the issues. It's the not respect of other people, which is a point that I made up earlier. You know, calling brother world class a pseudo intellectual and an idiot. Like, come on. As a moderator, I don't want to time you out, but I will. And I know
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mr. Bryant will time you out. I know a lot of us will time you out. So you have to stay away from the comments where you're being disrespectful and derogatory, and just have the
Mm-hmm.
conversation. That's all. I don't know why you have to go to that point, but yeah.
Hey, I just want you to prove it. I've annihilated actual scholars, small hats. So I would love to see a Blue Jay who just said, Utah didn't have slaves, and then Bolo proved in 30 seconds that you was wrong. And nobody proved me I was wrong any stat that I said on the 6 years I've been on YouTube. So I would love. I ain't so to get proven invalid in 30 seconds. Your perspective is invalid.
Mm.
I think 6 years is a little better than 30 seconds. So we couldn't care, but I appreciate that 84. It is, but
Oh,
these
anytime,
conversations are
brother.
tough. These conversations
They're
are tough,
very
and I'm glad we're having them. You know what I mean?
mm,
These are important things to us, our people, our identity. I'm a dad. Mo's a mom. I'm not sure if you two brothers are parents, and to see a little boy that is in track, doing what he loves, um, lose his life like this because he's defending his life. That sends a shockwave to
exactly.
everybody, whether you in the county suburbs or you in the hood. That dang, I can't even defend myself. If I defend myself from oppression while being a good kid or being a good person, I'm still going to get railed. So these type of things put the Blue Jays, the small hats in danger when these boys go, all right, F it. If I can't, we understand the consequences. We got these people in our family. You're going to have people just go F it. And then it get dangerous after that because you don't
Mm-hmm.
know where they at. And we don't want that. We want to move forward in another direction. And
Right.
we don't want to be people's intelligence to be undermined when we having these conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I
So
agree.
we go from talking about Metcalf to 3/5. Um, I don't. Again. Listen. Let's keep it a stack. I'm tired of a white female playing a victim and taking attention away from a little boy that just lost his life. We that's the narrative for the last 120 years. I'm tired of watching that. It's annoying. Care about your sob story. And then to go, oh, women to compare women to us, and they say stupid stuff like the women couldn't vote. Y'all, first of all, y'all the one
Yeah,
who
that
created
wasn't a good compare.
prohibition. Y'all the one who got prohibition passed was women, and it was white women. It wasn't black women. And when and they say women can own property. The white woman owned the black woman. What are you talking about? When a white slave owner died, his wife got control of the property, if not ownership. So I don't stop comparing women's rights to our plights like that. It's a viral clip going on where I think it's the whatever podcast, and they had the same conversation, and the sisters there, they was like, y'all used to eat us,
Wow.
used to eat us. It's cookbooks on how to cook our bodies. What are you talking
Mm.
about? Like that, stop comparing. Like our stuff is just but it's okay. It's people like me. We exist. I can help you out. You can bring up any scholar, any pale or small hat scholar. I have a field day with them. I have a nation behind me of scholars, a nation, well over 10,000 that are known scholars in my community. I don't think you want to go there with us. They know not to play with us. CDC race code number 667. Yeah, I don't think y'all want to go there. So I think
So
it
she
was
said I made one comment about the three-fifths
it's tough, but
narrative that half the people who repeated don't even know it was about voting. I think everybody up here understood that.
how would you know what somebody knows? How would you know what we know? How would you know that? You can
Yeah.
only say one thing at a time. You can't say everything. What you talking about? What you tired of hearing? I don't care what you're tired of hearing. We were past that. We already seen it. Again, Dred Scott decision already lets you know they thought even less. We are 0/5 to them.
Hmm.
It's asinine math to even bring up 3/5. It doesn't even make sense. It's nonsensical on what they thought or what they meant. What they meant was dumb. You don't know how to count. You either a person or you're not a person. Do you even know what person means in law? No. Do you even know what it means in its denotative meaning? I know you don't. If your life depended on it, you couldn't put it on. You couldn't even look it up, and you got access to the internet right now. You don't even know where to
Hmm.
look. That part. You don't even
Well,
know what the word
part.
means. If I ask her these three questions, it invalidates her. You don't know what the word means. You don't know what the word person means in law, and you don't know its etymology. It's denotative meaning. But you want to say I'm uh, a, a pseudo intellectual. I can give you the sources. Black's Law 4th edition. That's where you get the legal thing from. You can go on etymon.com and get the etymology. So those are sources. You see, I gave sources when I was up here. You didn't.
Hmm.
Hey, man,
Y'all
they.
been going back and forth for how long, world class? For like 2
I don't even
years?
talk to the little Chris. This is the first time I talked to her in like 2 years. I was saying to her, she's something wrong with her.
Okay.
She's crazy. She's been saying stuff like that. I call her out for the same reason. It's just the incoherence. It's just incoherent. It don't even make sense. Like why are you trying to distract from a conversation we're talking about a little boy? First of all, even from your side, right? The little boy that lost his life, you should be talking about not bullying and not putting your hands on people and not trying to police. Y'all side should be focused on that. Not trying to police when you're a student. You should be focused on that. I'm focused on Metcalf. I'm sorry, Carmelo losing his life. That's what's more important.
Hmm.
Ain't like I just came up here. I came up here with evidence. I showed pictures of the judge and the dad at Christmas parties. That's an intimate relationship. It's a conflict of
Yeah, they
interest.
are really cool. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Texas is bold, man. It's a bold state. Y'all live in a very, very bold state in so many different ways. And it's not just the white people.
Very,
The,
very.
the
Mm-hmm.
niggas there is crazy too. You know what I'm saying? Houston off the hook. So
Mm.
I just worry, in y'all state, because them boys, yeah, them brothers there and brothers and sisters there, violent just as they ain't for that, and it could start getting violent in Texas, and y'all got more guns than everybody. Y'all got more guns in y'all state than I think the rest of the country has.
Listen, that's why I don't play because I could be driving and somebody will cut me off, right? I have to
Hmm.
reconsider beeping my horn. People will pull out
Yeah, that's what I'm
guns.
saying.
I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, I get the ducking after I beat my horn. It got to be really serious for me to beat my horn. Hey, Beige Lives Matter. Good to see you. Yeah,
that's definitely
but
count.
shout out to everybody who had the conversation.
Hmm.
Um, we can agree to disagree, you know.
The whole be blaming this on Bolo. It's his fault.
This, you know whose fault it is? It's Scam's fault
That's what
because
that's.
it started with like questions about uh why would God allow Satan to do this and that, and then they got into the scriptures. Then I went to
Mm.
sleep for a good 16 to 17 minutes, and when I woke up, y'all were on the Carmelo Anthony case. So yeah,
I think you was
liberated
asleep.
as he was up here. Oh,
I
Irby
knew you
said
was asleep.
Florida is crazy. Okay.
I wish I
Yeah, I
would have
had to
got up.
talk
And, the man was
to
up here because it, it was a good. I think when you was asleep, I think it was a good learning experience that
I gotta
Polo
go
and
back and watch it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It was pretty interesting. It was, I think Edie Man got a little testy because he couldn't. He kept getting interrupted. I think it was a Harlem
Why
guy kept
didn't he
interrupting him. But
leave?
um, well, I think he ultimately left because he had to go. But he got frustrated a little bit, but because they was
Got
talking
it.
about were there people in the garden?
And you know what? I like because I noticed when he came up here, he was like, "Yeah, it's probably gonna be a minute before I get to speak." I already know how this goes because they were already having a conversation, and I have been on a panel where I have been
mm,
so eager and anxious to speak, and I can't. And yeah, so um, I get it. And we was like, "No, E, go ahead." But yeah, it was a really good stream. Um,
yeah, when you
but
go back
that
and watch it,
Carmelo
you should
Anthony
enjoy that
was
part. They put the scripture up and everything.
I'm gonna have to go back and
Yeah,
watch it. The Carmelo
it's
Anthony
tough. It's
topic is oh, and my heart goes out to the other family again from the information that I've been given the self-defense period.
yeah, and that's y'all state. That's what y'all state stand on. So you already know it's what y'all call racism. They don't want to accept that however they raise them boys to be, that you can just walk up to a brown skinned person and do what you want and get
People
no
think
consequences.
bullying
Yeah,
at its
yeah.
finest.
They got more care for cyberbullying than real bullying.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
They care more
And
about that than real because you can just run up to a brown skinned person, do whatever you want. Two twins that are bigger and faster and stronger. Well, probably not faster because that boy's fast. Um, approaching one kid about a tent when you had no authority to do that. Whether he
right.
came to them or he was at another, that's not you. Not the police.
Was it
Or the
that
school
serious?
police.
That was bullying.
Yeah, they said that and it's crazy in this day and time that the HD video of it hasn't came out. I know I ain't seen it, and I know a lot of people that
I
know
haven't
how to
either.
research. I ain't seen it. You haven't seen it either, yeah. So they covering it up. You already know that somebody. Well, I'm saying not y'all. I already know that because it hasn't came out, there's some tampering with evidence, and it could be more
Of
consequences. And if people,
course.
yeah, they have to give him 35 years at this point because they know they've been messing with evidence.
And I'm like the fact that the people, even some of our people believe in, yeah, they tell us what they want us to know. That's not the entire truth. So
I think that the people that I seen a few people saying, a few I should say accounts saying they he got what he deserved. He was a murderer, and I think that's just people trying to affect the other
I
people.
saw people say
You know what I'm saying
that.
it's
Mm-hmm.
weird. What do you? You can see he's a good kid. You don't have no pictures of him doing anything or no video of him doing anything
Nothing.
other than just being a student and an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
It's the envy, man. It's weird.
That man will be in his 50s if he does,
Yeah,
well, they're saying in 17 years
53.
he can, oh my gosh.
I'll be what? I'll be 75.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't right. My son would
It's
be
crazy.
44.
Mm-hmm.
He know that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. So I it's this at
35
this
years.
point our faith in the appeal process. Assist as much as you can, donate, write a letter.
Do
Uh
you think that does he stand a chance with the appeal?
if we help he
What
do.
are your thoughts?
If we help we do. If we help he does. Involving the DOJ, get attention on it. Um it's called discovery. You can do Freedom of Information Acts.
Mm-hmm.
Um you want to put attention not so much on the judge, but on that specific court and the police department that responded, because that's where the evidence is or lost. It's on them. The police department that responded and gathered evidence, that court and that process is where all the evidence against them is, and holding them accountable. But it's not going to be as bad if it goes to an appellate court. But you want to get federal, because federal is way better than local.
Beige
You know what I'm saying?
Lives Matter said unforgiveness of whites led him into that decision, don't y'all think? I'm not sure.
Unforgivable. So is Beige Lives Matter saying us not forgiving them or them not forgiving us? Which one is he saying?
Or are they speaking towards Carmelo Anthony, the way that he handled that situation?
I think he was just scared. I don't think he had no malice.
Right.
I think he was scared for his life. But I think when we get scared, right, we'll start barking at you. But I don't think people take our defensiveness as, they take it as aggression and forthcoming. But a lot of times, you even like on these panels, all this barking we be doing, man versus women.
Right.
A lot of that, most of it is fear. It's not I'm a bad MFer. It's you're afraid because your value system will get invalidated. But so if you see that and you're not in our culture, they already got it on TV and what that means. Oh, he's a thug. He's not a thug. He's scared. A lot of these thugs are scared. If you've seen some of these videos where boy pull out and shoot, he's shooting and he running. Each pointing, shooting, and running in the other direction. A lot of times. So, I think so. If you have like a close video of him, stabbing a boy, I'm pretty sure he's terrified. He's not a thug. He's not gangster. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
sad. Okay, Liberator. Yeah, hit the replay. Thank you so much, Harwin. I appreciate it. Blue Jay. She said it wasn't a system of slavery like the South. Basically, they were slaves on the census, and actually a lot of former slaves went to California because they weren't acclimated to the cold in Utah. They were free to go and live where they wanted to. Good night, Irvin. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, everything Blue Jay say we holding Liberated accountable for. So he responsible for.
That's funny. I think 84 is now asleep.
No,
He gave his little. I was gonna say he gave us his little speech, and no, but I appreciate that 84.
No, it's all good. It's just things that I noticed, and I was just hoping we could have the conversation, but I guess not. So
Yeah.
The appeal process. I would just focus on that. I think it's enough evidence. Local, and this happens a lot when you study law, especially from the criminal side. It happens a lot. You get railroaded in the local courts, go to appellate court, and you have more of a fight. You know what I'm saying? Because they control in those close to district courts. And what's the other court? Well, a lot of those district courts, man, you don't really get railed. You get railed. So
You didn't stress me out, Blue Jay. Well, you did. You stressed me out for a little bit, but it wasn't like when we were on Gospel of Bob. That was pretty bad. About 5 months ago, maybe longer. But you're good. We just don't, always agree. But good night. I had to sit up when I saw some of them comments. I was like, hold on.
Hey man, they said the devil will work through you. Said the devil work through some of these people now. So yeah, that ain't. We need to go back to talking like the old people. That's just the devil. That's the devil. Stop talking
Okay.
like that. Ain't nothing but the devil. So let me see what your topic was. That's the first time I'm even
That's
looking
why
at
I
it.
don't do like race politics. I try not to do, even when it comes to like religious point of views. I don't like addressing certain things from a debate standpoint because maybe I get all in my feelings. I don't want to
I'm
do that.
saying,
But I love to listen. Like the back and forth with I think it was E Scam, Bolo, Harwin. That was really good, you know?
yeah,
Um
yeah, yeah.
but when
I
we got
wasn't here with
to
scammers.
Carmelo, oh no, that was different. Hey
Um,
Keon, good to see you. Yeah, when we got to Carmelo,
it
I
went left. I'm
a
sitting there
little
like, what is
bit.
this to do with Carmelo? What's going on?
It turned into the topic when winning the argument instead of finding
Yes,
resolution becomes the end goal.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Even when Edelman
Because I
and both,
definitely was trying to make my point and win what I was saying. But what were you saying?
I appreciate the transparency and honesty. That's integrity right there. Shout out to Molel.
Yeah, I was like,
Um,
no, that's wrong.
no, all I was saying was Edelman and Bolo had that moment too. You know what I'm saying? He even stated that, and they cleared
Mhm.
that up.
Yeah, that was
But
good.
I think Vaughn came in and stated, you know, uh, he brought it
Oh,
home. He
Vaughn
said,
did. See,
both
I had
y'all,
fell asleep. Okay, got
yeah,
it.
he said both y'all were passionate about the
Mo, you was
word.
asleep for like an hour, so it's all good. You just
And
messed
Vaughn was
up.
just up here chilling. He said a few things. Shout out to Vaughn. I'm so excited that you're coming
Oh
back
no,
to
Vaughn had the
Tuesday
floor for a
prayer
minute.
night. See, I was
Vaughn had the
asleep.
floor for a
I
minute.
gotta okay, I gotta watch the replay, definitely.
Yeah, it felt like your sleep felt like 15 minutes, but it probably was an hour.
Yeah, she slept for about an hour. Yeah.
No, because it was like
I'm not asleep. I'm not asleep.
140 something, and when I woke up it was like maybe 218 or something.
You thought that was the time, but it was a whole different time.
And when I woke up, I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I was on mute. Yeah.
Oh, you was on review. Okay.
Oh, Blue Jay. She said it wasn't like Utah could make slaves into citizens either. They didn't have power over the federal government, but it was a short time, so it's very minimal in our founding
What's going on?
clearly.
What's
Huh?
going on? What's happening right
What?
now? What's going on?
Who now you stress me out, Blue Jay. I don't know. We Blue
Just
Jay
YouTube
stuck
is
on
just
the
a place for like
same thing.
weirdest people.
Yeah, I can't do the
Jeez.
race topics because I know better.
Well, I
Mm.
did. The ones that talk like her, the best thing you can do is never come to my channel because I'm hurt your feelings. I promise you.
Why when I
I'm gonna show
thought
you stuff you
about
ain't.
the case right with Carmelo, I was like, I know world class point of view is just I already knew where you were before.
Yeah,
I even
yeah.
heard your perspective.
You know. I'm listen.
I
What
already
if there's
knew.
anybody gonna stay on code, it's me.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
Harwin was making great points. I appreciate the scholarship because he brought the facts. He
mhm.
was passionate, but I think he brought a lot of the facts in order. Um, and he did a good job. He was just talking to the wrong person, and it should have been over once he spent it. Once he started talking, but not with that one. It was good, but
Mhm.
even before then, he was contributing to the like that. Bolo, Vaughn, Edelman, they were having a really good conversation. They had Genesis one up. I think they was at Edelman said John's.
It
I
was
forgot.
good.
But
See, but I love when, topics like that, when they are bringing up scripture.
getting clear on it. It was
Just,
good.
I,
It was
I
really good.
love that. Yeah, it was
It
a
was
very
it was really good.
mature. dialogue.
it wasn't. And Vaughn he spoke of that. He said, what nobody was disrespectful at all,
Nobody cussed
other than maybe
anybody out and
interruption.
wanted to jump through the screen. That
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
good.
And you would expect that when you talk about the scripture. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
that's how it was. Other than like interrupting, but that's passion, and that's wanting clarity, and that's wanting to understand. So that part was really good. I came in
right.
at the right time.
I was a
So
little
yeah,
lost with the
I was
Harwin and either
too.
man debate. I was a little lost in that
Oh,
because I
you
didn't
with
really
that?
know.
Okay.
say it again. 84. What you say?
No, with the Harwin and either man debate, I got lost. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Okay.
Uh,
I think I
Harvard was
did
trying
at
to get.
one point.
They got stuck at whether. Well, they got stuck at two parts, but whether there were men,
Yeah.
whether there were people, whether there were people. It was about the garden. I get
Mhm.
confused on, and whether it was people before Adam and
That,
Eve
what
and left
was
the
it
garden.
about? It was something else though that they were arguing.
It was
It was
like
a few.
humanity creation and
Oh
we're
no. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Whether Genesis 1 was physical at all. That's what Innerman was saying. He's saying it wasn't
Oh,
physical,
okay.
and that was
got
one
it.
point of contention. And then Bolo wanted to simplify it with the word because I put in the chat. It says us, let us make man in our image, and Innerman was saying that the image was just us being made in spirit, not in flesh, and that was the main point of contention. The next part was trying to flush, what is it? Flesh that out. I'll say flush too. Flesh that out. They went into a particular scripture where us was brought up, and then you back. Okay, so Harmon back? Yeah, and then from there, I think that's where I think E-Man checked out of the debate, but I think that's where it was most civil, and I like seeing stuff like that where nobody got disrespectful.
Right.
Um,
I love that.
you know,
Absolutely.
it
So
was cool,
yeah.
even though it was
So
frustrating.
the just to get an understanding. So the argument is Genesis 1 like did it actually happen? Is was
No, well, well, I get what you're saying about actually, but that's not. He wasn't debating that. He was saying that Genesis was, from his
No, it wasn't
perspective,
that
and
it actually
I'm talking
happened.
enough to know that he's saying
He man was
spiritually, we were made spiritually, and it wasn't intended to be flesh. He said God and man, and he specifically
so
said
like
God wasn't.
metaphorically, it's a metaphor. Is
no, he was saying that it
I
was
don't think he meant
literally
that.
talking about the making of our spirit in Genesis 1:27. I said the word spirit is not mentioned in that verse.
the spirit is not mentioned in Genesis 1 and 27. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
I
because
was
I'm just because I done heard because I know Harwin. Well, that's my immortal enemy. You know what I mean? Yeah, with his Israelite ass. You still Israelite, right, Harwin?
He not an Israelite.
I
Okay.
told you
Okay.
this is my second time telling you I'm not an Israelite.
It's so brother. But you say a lot of Israelite stuff. That's why I be
No,
saying
if we
like,
talk about the Bible, then the Bible is allegedly written in Hebrew, so I'm gonna talk about the Hebrew Bible. But if we talk about the Egyptian text, then I'm gonna talk about the Egyptian language. Talk
Mm.
about the Sumerian text, I'm gonna talk about the Sumerian language. If we talk about the Akkadian Atrahasis, I'm gonna talk about the Akkadian.
Well versed. Mm-hmm.
I got a question for Brother Harwin. Brother Harwin, do you believe in
It's good.
oh my gosh. It's not mysticism. It's based on like the Egyptian kind of
Commission.
philosophical thought.
No,
Um I forget the terminology for it. Um I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. When I look it up,
medic.
I'll get back to my question.
Are you
But
talking about the mythological? The Egyptian stuff. Kemite. Is that what you're talking about? Like,
Metal.
something on that, but it's a terminology. Let me look it up and then I'm gonna come back.
okay. All
For
right.
sure.
So Harmon, what was because if I quoted y'all wrong, if I misstated what you and D the man was talking about, I know Bolo and him was talking about whether it was flesh or not, but y'all had a particular conversation about um, whether it was people in the garden, whether Edom man believed it was people before Adam
Me
and
and
Eve
Bolo,
left.
yeah, me and Bolo actually agreed on that. So me and Bolo was saying that there were people and
Yeah.
the garden or the earth in general before the specific Adam and Eve that's in Genesis 2:7. He was saying that he claimed that he knew that there were other people, but he said that it's not mentioned, and that's not true. But it
But
was a
okay, so
respectful
are you okay? So Adam and Eve is not the first beings in your opinion.
in the Bible in Genesis 1:27, it's talking about a group that's called Adamites. That's why it's written as a plural, Adama in the plural sense. When you see
Yeah,
in Genesis 1:26, the Hebrew word for create there is Asha, and it's written as a first person plural form. So it's talking about creating a group. A group is creating another group.
Okay, okay, but let me throw this. Okay, let me throw this narrative out. Could it be possibly that in the Genesis 1 in chapter 1, chapter 2, right? Could it be possibly that the narrative was how the world was created, and then it got into the specifics of how the man or woman was created?
No, that's not. Even European Hebrew scholars even agree that that's not what's happening.
But
Those are
okay, so why would
those
it
are
say
two separate.
okay, so let me ask you
One
this.
second,
So
let me
why would it
finish.
give us a story of the first woman being created from the rib if it's not talking about a creation?
Because both of them are two creation stories.
Okay, so how are they correlated? What's the correlation between these two in your opinion? Or is Adam and Eve just these random people that God just wanted to talk about in Genesis 2, or are these the first human beings on earth?
No, Adam and Eve is not the first human beings, but Adam and Eve is called what the Hebrew
Point of
Israelites would say
reference, maybe. Mm-hmm.
mother of all living. But when she's made from his rib, that rib, right, that word for rib there, that's talking about really Ninti and the Enuma Elish, because Ninti means rib. So
Brother,
when the
look, I'm
author,
not look, come on, bro.
whoa,
That's
whoa, whoa, let me finish. Okay, you got it. Go ahead.
yeah, because I mean, look, all I was saying was that once we start trying to intertwine other cultures and their beliefs, I just
Intertwine anything. That's what the Hebrew authors did. I didn't do
Well,
that. He did that.
okay. All right.
Yeah, I didn't write.
well,
I didn't write the
Keon,
book of
Keon,
Genesis.
what is your Keon? What is your contention? Because you know the Bible wasn't written in English or Greek,
When you say the
it's
Bible,
Aramaic.
you say it wasn't written in English or Greek?
No, the original text was not written in English or Greek. It was in Aramaic,
Yeah, the Old Testament.
and Latin
Well,
is older
no,
than Greek.
Aramaic. Okay, there are like the Septuagint was written in Aramaic. Yes, for sure. Because at the time when the Septuagint was created was during Jesus' time, where Aramaic was the I forgot what the
Septuagint is
word
written
is.
in Greek.
It's written in
See,
okay. There's different versions of the Sept. Okay. Let's break it down here.
Yeah, the six.
Because
I
again,
say Aramaic. I say Aramaic because Hebrew is Ibri. Ibri mean is an adjective. It means to cross over. So Hebrew is not a noun.
Yeah, I
That's why I
understood
always
what
say
you meant by
I
that,
say
bro.
Aramaic.
When they say that, they talk about Paleo Hebrew, but that's just an anachronistic term.
Yeah. So go ahead, King. I didn't mean to cut you off.
so
I want
what's
you to get.
okay? So what's your contention? Because
No, no.
I don't get what you.
I just wanted to be clear on what you were saying. Because you said when you bring in other cultures, but the entirety of it is another culture. The entirety of the Bible is another culture as distinguished from
Yeah,
ours. Even
because again, our beliefs in the Bible has nothing to do with it being culturally based. It has nothing to do with it being racially based. It's the fact that we read the book and agree with it. So
Yeah, but it's
it's
culturally based because it comes from other things. His point is it comes from other things and other cultures. That's another language.
okay.
You can read it
Regardless of that, why
Mhm.
does that matter? What does that
because
matter?
translation changes concepts. That's why that matters.
yeah, yeah.
Because
Because and
translations, what?
yeah, yeah.
Because
So I'll say
translations
this.
from an ancient language, especially a dead language, changes
But
concept
you
over time.
said that it was okay. That had again correlation. What does that have to
Mhm.
do with your statement saying that the Bible takes away from other cultures? That's what you was basically saying, right? So what? It doesn't matter if it's taken away from other cultures or not. The
It
whole
does when it's
entire
written in English because
accumulative.
English is
You
not
say what else?
it does when it. I think. Well, I think the brother can speak for himself. The world was that the world class talking.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll let you. I don't want to speak for you. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So I don't get the culture yet, right? I stay at grammar. I get into religious conversations from a scholar's perspective first and then only. So I always tell people etymology, parse, and syntax when you processing ancient texts, right? Etymology is the study of the origin of a word that takes you to parse, which is part of speech, and then syntax is sentence structure and word order. The point of that will lead you to culture, where with if I'm reading something in Latin, I got to know the distinguishment between when a Latin sentence and an English sentence. In Latin, they preface the verb with something was happening, right? In English, it's about the subject and noun. So you get culture from that. From you get to see how our culture, people prioritize what they mean when they say stuff. So in Aramaic, you need to know what they meant when they said stuff. What was the point of them writing what they wrote? So I can
So
understand
do
what you
you
meant.
have a
'Cause it
better
means something
English?
different.
Because I speak English, right? So do you have a better
Mhm.
English translation? Because since that's the language that we speak, that's what we have to translate it from.
Uh,
Do you have a
well,
better
that's
English translation than whatever translation that we have right now from NIV to
Yeah,
King
give
James,
them
whatever the case may be?
you
the
wouldn't want to
consensus.
rely on that. That's why I specifically said etymology,
I
parts,
don't
and
just
syntax.
rely on one thing. I rely on
No, no,
multiple.
I didn't say
That's what I'm
you. I
saying.
didn't.
Do you have
I
a
didn't say you.
specific better translation? Because you guys are trying to diminish the
No,
translations
I'm
we
not
have now.
diminishing it. The actual biblical scholars today, the consensus agree that the King James version is not a great translation.
False. False. The New
It's
King
not
James
false.
versions is one of the best translations according to scholars, according to the consensus. That's actually like you can look that up. I mean,
I
I,
that's
gotta look it
false.
up, bro. I
okay,
already have it.
before we go down that road, right? Because I know what you're saying, Harlan. Before we go down that road, I gave the scholarship skills to be able to process it, irrespective of how it was translated. Etymology, parse, and syntax. Those three things, irrespective of whether it's red letter, international new, you will have the skills to be able to process any verse, any book at any time the right way and see what's missing if anything is missing. Because the point is for you to understand what they meant when they wrote it, not to debate a scholar. It's for you
So
to
I
be able
should
to look at the
believe
book.
somebody on YouTube versus somebody who went to 8 years of scholarship, got a degree. I should believe the Israelites that dress like Power Rangers on YouTube versus the people that
Again,
actually went through.
I just gave
Right.
you,
He
you
didn't
don't have to
quote
believe
none of those
anybody.
people.
When you the foundation of grammar and knowing what grammar means, etymology, parse, and syntax, you be able to process it regardless of who give it to you. So that's why I'm saying,
Right.
and that automatically takes you to culture, which is what Harlan was kind of alluding to, or at least what I said in terms of
And wrong. Good to
all,
see
even
you.
Yeah, that is
even
correct.
in the
That is
Bible
correct.
is talking about multiple cultures and them colliding. So the Bible itself
Correct.
is different culture from ours. You know what I'm saying? It's how we interpret things and what we value is not what we value here today is not less. It's just as important now as it to us as it is to them then. So we have to know what they meant so we can see what they meant fit in our culture and we can understand it. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect
Sure.
sense.
Do you
Yeah.
think that all institutions, when it comes to either Christianity or when it comes to just trying to translate the Bible, do you think they have some type of racist system going on where they're trying to depress the black information that's within the Bible or something to that
Every
effect? Do you?
every institution, no, because I think a lot of the uh, I don't think they ever intended for us to read. So I don't think they really cared
Oh wow.
to hide, and that's what etymology shows you.
Oh, you said, wow, that's a fact. What do you mean?
I mean,
Where do you think the Hamite hypothesis come from?
Yeah, I
boy.
mean, it was illegal for us to read for a long time, so I don't think they went out of their
So
way
is
to
it illegal
make it
for
pop.
us to read? See, look, because this is the
No, it's
problem.
not illegal for us to read now, but you asked,
No,
was
no,
there
no.
some type of
I said they made it for like
Because, but that's the
180
problem.
something.
Y'all try to use something that happened throughout history to
no,
us as
I'm not.
black people and try to
No, I'm
make it
not.
seem like it applies to us today. That doesn't
It
apply.
does.
You can read whatever the
Well, no.
hell you want to.
If I'm
Yeah,
if
you
I'm
can
saying
read
they
whatever the
had
hell you want to.
if I'm
He
saying
didn't say
they
that
had
it
a
was illegal for us to read today.
if I'm saying they made it illegal for us to read for 100 and some years, that time frame is up. We free now to read, right?
But the
I'm just saying.
1611 Bible was written when it was illegal for us to read, and that's what people still use today.
Well, that's a good point. But I'm now here in 2020 giving you the principles that they are stealing from children today. Etymology is a third or fourth and fifth grade grammar, and most people don't know what words mean. It's a study. They don't even know what the word means. So for you to read like the word God, when you're looking at etymology, you find it's
you know why? Because every time that I hear the etymology, quote unquote, argument, it's only when they're trying to. For instance, John 3:16, right? I'm pretty sure if I had an Israelite come up here and try to argue with me about John 3:16, etymology will probably come up because the word it means something else and it means this and it means that. If you break down the etymology, brother, like all that other I never hear etymology when we're talking about something that clearly says something specific that either the King James, NIV, New King James, whatever the case it may be. Whatever it say something specific, but when we say something that goes against our argument, that's the only time I hear etymology. I'm just saying. I'm
just don't listen to Bible scholars then, because they talk about it all the time. I was just at the
you
university.
guys are not Bible scholars.
Okay, that's great. I was just
spread the gospel across Africa
because King Izana got it from Assyrian. That's to answer that question real quick. King Izana was the king of Aksum. Now to answer Keon's point, Keon,
before you go, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you good.
That black people are convinced the KJV is the blackest version, but it was rewritten by an Habsburg king, and they refused the Ethiopian Bible. That's true.
Is it? Because I heard I heard King James was black. That's just what they told me. Did y'all ever hear that information that King James was actually black?
Yeah, he was a Moor.
Look, I'm just saying.
That he was a Moor. We know that. That's irrelevant to the point she was making. That's irrelevant. But to your question about Bible
inbred, she said inbred. I'm pretty sure she was trying to conclude something, but
inbred can be anybody could be inbred.
Yeah, anybody. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, Harley.
I want to make sure y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Rogue said my mic is low.
You was a little bit low, but if you just might be far away from the mic. You can turn it up.
Hey, Distant Lights, good to see you. Beige Live said something too. Let me see. I gotta find it. Why? Oh, I already read it. My bad. What were y'all saying?
So he was saying that we're not Bible scholars. So I was just and Mo Love, matter of fact, Mo Love, you can contest to this. Didn't I send you evidence that I was at the University of Chicago Monday? I sent you videos of me there.
You did.
So when I was there, I was talking to a master's degree student in divinity school at the University of Chicago, which is a top 6 school in the nation. And we were sitting there having conversations about the Greek text and how and about the word Christos. And ironically, he was agreeing with the same shit as me. For example, he agreed that the book of Luke and Matthew were copies of the book of Mark. They weren't written by contemporaneous people that saw these said events.
I mean, that's historical.
Okay, but we also had conversations about the word Christos and where the origin of the etymology. Could you talk about etymology and the etymology of what that mean and where it come from? And if you don't believe me, I got the brother email. I could send him an email and prove it real quick. And whenever he send it back, I can put it on the share screen when he respond back sometime tomorrow, whenever he respond. So you can see I'm not lying. But regardless if we're Bible scholars or not, if we can show the evidence of what we're saying, that the Bible scholars are actually talking about etymology and the history of the language, which is why people go there to learn Greek and Hebrew in the first place, biblical Hebrew, then of course it wouldn't matter if you think we're Bible scholars or not. All that matters is that we can show the evidence of it, that Bible scholars are saying the same thing.
Okay, but the Bible is not just Old Testament. So again,
wait, you got to bring up the fact that you just said Bible scholars don't have you only hear about the conversations of etymology.
I got to bring up what? Because again, that's not what I've ever said. I've never said that Bible scholars don't have no type of concept of etymology. That's ridiculous.
No, you said
you niggas, every time that you niggas bring up etymology, y'all only bringing up etymology so y'all can discredit something that you don't believe in, which to me brings up maybe bias. No, it's not.
that wasn't true. It has nothing to
So
do
if I
with
just
Bible.
bring up a random verse that has nothing to
I
do
didn't.
with anything that has about your ideology, you would not bring up etymology because you would just agree with it. But when we're talking about specific things
hold up.
like
No,
John
because
3:16, that's when I hear etymology arguments. That's all I'm saying.
no.
Hold on,
Well,
hold
that's
on,
when
hold
you
on,
hear because
hold
one
on,
second, brother. I'm gonna
hold
say
on,
this
real.
one sentence. I'm gonna let
Okay,
you
go
ride.
ahead.
I'm gonna
You
mute
got,
up.
you got.
That's what you hear because you must don't talk to biblical scholars on a daily basis. You only talk to people that don't know.
Brother,
Go
brother,
ahead, bro.
okay, all right, bro. Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I don't think in this conversation, I know I'm the first person that said it. I didn't. It wasn't. I wasn't caught no. I ain't been caught no contradiction, no at all, ever, on the internet. I brought it up from a genuine standpoint on how I approach all conversations about the Bible through scholarship. I don't. I don't come with an ideology because we have
Mm-hmm.
to have a basis that we agree on. When you bring in people that learn that people that I debate that are my peers, we establish a standard on grammar. When you look at any law, it gives you grammar first. It gives you what these words
Facts.
mean. If we don't have a basis on what words mean, we can't debate. It's not a debate. You know what I'm saying? So I approach it the same way with
Look,
with with
look.
with the Quran, with Agavidas. It doesn't matter what we have to understand
And
etymology, parse, and syntax.
mhm.
Parse is part of speech. Syntax is sentence structure, how a word is constructed in a language. Syntax. Etymology is just, and parse is just the first part. I learned how to syntax the Bible. Johannes un, what to say un? John 1, verse 1. John
Mm-hmm.
means, the word John, the name John means favorite one. Un
I
is
will
one.
say
What to
this,
say?
it works. I don't know. I know that I have a lot to learn. I understand what's going on with King, all of that. It works. Um, I may not have all the ins and outs when it comes to history, all these things, but I will say just being able to see those things really come to life, like seeing God supernaturally work through my life is the biggest part of it for me.
Yeah.
I'm big on information as well, but again, being living evidence of what those words say is the most important. But y'all rock out. My bad.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's why I say what I say. Because if you clear, then you can see God. They don't have to. The enemy don't have to hide anything from you. You already come here
Yeah,
not able to.
that's what
He
I'm
just got to keep
saying.
you that way. And when
Hmm.
you get clear, you can see it everywhere. The
Right.
scholarship for you to be free
I
spiritually.
absolutely agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's
And I think
that's just tap.
sometimes people can get, and the key is learning, but we can get so caught up in that we miss God. You get what I'm
Indeed.
saying?
Facts.
Yeah, just like the
Yeah.
Israelites, and that's why look. At the end of the day, right?
So the Israelites miss God just because you disagree with them?
A
No,
lot, a
I'm
lot of
not
y'all
saying
do.
that. I'm
Y'all
saying
go
like some
Bible
Who is
for
people
Bible
y'all?
a lot,
Who is
a lot of
y'all?
times. That's what you got. Y'all
we
even have a hierarchy of who knows more Bible. It's not about what God does for you in your daily life. It's about what you know. And
I
I'm
think
pretty
the
sure
Israelites would
Jesus
disagree
himself
with you.
actually flipped over a table because of situations like that. But
No, he flipped over the table because he was talking to the Pharisees, not Israelites.
yeah, Pharisees, people who thought they knew more than you because all they knew
But
more
that
Bible
wasn't
than you.
Israelites. He said, I came to the lost sheep of Israel. So why you going against Israelites if he came for Israelites? That don't make sense.
It doesn't matter. They were wrong.
It does matter. You
Why are you trying to
misunderstand
argue
yourself.
for people who were clearly wrong in your Bible, our
I'm not
Bible?
arguing for people. I'm arguing about the text. What the
words.
text say.
And the text say they were clearly wrong. Why would the Messiah sit up
Pharisees
here
were
and
wrong.
flip over a table? Yeah,
No,
exactly. The
no,
Pharisees. Okay, okay. At least we
no. The
agree. There we
Pharisees
go.
are the ones he mentioned in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9 when he said, I know
I
both
don't
of you are
care
the
about.
same.
I'm talking about when he flipped over a table and said that
Yes,
you
when
are
he flipped
not
over the
of my
table.
people.
Yes,
They were clearly
that's
wrong, and
what
you're
I'm
trying
doing.
to make an argument about how they.
No, I'm
I
not.
don't like. What are we doing?
No, I'm
But go
not.
ahead.
No, I'm not. You're misunderstanding what I said. I'm not making an argument for the Pharisees. I'm agreeing that he flipped over the table, but he wasn't flipping over the table to actual real Israelites. He was flipping over the table to the Pharisees that were playing like they were Israelites in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. I know those of you who I say you are JEWS, but are not in our synagogues of Satan. That's what he said, bro.
So when y'all going Bible for Bible, you don't think that y'all like the synagogue of Satan because
Who is
clearly
y'all?
that's not what it's about. You don't think
Who is y'all?
you're like just because a person knows more than you and can remember more than you, that means
Oh,
that they
it's not
don't.
about knowing more than somebody. It's about somebody's intent on what they're doing on purpose, being evil, misconstruing what things are supposed to
Is,
be, what they
is
should be.
so his Keon is basically how people are using the Bible in real time, right? That's basically what you're saying. Hebrew specifically.
Yeah, I think so. I think people use it
Yeah.
to basically make this
Hey,
competition within Bible, and that's crazy to me. But go
listen,
ahead.
I'm with you. I'm with you. 100%. I'm with you. I have a problem with that too. I really do. But seriously, I'm a consecrated and appointed missionary to More Sons Temple of America. I have a religious title for real. For the last 15 years, I've been debating with Hebrew Israelites and Christians and Muslims and Moors. I can't stand how people have conversations. And in my experience, I've learned that if you just stay at the scholarship, you're gonna get the same results because the
What's
same
the
people are
point
gonna.
of the debate, though? Is
Oh,
it
it's a few reasons. I mean, in our culture, in our community, people really. You got a lot of people that really mean what they say, and they really trying to do the right thing. And on the world stage, it's for power and control because nothing on earth has made more
Facts.
money than nothing on earth has more power and made more money than religion. Okay,
mhm.
so
But see,
they're
no,
they're
that's a. But I see no, because to me, I feel like you're still
Can
feeding
you
into the
finish, bro?
bullshit. Because again, at the end of the day, why does it matter who if they're controlled, brainwashed? Who
hmm
cares? Like who if they're
what
Muslim,
you mean?
Jewish, Christian, to me it's all it doesn't matter. That's your foundation. What matters is
hmm
what we can advance into. So I mean
That's
that's your past a lot of times. You know what I mean? That's our past. We
that's
grew up on Christianity. We grew up on Muslims. But who we are right now at 5:17 a.m. You know what I mean? That's
mhm.
I don't think that you know what I mean. But go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I think if I'm collecting what you're saying, right, you're prioritizing opportunities that we have now versus debating over the past. Is that what you're saying?
Malcolm X said, "Leave your religions at the door."
Yeah.
We
Well,
got
So
bigger.
I
We
mean,
got bigger fish to
everybody
fry.
doesn't
no,
agree
no,
with
but no.
Malcolm
Watch
X
this.
because some people look past like just the things in the natural. So I'm absolutely tied to more so the supernatural, and I'm big on building up my spirit. So, and then when you get to a point to where you realize it's deeper than a religious title, that's when things begin to
Mhm.
also change.
That's why, Keon, I'm saying that's why I start with scholarship because we have to have a basis, right? We can quote leave our religion at the door unquote when we just deal with scholarship and acts and facts, right? Because if we can handle you know how when we was little, if you had decent parents at least, your mama told you before you leave this house, clean that room because when you
Yeah.
come back, you're gonna be tired. You know what I'm saying? You need to before you even before you go out, before you go outside, so everything can be clean. Let's just clean our room first. Let's clean up the language so we can experience who we really are at 518. We got to get the little stuff done. People don't want to be passionate about doing the little things, making sure the words we're saying make sense. And that's the contention because this education that we get, this allows us to have communication even when my city, a slang word in my city don't mean the same thing in the South. I'm in Baltimore. If we say sliding, I'm not talking about pulling up on you and shooting. We sliding to us is joking you, which I'll call jonesing. So there has to be a basis. If I say that I'm about to slide you to somebody in Atlanta, he might pull out on me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
Same thing in
Because
Chicago.
in Chicago, it's the same thing. But in Baltimore, is we gonna joke you. We gonna crack jokes. I'm about to slide you. You know what I'm saying? So in religion, Christian, Muslim, there has to be a basis, and I think scholarship can be that because those books don't move nowhere, those dictionaries don't run nowhere. We can just always come from that perspective. And I think what you've experienced is what I've experienced. There's disingenuous Hebrew Israelites, but I've learned some dope stuff from some
yes.
Hebrew Israelites in my life. And I love a lot of their perspectives. They're really,
No,
really
it's a
good at
fact.
putting in your hand what it meant and what it means to you and how to use it. And I got that from them
But
from
but but
law.
you always got to
But a
remember
lot
the
of them
motivate. Go ahead.
are
Go ahead.
also self-righteous. Not all, but a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them
Mm-hmm.
are. They
Facts.
are
That's
modern.
facts.
They
Yeah,
give
you can
Um,
modern
find
day
that among Christians.
They give
You
modern
can find
day
that among
Pharisee
Muslims.
vibes. You know the
Facts.
Yeah, I
scriptures,
The
but
from
most
you over
you
here.
you
don't
find
live
out
them, and
any
you judge
religion.
everybody else. So it's yeah, I can't.
Facts, more love. That's what I'm saying. What's the motivation? That's okay. You can give me all the information in the world. They could be telling me all the right stuff in the Bible in the world, but if you're telling me it's because of a 400-year curse, if you're telling me it's because that certain people should be subordinate to other certain people, when we're in heaven, we're actually going to have white slaves. When you're telling me all stuff like that, and you're trying to justify it through scripture, where I clearly cannot see that, that's where I become a little bit skeptical. And then also trying to appoint yourself like you just this masculine man because the Bible just says so. Like I to
I
It
me,
just
sounds
don't
like
like
you
the
need to
self
take your gripe up with some
righteous.
Hebrew Israelite camp, brother.
Yeah, I don't like, and I've been blessed. I've learned a lot from plenty of them as well, but some of them come from a self-righteous standpoint as if they don't have to ask the Lord for forgiveness, and that bothers me.
facts. They call themselves generals. Like what are we
I think
talking
a
about?
lot of what they do is because they, I don't want to say they tick for tatting, but they look at how a lot of it is not us that they fussing with. A lot of it is they're looking at the small hats and what they're claiming and how they're operating, and
Hmm.
those small hats are pretending to be them, and that's what they have a problem with.
See, but
That's
that's
really what a lot of.
one portion of it, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
I've heard a lot of condemning people to hell and only God holds that authority. Now you can tie scripture into why that makes sense, but when you just condemn people from just a self-righteous standpoint and then you don't live out what you say, that's when I have a problem. There's a lack of humility in a lot of
Yeah.
what's being said by some of those people, you know,
Listen,
but you want people to be receptive to what you're saying. Not saying that you gotta coddle folks. I understand that, you know, sometimes the truth has to be delivered differently. But again, when it's given in a way as if you don't make mistakes, that's a problem.
I
It
understand that.
really is.
We have that. It's in every religious community. You have that. Christians definitely have that. I know that because I was in it for 20 something years of my life. First 20 something years of my life. It's
Exactly.
Hi
That's
Mela.
my
asinine.
point.
You know what
That's
I'm
my
saying?
point, brother.
I get
Go
into
ahead.
Yeah.
Islam, and it's I'm gonna say Arab version of it is outlandish, right? Morse Science Temple of America, in the Morse community,
Hmm.
it's so much retarded crap, and I'll be the first one to call it out that it's a lot of it is fake. But you have in any group, just like how what happens with that
Exactly.
Mo is just like how Carmelo is being looked at because niggas is hood and they putting us on camera. They treating this little boy like he one of us, like he neat. He probably ain't never been in the street standing out on no dope line a day in his life. But he getting
Hmm.
treated
Exactly.
like one of us that's out here that was running crazy, and he ain't did nothing. So I think a lot of the Hebrew Israelites that are catching strays because what of a few, because I'm letting you know that it's a few of them. It's a small percentage of them that gets on our nerves. It's not all of them. It's just like
Oh
Christians.
yeah, right.
You know what I
That's
mean? It's
true.
just like the Christians. It's people. Most of the Christians really are doing what they think God want them to do.
Facts.
They
Hmm.
really
Facts.
do.
Thank you, Ron, so much for the $2
Wrong.
super chat. I appreciate you. And hey, Mela, good to see you. What were you saying?
Yeah, yeah. Most of them Christians think they're doing the right thing. Most of them Catholics and Jews think that they
Yeah,
really think they're
you're
doing the right
right.
thing, and it's
Hmm.
irritating. Even that doesn't excuse that inaccuracy, right? But
Wait,
it's a
wait. So
level of
crit.
empathy you have to have. So I said it. No, you can go ahead.
And Vaughn gave a good scripture too. He said the Bible says we are forever learning, but never coming into the knowledge of the truth. That's true too. For
Yeah.
me.
But I mean, it also says study to show yourself approved. So that's, I mean, not saying it's a
Hmm.
contradiction, but we shouldn't make it seem as though that we're just unknowledgeable of of the word for sure. Because
Hmm.
I mean, that's our job. Like, how in the hell can we sit up here and try to convince other people that salvation is for your betterment if we don't even tell them how certain scriptures can definitely inspire you to become not only just a great person in your community, but just a great person for yourself. I don't look at it just to be as a part of a community. I look at it as just as just something as an encouragement, for myself.
Keon, you a Christian?
I am. Yes, sir.
So why you don't hold Christians to the same standard you hold the Hebrew Israelites to? Like the brother said, there's
I
Christians that
do.
do what you
I
got
do.
upset.
I
There's
do.
Muslims that, but every time I talk, I talk to you. Like we only talk about Hebrew Israelites because you brought them up and called me a Hebrew Israelite.
So
So
that
every
means I
time I
don't
talk,
set them to the same standard.
well,
What you
maybe
mean
you
by that?
do, but every time I talk to you, every time I see you talking about it, you're talking about Hebrew Israelites, bro.
Because
When you
Hebrew
should talk about
Israelites certain their core ideologies is that white people are going to be our slaves when we go to heaven. That our whole entire lives is
well,
dependent on this 400-year curse in
you should do
Deuteronomy
that with
28.
Hebrew Israelites. Then go talk to them about that, bro. You got a gripe with them.
I'm just spreading the information, man. I'm just look. If you're not a part of
No,
it, the
you're
shoe
not.
don't fit. Don't
You
be
call
mad at
me a
me.
Hebrew Israelite.
What you mean?
You ain't
How you
spreading
gonna be mad at
information.
me if
You
the shoe
spread
don't fit?
no, you spread misinformation because you came up here and
How?
called me a Hebrew Israelite. Because you came up here and called me a Hebrew Israelite, and
No,
I'm not.
I say you have Hebrew Israelite ideologies.
No,
That's all I'm
okay,
saying.
so you want me to go back and rewind it and screen record it real quick and then come back and
I
have more
did
love?
call you a Hebrew Israelite, but the reasoning is
Okay,
not
then. So
because
don't say you didn't.
you actually are. I know you're like a Kemet Hebrew. You don't know what you are, honestly. But what I
You
was
don't know
saying is
what
that you
I am.
have Hebrew Israelite ideologies. That's what I'm saying. You have a lot
You
of
don't
things
know
going
what I
on at
am.
one point. You're just black power,
You
and I
don't
love it. That's why I don't
know
even
who
Why
have a
I am.
problem
why
with you.
can't it just be
Why does me? I believe
unwarranted
I trust in the Most High. Why
knowledge?
isn't
You
it
get
just
what I'm
that? You trying to put
saying?
a
What most
title on
high?
me?
What most high?
What you mean? What Most High? What you
What
talking about?
most high? Which most high?
What
Which
do you
most high are
mean?
you
Which
talking
Most
about?
High? The
I'm just
creator of the
asking.
all omniverse in the universe. What do you mean? Why you keep trying to put a title on me?
You said the most high. You don't want to put the. I'm just
No,
asking you
you
which
put
most
the
high.
Hebrew Israelite title. First you said you called me a Hebrew Israelite. Now I have to tell you, no, I'm not one. Then
I'm
you say, well,
asking
you sound
which
like one.
most
Then
high
I
do you
just said
believe
it
in,
again.
Hardwin?
Then I just said it again. Fam, slow down. Then I just said it again that, hey man, you called me. Then you said, no, I didn't call you that. Yes, you did. And I said, you want me to go back and rewind it and screen record it so more love can post it? Then you have to correct yourself like, yeah, okay, I did say that. So my point is, bro, stop trying to figure out what I am. Stop putting titles on me that I never told
Yeah,
you that
because
I was.
I already know what you are. You're nothing. You're one of those people that believe in anything that black people believe in.
That's
Really?
incorrect. You're incorrect.
What did you say, world
Okay,
class?
okay,
He
all
said
right.
I'm nothing.
You believe in everything that black people believe in. You
Okay,
encourage
thank you, world
all courses.
class.
You don't know what I believe in, brother.
Okay, all right then.
You don't have a clue.
Then tell me what you believe in. Go ahead.
I just told you. Then you said what most high, and it's only one most high. What are you talking about?
Okay, so is it like
So
a
what? Just
Kemet
leave it there.
slash like
Just
Hebrew
leave,
slash like
just
what?
leave it there. Why you keep again? You asked me
No,
for a title.
because that's so
I can care
vague.
less
I
about a title.
no, I'm not. I
It's
don't
not
want to
vague
leave it at
because
no
it's only
vague.
one
I believe
creator
in
of
the
the
Most High.
universe. It's not vague. It's very specific. It's the one creator of the universe. That's it.
Okay, so is there
That's very
some?
specific.
So does the Kemet mythology exist?
Does it exist? What you mean? Does it exist?
Do you believe in it?
What you mean? Does it exist?
Do you believe in it?
There's things that Kemet got correct. There's things that the Hebrews got correct. There's things that Christians got correct. And guess what? There's things that all of them also got wrong.
That's just the truth.
Like, what are you
Okay,
talking about?
so you don't believe in nothing specific. You believe in a lot
That's
of stuff.
incorrect. I just told you something specific. I told you I believe in the specific creator of the
So
universe. What are you talking
so would a Kemite say the Most High? Is that what they
What
would say?
are you asking me what they would say call the most high in their language? Is that what you asking me?
Yeah, yeah, because you said you believe in some
What they
Kemet
would say,
type of
it
situation,
depended on
right?
I didn't say that. I said again, you're
You
making
said
up
they
stuff. I
got
didn't
some
say that.
things correct. What do
You're
you mean
literally
you didn't say that?
yeah, they
But he
did.
said a
I
lot.
didn't say
He
I didn't
said,
believe nothing. I said that the Kemites got
You
something
said they
correct.
got
I
some
said
things
that the
correct. So that
Hebrews
means
got
you
something
believe in
correct.
some of them
I said
things.
that the Christians got something correct. So why didn't you pick one of them? Why
yeah,
did you pick
he
Kemet?
mentioned
Because
several.
again, my whole
I
entire
said
point
a
is that you
plethora
don't
of
believe
things,
in nothing specific. It
and
doesn't
your point
matter
is
about
incorrect.
whatever, whichever you
Your
believe in.
point is
You don't believe in
incorrect. I
nothing
just told
specific. You
you
think that all of it is
incorrect.
correct,
If
and
you
you try
ask
to
me
take
about
the
what the
ball, you
Hebrews,
take the meat and spit out the bones. Like there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just asking,
no, but that's
brother.
not true though. But that's not true.
Seems like it
That's
to
not what
me.
I said I was. Well, what it seemed like to you was incorrect. And I keep telling you, I keep correcting you.
Okay,
You
all
keep
right.
at you what you're looking for is a title, and I'm telling you, I don't give a damn about a title.
You
I don't
gave
care
me a
about.
title. You said the
No, I
Most
did not give
High.
you a title. No, I gave you a title of a most high, not a title of a religion or culture. You
Eh, eh,
said Kimite.
And
The
then you
Most
said
High
this and
is a
that.
specific culture. It's a specific
The
religion.
Most High is a culture. It's a religion.
Yes, it's a
What
specific
what
religion. It's a
religion?
specific culture. It's
I
not no
never heard of a
Kimite.
religion
It's
called the
not
Most High.
no Aryan. It's not no
What religion
Aramaic.
is the
It's not
Most
none
High?
of that. It's specific.
What religion is the Most High?
Christianity, Judaism. That's what
So
it
they
would
the
be.
only ones that believe in the Most High? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they was the only ones that had that title. Yes, yes.
You're incorrect, sir.
Oh my goodness, Harley.
What you mean? Oh my goodness! You don't even study no languages to make that claim.
So in Muslim, they have a Most High.
yes,
In
what are you
Muslim
talking
religion.
about? Yes.
So Muslim religion. So people in the Muslim religion in Islam, they would say the Most High.
In their language, they would in their language. They
What
don't
is
speak
what would
English
they
in
say in their language?
They would say Allah. What are you talking about?
So is that the Most High? Is Allah the Most High?
To them it is, but didn't Yeshua say Ilah,
Oh,
Ilah, wala
man.
sabathani when he was on the cross?
Oh
Did he
man,
not?
see, this is why I have a problem
Whoa,
with you.
whoa, whoa! You're
This
not.
is what I
Did
have
he
a
not?
problem.
Did he not say Ilah?
See,
Is the word for
this
Elo?
is.
Is the word for God in Hebrew not Elo? Yes or no?
Oh man, brother.
Oh, see, now you bug dancing.
No, you're a buck dancer. You the one
No,
that
I'm
trying to
not.
make everybody
The
feel
word is
comfortable.
there. No,
I'm
I'm
not trying to make
making
nobody
everybody
feel
feel
comfortable.
comfortable.
Islam is
I
Islam.
didn't make
Allah
nobody
is
feel
Allah. The
comfortable.
Most High is the Most High.
No,
I'm not
the
trying to make
Arabic
nobody
word
feel
Allah
comfortable.
and the Hebrew word Elo is the same damn word. What are you talking about?
Man, see, this is the comfortability stuff. This is the same
It's not a
reason why
comfortability
this is the
stuff.
same reason why the
Now
J.
you're being a Pharisee
Man,
because
this
you're
is that
lying.
comfortability stuff, man.
No,
Because they
you're
wouldn't.
being.
We don't walk around a
You're
darn
being.
black cube 12
I
times.
don't
We
agree with
don't
walking around a
pray
black
towards
cube.
the north. We don't do
So
that. So
what?
don't try to mix up Allah and the
I
Most
never
High.
mixed
That's
Allah in that.
ridiculous. You all,
I didn't mix. I never mixed up the creator with a black cube. I clearly said the Arabs got some things wrong too. I don't believe in walking around a black cube. You asked me
so is
what their
Allah and the
name
Most
was,
High the same person?
sir. The same Jesus you believe in called on Eli. What are you talking
Allah,
about,
we talking about the Most High. Yahweh.
sir?
Is
Did
Yahweh and Allah the same
Yahweh,
person?
one of the 99 attributes of Allah is Ehya. Yes, it is the same word. What are you talking about? See,
I
you don't
didn't say
study
the
these
same. Is
cultures
it the
enough.
same?
It's the same. What are you talking about? It's the same entity. What do you mean? These
Is it
are
this?
Abrahamic
Does it
religions.
okay? Does it represent the same God? Let me ask you that.
Absolutely. What are you talking about?
Oh, fuck. You know,
Did Yeshua call on
this
Allah?
is
Yes or no?
blasphemy. This is blasphemy.
No, it's not. You
This
just
is
you a
blasphemy.
Christian apologist and you
This is
only believe in
blasphemy.
English Christianity, sir.
This is
That's your
blasphemy.
problem. That's
This
your
is
problem.
blasphemy.
You don't. No, it's not. It's just you don't understand. You have a very
So
small
why? So
understanding.
why don't Christians walk around a black cube 12
Because
times or whatever
I
many
don't.
times?
I just told you I don't agree with walking around a black tube. What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't matter about what you're. Who are you for you to sit up here and pick and choose what the hell is
I
good
don't
and
pick and
bad?
choose nothing. Sir, you can call it good or bad or whatever. You got a problem with them doing it. Who are you to do it?
It's not.
Who are you to get mad at the Muslim for walking around a black
respect.
box?
I just look.
Who are you?
I respect the
Muslim
Muslim religion to learn and know the whole
you
aspect and
respect that
picture of
religion
the
enough,
Muslim
why you got a
religion,
problem with
not
them
to
who they
pick and
call the Most
choose what I think is
Why do you have a
altogether what
problem
I
with
like.
them who they call the Most High? You got a problem with who Yeshua called the Most High when he was on the cross then?
That's not what he called him on the cross. That's not the
call him
translation.
Eli. He didn't
The
say Eli.
Aramaic.
He didn't say Eli. Eli is in. Oh my God! The word for God in Aramaic is Allah. What are you
Because
talking about?
okay. Wait.
So did
Because
Yeshua speak Galilean Aramaic?
How did we get here though?
Because he trying to put me in a box and he upset. That's how we got here. She said, "How did we get here?" Because he kept misquoting me and kept mislabeling.
That means Mo Love don't care about
That's
this
how we got
conversation. That's what it means. Go ahead, Mo Love.
I'm just trying to understand like what the frustration is about.
So the first to me, the frustration is that he had because if you're in the conscious community, right, there's a wave of individuals that try to intertwine all of what all black people love in the conscious community together to make it seem like it's just all this one thing so they can have this unity BS based off of some imaginative love for each other. And that, and to me, see how you don't want to be talking because you know it's actually true. I'm trying to tell you, this is what they're doing. They're trying to intertwine Kemet.
No,
They're trying
sir.
to intertwine Muslim. They're
No,
trying to
sir.
intertwine
You're
Christianity. They're
upset
trying
that
to
we're saying
intertwine
something
Judaism. They're intertwining these things and
incorrect.
saying that it
These
all means the same thing. Without,
it don't.
while
Are you saying that
it
Allah
doesn't.
is
It
not the
doesn't.
word for in Aramaic for
It's
God?
not the
Did
same.
Jesus
It
speak?
doesn't represent the same
Did,
God. No, it
did
doesn't.
Jesus speak Aramaic? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. That was
It does matter
that
because
was a
you saying that
kundala.
these
What
words.
was the word? God, it
The
was
word I know
the
you don't
language
know.
that they used. It was the language that they
It's
used at the time.
Galilean Aramaic.
It doesn't matter. That's what the language
It's
they
a
used at
lingua.
the
It was a
time.
ling. The phrase you're looking for is lingua franca. Keep up.
The lingua franca. I'm so glad you want a cookie. At the end of the day, that's what
No,
they
I don't
used at
need
the
a cookie.
time.
I'm educating you.
I'm glad that you can understand what I was talking about without knowing. At the end of the day, that's what they used at the time. So it doesn't
It doesn't
matter if they
matter. That was
use
his
that
lingua
words. That's what
franca.
he have
That
to
was his
say.
language. Okay, so why do you got a problem with him saying
That's like
Allah,
you
but you got
saying.
a problem
That's
with
like you
Muslims
saying.
saying Allah?
That's like you saying me. That's like okay, brother,
When I
because he
said
was
that
a.
the
Was
Muslims
Jesus a
said that they
Jew?
called the Most High Allah, you got a
Was Jesus
problem
a
with.
Jew?
So was
Was
Jesus
Jesus a
intertwining?
Jew?
He was from the tribe of Judah. Was Jesus
So Jesus was the
intertwining?
tribe of
Was he
Judah. So it's
intertwining
him.
cultures?
Okay, wait a minute. No,
Was
no,
he
no, 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 no,
intertwining
no. Wait,
cultures when he said
wait.
Allah?
Okay, now he's intertwining cultures. So
Was
you're
Jesus?
doing.
I'm asking you. Was he? Was Jesus intertwining cultures when he said Allah? Yes or no?
Is that the same? So you're Jesus now. So you're doing the
Was
same thing
I
Jesus is
didn't say
doing.
I was Jesus. No, I'm
So
not
you're
doing that. I'm
intertwining
asking you a
cultures just
question.
like Jesus, huh?
No, I'm asking you. Was he intertwining cultures? It's
No,
a question.
absolutely not, because he's
So
God.
why?
So
So why are you
he can do
claiming
whatever the hell he want to. How are you
he's
going to
God?
intertwine something when
He's
you're
the creator
God?
of the universe.
Yes, he is a
He is.
manifesto of what God is. Yes, he's a mode of what God is. Yes, he's a
Oh, he's a mode of what
manifestation.
God is.
Yes,
So I get
facts.
you. I understand. But would the Jews say that?
Who gives a damn?
Would the ancient tribes of Judah say that?
Who gives a damn?
Because you're intertwining modern Christianity with ancient Christianity. That's who would give a damn.
I'm
So
not
now you're
intertwining
doing the
nothing with
intertwine.
nothing. I'm intertwining with what the
You're
new
bringing up a
concept
Trinity
of what
concept.
the God
You
that
bringing up
we
a Trinity
lived on this
concept.
earth.
You're
I'm
bringing
not
up a
bringing up a
Trinity
Trinity. I don't
concept.
believe in the Trinity
You
because
are,
the
because
Holy
you said
Spirit has
Jesus is
nothing to
God.
do with it. The
You
Holy
said
Spirit
Jesus is God.
includes the Trinity. The Holy Spirit is included in the Trinity. I could care less about the
So
Holy
Jesus
Spirit.
is Yahuwah?
Jesus is a manifestation
That's
of
not my
God.
question.
Yes,
Is Jesus
yes.
Yahuwah? So why did he tell the Pharisees it's not written in your law that ye are gods?
Because it is. What are you talking about? There's a
No,
whole
I said
there's a whole
why did
certain
he tell them?
context.
No, why did he? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking for, the context. Why did he say that to them?
Because they are gods with a little g. Yes. There's a whole.
There is no uppercase or lowercase in Hebrew, bro. Why did he say
It's
that
not
to them?
about it being a lowercase or uppercase.
So
There's a
why did you bring it
specific
up?
word that means God as in the Most High, and there's a specific word that means God as
What's
in
the word for Most
Lord.
High in Hebrew then? What's the word for
Oh
Most
my
High in Hebrew?
God, I don't know, brother, but I can look it up for you. If since you
No,
don't know,
I
I
don't
can look
need
it
to
up
look.
for you.
I know what it is.
So you know what it is? Then tell me what it is. Then why the hell are you asking me if you can tell me what it
Because
is?
you talking like you know what it is.
Am I wrong?
Yes, because you brought up little g.
What
and
am I
big G
wrong
like it
about?
mattered.
What am I wrong?
You
Is
said
there
there's
not
little
two specific? Is there not a
because you.
specific word for a little g and specific word for a big G?
No, there is not. The word there with little g and or big G
Okay,
will either
all
say
right, I got
Elohim
you.
or El
I got
Elyon.
you.
This is the problem when
So
you
there,
don't study
okay. So
Hebrew.
if there, oh my God.
So a little
So
g
there
can say
is.
Elohim.
So okay.
Or
Wait a minute.
uppercase G can
So
say
wait a minute. So
Elohim.
wait a minute. So
In
there
Genesis
is.
1:1.
Wait a
In
minute. Because you
Genesis 1:1.
don't run
Let me
over it.
answer the question, sir.
No.
I'm
You
not
don't even
running
know my
over it. I'm
question. I
giving
didn't
you
ask my
specific.
question. So there's specific. There
No,
is a
sir. I'm
specific
answering
word.
what you're saying. You just asked me a question. In Genesis 1:1, the word there is a capital G in the English translation for God.
And what is that? Elohim.
It says Elohim. Now
Okay then.
in Psalms 82:6,
So what's the translation for Lord?
There's a lowercase g, and it says the same damn word. It say Elohim.
Okay, so what it say in Genesis 2? Okay, wait a minute. Because
now you
trying to act dumb. You trying to act dumb. And I don't
you said
I
it's a
hate when
different
people
word
act
for
dumb
lowercase and
just to try to
uppercase
prove
G.
their point. I hate when people
I'm
act
not playing
dumb to try
I'm
to
telling
prove
you a
their point.
fact.
I
I'm
cannot
telling
stand
you a
that.
fact.
I promise you I
How about
cannot
we put
stand
some
that.
money on it if you see I'm playing?
So there's
If
not
you think
okay.
I'm
So the
playing,
money is that when we're
so
talking about little G versus big G, is
the
there not
little
a
G
different
says
translation,
Elohim. Sir, would you like for me
sir?
more love? More
Sir.
love. Can you go on the internet? I can show them.
No.
You can share your screen.
Before we go
Yeah,
to
we're gonna show you.
anything, let's do the bet.
Yeah, we're gonna
So
go.
are you telling me that
Yes.
there's not a okay?
The word for the little g is the same word with the big G in Genesis 1:1. It's Elohim. Now, do you want to bet?
What about Lord? What
The
about Lord?
lowercase is Elohim in Psalms 82:6.
Lowercase or big case is Lord
Sir, the
a different
lowercase
translation?
G. Did you not? Are you not paying attention? The lowercase
Are
G
you
in
not paying?
Psalms.
Stop. Look, you're the
The
dumb one in this
lowercase
case
G.
because you don't
The
understand that there's
lowercase
different
G.
translations for
The
God when
lowercase
it comes to the
G.
Bible. So don't try
Sir,
to
you
diminish
don't.
me or patronize
I'm
me
not
in my
diminishing you or
understanding what
patronizing
the
you. I'm
hell I'm
telling
trying to understand for you.
you.
I'm trying to
No,
do
you
this
said
for
it was a
you.
different word for a
But
lowercase G.
I am still trying to figure out how did we get here. The conversation is
Because he being
good.
an asshole. Because he's being an
I'm
idiot.
No, because I'm
confused.
being the idiot. You're
Yes,
How
projecting.
do we
You're
even
because
get
you
here
said,
projecting.
though?
You're projecting.
How do we
You don't know
even
what you're
start
talking about.
debating
sir,
religion, scriptures? I'm like, how do we
because
get
he
here?
came on here for that. Didn't you see him call me a Hebrew Israelite after I told him I
Look,
wasn't?
I don't give a damn what you came on here for. You're wrong.
No,
Period.
you
That's
came
why
on here.
we're here because he's
So,
wrong.
so the
What are we
lower,
talking
so
about? He's trying
he
to
came
create
on
a
here to prove
narrative.
me wrong.
All I'm trying to say is that he's wrong.
No, you
Period.
said that there's a
He set
lowercase,
up
a
here and
different
said that there's
translation.
not different translations for the
You
word
said that.
God. That's what
No,
he's
you
basically
said that
saying.
there's a
There's not different
no, that's not
translations. And I
incorrect, sir.
disagree. But
What I
since Mo
said
Love
was you
doesn't want to
said
talk
the
about that, we
lowercase
can move
G.
on because honestly, it
No,
doesn't
you
really
said
matter.
I'm
You're
just trying to
wrong.
nah,
Period.
understand
don't
Dot.
it.
run. Don't run. I
Period.
know
Dot. You're
just because you
wrong.
say I'm wrong
You're
don't mean I
wrong.
am. But like the brother the world class said, there's a reason why we have syntax and grammar, and I'm gonna add on semantics. It's a reason why. And when you don't study it, you will make a basic
Is there different translations for
amateur
God?
translation, sir. You will make a basic amateur mistake in thinking that there's a different word in Hebrew when you see the lowercase g than when you see the uppercase G. That's what you just tried to do, and you are incorrect. In Genesis 1:1,
Oh my God, brother.
the uppercase G in Hebrew still says Elohim. Then in Psalms 82:6, when the European decided to translate the lowercase G in Hebrew, it still say Elohim, and there is no upper or lower case in Hebrew, sir.
What about the Lord?
There is no lower case in
you keep.
Hebrew.
It's not about. Oh my God, bro. This is why I don't like arguing with you because
So don't
you
talk
are
to me
just
then,
so
nigga.
dismissive of what I.
I'm not
So is the
dismissing what you
word
said. I'm
Lord
addressing what you
not
said
in?
directly.
Is the word Lord not interchangeable in the Bible when it comes to the word God?
Is the word lower interchangeable with
Lord,
the word
yes,
God?
yes, 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 yes.
Did you
It's a
say
yes or no
Lord or
question.
lower?
Yes, Lord, 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 yes.
It depends on the translation,
It
but we're
doesn't
not
depend
talking
on
about
nothing.
that.
It's a yes or no question.
We're talking, sir, it depends on the translation.
Oh my
Because sometimes the word for
God.
Lord
Oh
might
my
say bow.
God.
Sometimes the word for Lord might say Yahuwah, and it'll be an uppercase, all else. It depends on what you're talking
All
about.
right, bro.
But when
Let's
you
look up
said the
Psalms, bro.
lowercase, when
You're
you said the
gods, bro.
lowercase G, that was a
You're gods,
specific thing.
bro.
You
You're
didn't say
gods, bro.
Lord. You said
You're gods,
lowercase
bro.
G. That's what you said. We can
You're
rewind the
gods. This is
tape.
provocative Psalms 82. Okay. Psalms 82.
You said lowercase G, not me. You brought that up.
Psalms 82. Psalms 82. This is annoying at this point. You're annoying. All right. Psalms 82. Right. This is the whole BS that they talk about, where they say that for some reason it says that God even called us gods, right? So Psalm 82. This is the blue letter, right? Blue letter Bible, just to make sure, because this is the whole argument, right?
Yeah, you're going to
Blue letter
check and see if
Bible.
I'm correct. You're going to find out I'm correct.
I'm not checking about you at all. You're irrelevant. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like
So
I
why
don't
you
know how
addressing
you
me if
have
I'm
so much
irrelevant?
confidence.
You
I'm
came
not
on here
addressing
addressing
you
me.
at all. I'm
You
addressing the
did.
Bible.
You came on here and called me a Hebrew Israelite.
So 82, Psalms 82,
Everybody
whatever,
heard
bro.
you.
I don't care, bro. Whatever.
So if you
Psalms
don't care,
82.
don't address me then. But if you're going to address me, I'm going to
I
address you
won't,
back.
brother. I definitely won't. Like, let's move on.
Okay then.
Psalms 82.
It's simple then. Keep it simple.
I have said ye are gods. Let's look at this. This is Psalms 82. This is Psalms 82, right? I have said ye are gods. Elohim is
Like I
what he was
said.
talking about.
That's what I
So,
said.
oh, okay, but
Now,
it's a God,
but who
bro. Oh my
translated as a
God. Oh
lowercase?
my God. Oh my
Now,
God.
what
Oh
you're
my
doing is
God.
proving the
Oh my God.
mistranslations right now.
Oh my
That's what you're
God.
doing.
Oh my
Who put a
God.
lowercase g
I
in
said
English?
that God, okay, Elohim is interchangeable for all of these freaking translations. That's what I've been saying this whole entire
Sir, but the
goddamn time.
uppercase G also is Elohim in Genesis 1:1.
Yes!
That's what I said.
Interchangeable.
But you said there's a difference between uppercase and
It
lowercase.
is because it is. They're
Show us
used in
how.
the same way. I
Show us
just
how.
showed you.
No, show us how it's a difference, sir, in the Hebrew grammar. Show us the difference. You can't do it.
All right, brother. All right, brother. All right, brother. All right, brother.
Mm.
All right.
Are y'all finished or y'all done? I still don't get it. I don't know.
Elohim can be used as an uppercase God or a lowercase God, depending on the context of the scripture that is put in. That's really all I've been saying. Because again, it depends on the context. It doesn't depend on the word that's put in
You don't know the context because you
scripture.
don't know Hebrew grammar.
Yeah, I just proved to you.
No, you didn't prove that. All you
I
did was
literally did it
read
for
a
okay.
verse. That's all you did. You didn't prove nothing grammatically.
Deniability is not an argument, but
You
yeah, go ahead,
no,
brother.
you're denying it. You never mentioned anything about grammar. Show us the grammar.
Elohim,
That's a
H430
word.
in
That's
the
not talking about the
context of,
grammatical
oh my
rules.
God, what grammar do you want to understand?
The
Ye
Hebrew
are
grammar
gods,
in this.
Atah, Amar, Ani, Amar, Atah. That means
That
that
okay.
Elohim would not be used in a way of an uppercase God, which means Yahweh. This is not Yahweh, this is Elohim.
You did not explain no grammar in that statement.
You right, brother. You right.
I know I'm right
You right.
because I know Hebrew grammar,
You right.
but you don't. So stop addressing me as a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, so you're a Hebrew Israelite.
Goofy.
Hey Wolfpack, good to see you. Good morning. Yeah, this went completely left. I don't get it.
It's all good, man. We all serve the same God, so yeah,
And is my mic that low?
I hear you clear. I don't know.
Oh, some people are saying I sound very low.
I wouldn't say so.
Well, I'm gonna end the stream. This was great. I don't know how we went left towards the end, but you said this is what you and Keon do, right?
No, I
Harlan?
don't do nothing with Buddy until he addressed me. I was chilling until he came up here disrespectful, talking crazy,
Mm.
trying to put labels on me because he don't know he can't define it. You know, don't worry about me. I believe in the Most High, nigga. Mind your business.
Well, look, I address everybody. So I mean, if you feel special, then go ahead.
No, I'm not special.
I feel I
I'm just the
address
only
everyone
one
in the BS period. You know, that's how I feel.
everybody. Mo Love, did you not hear him call me a Hebrew Israelite?
I did.
The world class brother, did you hear him call me a Hebrew Israelite?
I think World Class said he was leaving, but he's still up here.
Oh, okay. What
Alright.
the other person up here clearly heard you call me something I'm not. So you may be
And
special.
brother, I call a lot of people everything. When you trying to make this like this is exclusive towards you, like it's not, brother. I give equal smoke to everybody. I just don't believe in your ideology. Period.
You
Done.
don't
I
know
just
my
don't.
ideology to believe in.
Yeah, I do. I actually do. Your
You
ideology is
actually
that you don't
don't.
believe in nothing. That's your
That's
ideology.
incorrect. That's incorrect, sir. You just
You,
don't know your Bible.
you don't believe in nothing
You
specific at all.
and some Hebrew Israelites hurt your feelings. So you got a attachment to them. But you need to go talk
Sure
to
they
them
do.
about it.
Sure they
A
do.
Hebrew Israelite hurt your feelings for you being a Christian. They came at you,
Sure.
sued you, checked you, and then now you still in your feelings about it.
Yeah, the people that
But
dress
go
up
address
as Power
them.
Rangers hurt my
Yeah,
feelings. Yeah,
the
for
guys
sure.
that dress up as Power Rangers, go address the Power Rangers, not
Yeah,
me.
for sure. I didn't address you. You clearly claim to be a Hebrew Israelite. You're the
I
only
never
Hebrew
said I was
Israelite
Hebrew
on
Israelite.
here. What are
I
you talking
never said
about?
I was Hebrew Israelite. Mo Love, did I ever say I was a Hebrew
You
Israelite?
said we. You said
No,
an hour translated.
Mo Love, didn't I
Like,
tell you I'm not a Hebrew Israelite?
why you keep
right.
bringing up other people? You a grown ass
Okay,
man. Like, why
because
you keep
other people on the panel heard you lying. This is proof that you're lying.
like you trying to bring up like you trying to do a popularity contest, nigga? You by
No, it's not
yourself,
a
nigga. Go
popularity
one on one.
contest. It's called witnesses. There are
I don't
witnesses that heard you say
We
what
understand
you
don't need
said.
no witnesses.
why.
You talking to me? What you talking about? Like, what the
But
fuck?
what
Like,
is the argument? I guess why all the
Mo Love, the
aggression is
argument
based
is that
on.
stop trying to bring other religions into other religions
No,
just
the
to
Christians brought
just to be
religions
Who
into
said
their
popular.
that?
stuff. You're upset that the Christians and the Hebrew
Hold on,
Israelites
we
did.
gotta make sure Mo Love is understanding what we arguing about. You just trying to
No,
argue with
we're
me.
arguing about you talking about something you don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
let me drop you world class. He said he don't even know how he's still up here.
It's a glitch in the matrix.
But yeah, I'm trying to make
You're
sure she
right,
understand what we
Vaughn.
argue about.
Yes. I mean, it just sounds, I don't know, Keon. You just seem very upset. You said, well, I guess you're assuming that he believes in so many different
Oh, so
things.
you
I
think
just
I'm
think,
wrong?
no, I just think that he's well versed in a lot.
Yeah, you are
If
wrong.
he's
It ain't no
saying
think.
Okay,
You
that,
okay,
are wrong.
but
but it just seems like
you can be well
you're
versed
mad
in a
at
lot
him.
though. You can be well
Yeah.
versed without
He
trying
just
to
doesn't have a religious title, and I think the titles
It's
can
irrelevant.
cause a lot of division too.
Yeah.
You
why
know,
not? But
and
Jesus
why?
never
I
Why?
don't
Jesus
What
I
does
never
it
don't
called
claim
matter?
himself
a
a Christian.
okay, I don't claim a religious title, right? But people call me a Christian. I'm okay with that. I don't care. My thing is I'm rooted in Christ. That's the main thing. I don't want to get up here and debate and argue about this and that. What does that prove at the end of the day?
See,
Yeah,
that's
you
some
worried about
scary
what I
ass. See,
believe.
that's some scary ass shit to me. I ain't gonna hold you.
No,
Look, if
you
you gonna
scared.
claim
What?
your shit, claim your shit.
That I don't
Look, stand on
no
your circle. What
listen,
is you talking about? Like,
because I don't claim a title. Do you know how many
it's
evil
not about
people
claiming a title. It's about
let
claiming
me
what
say
you
that
believe.
especially when it comes to politics, people claiming to be Christians and
You believe some shit
they
a
only
Roman told you,
claim a
dumbass.
religious title based on something like people use scriptures to fit narratives 24/7 and they don't live it out. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
you should be able to
Anybody
discern
can
that.
claim anybody, and I can.
Clearly you don't.
And that's why I don't involve myself in arguments. You haven't been around me and studied me long enough. Okay, anybody know that wherever I go, I stay on my square when it comes to what I believe in. What I'm saying is when it comes to these endless, pointless debates, what do I gain from that? Now, will I defend the word? Will I stand firm in what I believe? Absolutely. But when it comes to arguing just for the sake of ego and to sound like the smartest person in the room, I don't have time for that. I'm more focused on living out what I believe, being the example, being a living example of the things that I say. That's my goal. What is information without transformation? I get tired of these conversations. You can have all the information in the world, but is it transforming your heart? Are you living it out?
I mean,
That's
you
more
can't
so
have
what I'm
both.
about.
Why you
Clearly
can't
he
have
not.
both?
Yeah,
He
and
calling out
motives is
Christians, Muslims,
everything.
Hebrew Israelites, but he don't know
So
shit.
many people come up here to argue points. It's not to gain understanding and clarity.
That's what Keon just did.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what she's trying to say.
It's
But
for the
at the
sake
end, so what do
of
you
division.
disagree
Ain't no
with?
I
What
trying.
do
don't
you
That's
have
what
actually?
time
Hold on,
for
I'm not
that.
even talking to you. Yeah. So
I'm
Mo
talking to
Love,
you though.
what do you disagree with? What do you? Because you trying to like be like you can argue too. Like you don't like no, you don't have to like you can say that fuck
And
me. Like you
that's
know what I
what
mean?
I'm saying. Like you saying you a Christian, Keon, since you like got on me, you said that that's some scary ish. But it doesn't show forth in what you doing now. That's what I'm saying.
I
These
don't care
titles
about
don't
what
mean
Yeah,
your
he
I
acting
don't
like the
anything.
care about
Pharisees.
that. What is
Keon,
your
you the
disagreement? We're
Pharisee.
These
having a
titles don't mean
conversation.
anything.
Keon
You
is the
came up here on
Pharisees.
some very aggressive, defensive stuff. I don't get it. For what? We were chilling.
We was
Okay,
chilling until the
so
devil came
now I'm
up.
messing up the Okay, all right, for sure.
Yeah, you
All right,
did, Keon. You
yeah,
did.
for sure. All right.
And I guess it just feels weird because you never hit my link, and it's the type of energy the first time.
That's a fact, nigga. So if you, hey, that's what I bring. I ain't gonna hold you, cause I ain't
Well,
gonna lie
I'm
to you.
not about that on my channel, respectfully. I'm not. I try to make sure, even if conversations like go left a little bit, we always bring it back. This is not like my channel is about um encouraging people. So many people struggle with mental health. So I'm more so focused on that. I try to give people a positive word rooted in the scriptures. I'm not up here to debate or convince people based on religion. I'm just up here to promote and reinforce what the word already says. Get with it or not. That's the beauty of YouTube. Like, people can go, you get what I'm saying? If you rock with a channel, cool. If you don't, you can go wherever you want. But I don't like the confusion and arguing. There are plenty of platforms, and you said that's what you bring. That's not my motive for being on YouTube. It's
All
just
right.
not.
Well, no, I respect you. I'm here for you. Go ahead. Do you think?
No, that was it. I mean, I let people rock, but then to say that's some weird or that's some scary ish, ain't nothing scary about what I believe and what I stand for at all. I just don't believe in getting in pointless arguments. I don't. And I sit back because I know people's motives. Some people cannot deal with peace. Like, they don't feel secure unless there's some type of chaos going on. And that's not what I do over here. Now, if it just happens to lead to that, because sometimes it will, but for people to try to come up with like a provoking type of spirit, I don't dwell in that. I
You think
just
I
don't.
provoked the spirit? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've seen people create arguments out of nowhere.
Do you think I created? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm good. Thank you, Stan. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He said, "Greetings and salutations, my love. Good to see you. You too, Artifacts. It's amazing I did this title when winning the argument instead of finding resolution becomes the end goal." Mm.
Oh, how ironic.
Yeah. But are y'all done with the debate
It
or
wasn't no
whatever
debate.
that was?
Debate my equals. He
Well,
don't
you
know enough
don't want
about
us
it.
to have the debate. You just told us to stop, Mola. What do you mean? Yes, yes, I'm done.
I mean,
I don't
but
want
you
to be
didn't.
a
You
disruptor
got
no
to give me
more.
my credit. I let y'all go on for a good 20-30 minutes,
Yeah,
and
but
I
then
didn't
don't.
say anything.
Look, I'm a disruption. I see. So I apologize that I hurt.
No, you're good. I mean, I'm just, when you said that that's some scary ish. When I said I don't get too caught up in titles, because a lot of people claiming titles don't live out anything that they say they believe in. So I'm more about the fruit. I'm more about people's actions versus what they say. That's all.
I'm about both. I feel like both.
You don't follow Elder.
Of
I feel
course,
like
I
both.
think
both.
I mean, yeah.
You should be about both. You shouldn't sit up
Mhm.
here and and,
But
and,
the
and
issue
give
is,
turkeys to the. Go
right,
ahead.
it's about both, but the issue is when you only see one showing up, just words, no action behind it. The behavior is complete opposite of what they say they believe in. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
yeah, and
I
the
think that's
believe
the
God.
antithesis.
big I think that's the bigger issue we need to, focus on. People are so passionate about arguing what they believe, but there's no passion behind living what they believe. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Well, they could be living it too while they have passion as well. You know, such
Well,
as
I mean,
certain people.
maybe, but I don't see that a lot over here.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
why I
possible
honestly was
though.
having a
You know, it's
conversation.
possible. You can definitely have passion about what you talk about while also still doing the same thing. Actually, you know what? I think that's why you have the passion because you're actually doing what you say you're actually doing online. And that's why when you see certain people that sit up here and talk about certain stuff that, first of all, doesn't have nothing to do with actual community work or has nothing to do with actual what would make people see the salvation that God can give you. That's why you actually have that passion and why you want to get rid of those type of rhetorics in our community because it doesn't help at all. It just makes you feel better as a person. And what does that do? Nothing. So me personally, I can see it both ways. That's
Blue
all I'm
Jay, is
saying.
that question for me? Is it for Keon? Hey, Speak, good to see you. Randy, I don't know when that day will come for me, but yeah, I can only deal with so much of the back and forth, especially when I know it's not to gain clarity, understanding of a thing. It's just to have a got you moment. And a lot of it is rooted in the need to be right. So
More love. You gotta, or they just disagree with you, more love. Why do you try to diminish disagreements? Like
I
it's
don't try to diminish disagreements. I understand different perspectives. I definitely understand that. I've had plenty of people come up here with opposing opinions and belief systems all the time. But again, when it becomes like foolish arguments to no resolve,
foolish.
that's when I have to say, okay, this is going nowhere. I understand people will disagree. People will have different perspectives, you know. But when it gets to a point of just yelling, screaming, can't hear nobody, I'm 40 years old. What do I want with that?
Well, 40 don't mean you dead. I mean, you still got a voice. I
Because I
mean,
don't want to argue I'm dead. That's
no, because
crazy.
you want to. No, because you just give up. Like you sound like you
How do
just
I
giving
give
up.
up?
Like
So
I
cause she don't want to
understand.
argue, she's
Hold
giving
on,
up,
let me
bro.
say
no,
this,
that's an
Harwin.
excuse. It
Let me
sounds
say this,
no.
Harwin. Let me say this because I've had plenty of streams, and when things are going peaceful, certain people don't come up here. I understand the bait to try to get me in my feelings. Like you just want to give up, you want to argue. I see that very clear. What you trying to do, and it's not gonna work right now, Keon. But shout out to you.
I'm not trying to see. All right,
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
said
stop.
this
I'm gonna
is what
stop.
you come up here for.
I'm
You
gonna
just
stop.
told on yourself. You said 10 minutes ago, this is what you
I don't
come up.
come up here to
This
to
is what you
troll or
come on
rage bait you. I
YouTube
come over here
for.
to have a conversation. So when you trying to sit up here and make it seem like I'm just trying to make you mad, no, I'm really trying to get what you're trying to say because you just say that all I am is just a troll and a trade and a rage baiter
I
and all
didn't
this.
say you was a troll or a rage baiter. I
Well, not
just said that
specifically.
I don't really dwell or do well in foolish arguments. Now, if you
Okay.
want to have a respectable, mature debate and we're trying to gain clarity or understanding, that's a different conversation. We don't see a lot of those things happen on YouTube. We see a whole bunch of people arguing back and forth for hours, again, to no resolve. I'm not on YouTube for that.
So
And
it's
I
an
don't
aesthetic
understand why that's
thing.
a problem because I don't want to argue.
So if me and
I
Harwin was
could,
up here
but it
talking
doesn't
about
do anything. I don't gain anything from that.
So if me and Harwin was talking calmly, it was talking like this, if we was talking like, we was just going back and forth and, just chilling and we
Well,
wasn't
it
yelling,
doesn't seem
screaming.
like you came up here to do that respectfully.
But
You
that's what I'm
didn't come up
saying.
here
So
to have a peaceful
if I
conversation
was
with
to do
Harlan.
that, what makes the conversation any different?
What do you mean, fruitful conversation versus foolish arguments? You don't understand the difference, how one is beneficial and how the other one leads to nowhere?
I think you can get knowledge out of both, personally. That's
Okay, well, go do that on another platform. There's plenty.
oh, okay. All right. Well, I apologize. I didn't mean to whatever, but all right. I'll see you when I see you.
All right, bye, Keon. Have a good one. Woo, that was a lot. I mean, I just, yeah. But I caught that. I already know what Keon was trying to do. You just give up. You just know I'm learning how people will um just want to create an argument. He did it with you. That was so unnecessary to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's Mo Love 8686. Oh, thank you, 18. Thank you, everybody. The chat for hanging. I was supposed to be live for 2.5 hours, but this was a great stream. I'm gonna replay this while I'm at work tomorrow. Well, today. I know Blue Jay. He is actually pretty cool. I don't know what that was about tonight. Telling me I'm
Who pretty,
weird because I don't want to,
who
you
pretty
know.
cool?
Well, Keon, from what,
That's subjective.
my normal experiences or encounters.
Keon is a troll.
I agree. Yeah, Keon is definitely a troll. Vaughn said, as much as we talk about God, we are still unable to figure him out. Our thoughts are not his thoughts, and his thoughts are definitely not ours. I agree. Oh, Blue Jay, you missed a lot, girl. Thank you, Blue Jay. Yeah, but mm, my. Well, I'm gonna end the stream, guys. I pray that everyone has a very blessed Thursday. I do plan to be back live Sunday night at 10. Where's my phone? I done took me a nap and everything on the stream. That is so funny. I
What?
do plan. Yeah, I was asleep for a good. That's the part I said I had to go back and watch when E was up here. When it was you, Bolo, E, Vaughn. Who else was up here? Oh, and Scam on the earlier topic.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch it. Oh, and 84 too. Up here. I don't know why World Class is still up here in the back. That's funny. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, what happened? Speak. Of course, I can pray for him. What happened? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I was missing tonight. You know what I was missing? My music. I normally have the calm music playing in the background. Yeah, maybe that would have helped. But I will definitely send a prayer up for that
Keon.
person. Speak. Oh, 18 is Mo Love 8686. It's also across the bottom of the screen. I appreciate you so much, and thank you to everybody that supported my channel. The dialogue, the conversations, the back and forth was so heated I couldn't even like say much at some point uh during the stream. Yeah, world class, I know. Yeah. What? Mm-hmm. But wasn't the topic like, didn't it align with a lot of what took place tonight? Would you agree?
Facts.
When winning the argument instead of finding resolution becomes the end goal.
How ironic it happened at the end too.
He saw, you know what happened? Keon saw the title and said, let me go up there and win an argument instead
No, I
of
don't.
trying to find a resolution. That's what Keon did. He saw the title. Thank you, World Class. But yeah, it was a good stream. If you guys missed the beginning portion, please go back and watch the replay. Please hit the like button. Feel free to share the stream. Subscribe if you have not. And I'm going to end on that note. See you guys later.
Here's the Molo Show, and I thank y'all for tuning in. May you have peace that carries till we meet again. Blessings to you and may you grow. I love you just so you know. It's the Molo Show.